Some nights carry a different kind of quiet, the kind where even small thoughts feel a little heavier than usual. If you've brought any of that with you, you can set it down here for a while, and I'm glad you made it in. As I will keep saying just to toss it out there, this is a curated sleep experience, carefully researched and gently shaped to be as accurate as possible while still helping you unwind. It always will be. Now, with rain moving softly through the background, we're easing into the quiet lives of World War II soldiers abroad and the loved ones waiting at home, the routines, letters, and small moments that filled the space between distance and uncertainty. If this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. I always enjoy seeing where everyone is drifting off from. Now let your breathing slow, feel the weight of the pillow beneath you, and turn on a fan for some type of help with noise for sleep. Between 1939 and 1945, millions of ordinary people found themselves living extraordinary lives shaped by a global conflict. This story explores the quieter moments of that era, the daily routines and small acts of connection that sustained people through years of separation. We draw from letters preserved in the Imperial War Museum archives, oral histories collected by the Library of Congress, Veterans History Project, diaries held at the National Archives, memoirs published in the decades following the war, and photographs preserved by families who lived through those years. Tonight you settle into the ordinary moments that defined an extraordinary time. The years between 1939 and 1945 shaped millions of lives, but not every moment involved dramatic action or battlefield thunder. Most hours passed in waiting, in routine, in the small gestures that kept people connected across oceans and continents. You wake before dawn in a military barracks somewhere in England. The air smells of damp wool and coal smoke. 50 other men sleep in narrow cots arranged in neat rows around you. Someone coughs. Another man mutters something in his sleep. You lie still for a moment, staring at the ceiling beams barely visible in the pre-dawn darkness. The wake-up call comes at 5:30. A sergeant walks through the barracks, not shouting, but speaking in a voice loud enough to rouse everyone from sleep. You swing your legs out of bed, your feet touch cold floorboards. The man in the next cot groans softly but sits up anyway. Everyone moves in the practiced choreography of military routine. You dress quickly, the uniform still feels slightly foreign, even after months of wearing it. Buttons are fastened in a specific order, laces are tied with particular loops. Everything has its place and its method. Your fingers work automatically now, muscle memory taking over while your mind wanders to thoughts of home. The washroom is crowded. 40 men try to shave and wash at the same time. Water runs cold from the taps. You splash your face, and the shock of it brings you fully awake. The mirror shows a face you still recognise, but one that looks older than it did a year ago. You lather soap and begin the careful work of shaving with a straight razor. The man next to you hums quietly, some tune from a radio show back home. Breakfast happens in the mess hall at 6:15. You file in with your unit and pick up a metal tray. The servers ladle porridge into your bowl. Toast appears on your plate along with a spoonful of jam that tastes vaguely of apples but might be made from turnips. Coffee steams in thick ceramic mugs. It tastes nothing like the coffee your mother made, but it is hot and contains enough caffeine to sharpen your thoughts. You eat sitting at long wooden tables with men who have become familiar over the months. Conversation is minimal in the morning. Everyone focuses on eating, on gathering energy for the day ahead. The porridge is neither good nor bad, it simply is. You scrape your bowl clean because food is food and waste is unthinkable. After breakfast comes the first inspection. You stand at attention beside your bunk while an officer walks through the barracks. He checks that beds are made with hospital corners, that footlockers are organised according to regulation, that boots are polished to a proper shine. You passed this inspection yesterday and the day before and the day before that. You will pass it again today. The morning drill begins at 7. You march in formation across the parade ground. Left, right, left, right. The rhythm becomes automatic. Your boots hit the ground in unison with 40 other pairs of boots. The sound echoes off nearby buildings. The officer calls out commands and your body responds before your mind fully processes the words. Turn left, about face, forward march, halt. The parade ground is packed earth worn smooth by thousands of marching feet. Puddles from last night's rain reflect the grey sky. You step over them or through them depending on the formation requirements. Your uniform absorbs the dampness from the air. By the end of drill, the wool smells even more strongly of lanolin and sweat. The precision of marching satisfies something in you. The synchronization, the unity of movement, 40 men moving as one organism. Individual concerns fade when you march. There is only the rhythm and the commands and the collective motion. For 30 minutes each morning you stop being yourself and become part of something larger. After drill comes physical training. Push-ups in the cold morning air, sit-ups on a dew-damp grass, running laps around the perimeter of the camp. Your breath comes in white puffs. Your muscles complain at first, then settle into the work. The man running beside you makes a joke about how his mother's cooking gave him better endurance training than any army exercise. A few others laugh, conserving breath between words. By 9 o'clock you report to your assignment for the day. Perhaps you work in supply, checking inventory and loading trucks. Perhaps you assist in the motor pool, changing oil and rotating tyres. Perhaps you sort mail in the communications tent, seeing hundreds of letters addressed to other men while hoping your own name will appear on an envelope soon. The work is repetitive, but it keeps you busy. Busy hands leave less room for worried thoughts. Lunch arrives at noon. Sandwiches made with bread that is dense and filling if not particularly flavourful. Cheese that is sharp and a bit crumbly. An apple if the supply shipment came in recently. More coffee or sometimes tea that is strong enough to strip paint, or so the jokes go. You eat quickly. Lunch break lasts only 30 minutes. The afternoon continues with more work. Time moves differently here. Hours can feel like minutes when you are focused on a task. Minutes can feel like hours when you are waiting for something to happen. You have learned to exist in this strange temporal state where calendars matter more than clocks, where you mark time by mail deliveries and weekend passes rather than by the position of the sun. Around 4 in the afternoon, a brief rest period allows you to return to the barracks. Some men write letters, others play cards, a few simply lie on their bunks and stare at the ceiling. You pull out a piece of paper and a pencil. The paper is thin and slightly rough. The pencil needs sharpening. You carve a fresh point with your pocket knife, then begin to write. Dinner comes at 6. Stew tonight, with vegetables that are overcooked but plentiful. Potatoes and carrots and something that might be mutton. Bread to soak up the gravy. Pudding for dessert, a dense steamed cake with a hint of sweetness. You eat everything on your tray. The food fuels you. That is its purpose. Evening brings a few hours of free time. Some men gather in the recreation tent where someone has set up a phonograph. Music plays, big band tunes that remind everyone of dance halls and Saturday nights. Other men shoot pool on a table with felt worn thin in spots. You might join a card game, or you might simply sit and read a book borrowed from the small library collection maintained by the chaplain. The light fades early in winter. By 7:30 the darkness is complete. The barracks are lit by bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling. You finish your letter. The words came slowly at first, but then poured out in a rush. You write about the weather, about the food, about a funny thing that happened during morning drill. You do not write about the things that worry you or the reasons you are here. Those topics feel too heavy for paper and ink. At 9 o'clock the lights go out. You lie in your bunk and listen to the sounds of 50 men settling in for sleep. Someone snores. Someone else shifts restlessly. The building creaks as it cools in the night air. You think about home. You think about the letter you will mail tomorrow. You think about the letter you hope to receive soon. Sleep comes gradually, pulling you down into dreams that mix memories with wishes. You're not the only one whose days follow military rhythms. Across England, across North Africa, across the Pacific Islands, millions of others wake and dress and march and work and sleep in patterns dictated by war. The sun rises over different landscapes, but the routines remain remarkably similar. Breakfast at dawn, drill and work and duty, letters written in stolen moments, sleep when darkness falls. Your wife wakes at 6:30 in a house that feels too large without you in it. She has turned your bedroom into her room, a space she inhabits alone except for the photograph of you on the nightstand. The photo shows you in uniform, smiling slightly, looking both confident and uncertain at the same time. She touches the frame sometimes when she passes, just a brief contact, fingers on glass, a small ritual that makes her feel connected. Her morning begins with the children. Your daughter is 7, old enough to dress herself, but still young enough to need reminders. Your son is 4, full of energy and questions. She helps them with buttons and shoelaces. She makes breakfast from the rations available. Oatmeal with a little honey, Toast from bread she baked yesterday. Milk for the children, coffee for herself, stretched thin with chicory. The kitchen window looks out on a street where half the houses are missing their men. The mailman walks by at 8:15 every morning. Some days he stops at your house, some days he does not. Your wife has learned not to rush to the door immediately. She lets him finish his route, then checks the mailbox when she leaves to walk the children to school. School runs from 9 to 3. Your daughter goes to second grade in a classroom where the teacher is 60 years old, brought out of retirement because the younger teachers are all serving overseas or working in factories. Your son attends a morning program for young children, learning to share toys and follow simple instructions. Your wife walks them both to the school building, then returns home to face the day ahead. She works part-time at the local hospital, not as a nurse but as a volunteer, rolling bandages and organising supply closets and delivering meals to patients. The work helps. It gives her purpose beyond the waiting. She sees other women there, all volunteers, all with husbands or brothers or sons serving somewhere far away. They talk as they work. They share small victories and frustrations. They rarely talk about their fears. Lunch happens at home after her hospital shift. She eats simply, a sandwich, an apple, tea that she drinks while reading yesterday's newspaper. The war news is always present, always in the background of thought. She reads the articles but skips the casualty lists. She cannot bear to see the names, to imagine other women receiving the telegram she dreads. Afternoons are for housework, laundry on Monday, ironing on Tuesday, grocery shopping on Wednesday when new ration stamps arrive, mending on Thursday, cleaning on Friday. She has organised her week around these tasks. Structure helps. Routine provides comfort in a time when so much feels uncertain. She picks up the children at 3. They walk home together, your daughter chattering about lessons and playground games, your son holding her hand and skipping occasionally. She listens to their stories. She asks questions. She tries to give them a sense of normalcy, even though nothing feels particularly normal anymore. Dinner requires planning and creativity. Meat is rationed, so she cooks it only twice a week. Other nights bring casseroles made with vegetables from the victory garden she planted in the backyard. Noodles with cheese, bean soup with ham hock for flavouring, fried potatoes with onions, cornbread when she has enough cornmeal saved up. The children eat without complaint. They have never known abundance, so they do not miss it. Evening is when she misses you most. This was your time together, after the children went to bed, when you would sit and talk about your days. Now she sits alone with a book or a piece of mending. The radio plays in the background. She listens to news programmes and variety shows. Sometimes a comedian says something that makes her laugh, and for a moment she forgets to feel lonely. She writes to you twice a week on Wednesday and Sunday evenings. The letters are long, filled with details about the children and the house and the neighbourhood. She writes about the victory garden and the hospital volunteers and the funny thing your daughter said at breakfast. She does not write about the empty chair at the dinner table, or the way she reaches for you in her sleep and finds only cold sheets. Bedtime comes at 10. She checks on the children, tucking blankets and moving stuffed animals back into small arms. She locks the doors and turns off the lights. She climbs into bed alone and reads for a while, words blurring slightly as exhaustion sets in. The book is a mystery novel, something to occupy her mind with problems that have solutions. Real life feels too complicated for such neat resolutions. She falls asleep thinking about your last letter, the one that arrived 3 days ago. You wrote about the weather and the food and a card game you won. You did not write about danger or fear. She understands what you are doing. You are protecting her from worry. She wishes she could protect you the same way, sending letters that carry comfort instead of longing. Letters are the bridges that span the distance between you. They arrive irregularly, bunched together in handfuls or absent for weeks at a time. The military postal system works with remarkable efficiency given the circumstances, but it is still subject to weather delays, routing confusions, and the general chaos of moving mail across war zones. You receive a stack of letters one Tuesday afternoon, 6 envelopes all at once sent over the span of 3 weeks. You recognise your wife's handwriting immediately. The sight of those familiar loops and slants makes something tight in your chest loosen slightly. You carry the letters to a quiet corner of the barracks. You open them in chronological order based on the dates she wrote in the upper right corner. Her words paint pictures of home. She tells you about your daughter losing her first tooth, how the little girl put it under her pillow, and was thrilled to find a penny there in the morning. She describes your son's obsession with trucks, how he pushes his toy vehicles around the kitchen floor making engine noises. She mentions the neighbour's cat that has started visiting your back porch, how she feeds it scraps and it purrs loud enough to wake the whole house. She writes about practical matters too. The roof leaked during the last storm and she called the handyman who patched it temporarily. The Victory Garden is producing tomatoes and beans. She canned 20 jars of tomatoes for winter. The car needs new tyres, but tyres are hard to come by, so she walks most places now. The children are healthy. The bills are paid. Everything at home is running as smoothly as can be expected. Between the lines, you read what she does not say directly. She is managing alone, but it is not easy. She is strong, but she is tired. She misses you with an ache that cannot be fully expressed in words suitable for letters that might be read by military censors. You understand this unspoken language. Years of marriage taught you to read her moods, to hear what she means rather than just what she says. You write back that same evening. You tell her about the endless drills and the food that is filling if not delicious. You describe the British countryside, the hedgerows and stone walls and sheep dotting green hills. You mention a pub where some of the men went on their last pass, how the locals were friendly and the beer was warm in a way that took some getting used to. You write about missing her, about thinking of her and the children every day. What you do not write fills more space than what you do. You do not mention the anxiety that keeps you awake some nights. You do not describe the way fear tastes, metallic and sharp at the back of your throat. You do not tell her about the man in your unit who got a telegram last week, how his face went pale and empty and stayed that way for hours. You protect her from these truths because that is what you can do from this distance. Other men in the barracks write to girlfriends, to parents, to siblings. Some write daily. Others compose long letters once a week. A few men never receive mail and never write any. They keep to themselves, as if cutting off connection might make the separation easier to bear. You wonder if they are right, but you cannot bring yourself to stop writing. The man in the bunk next to yours receives a letter from his mother every single week. She writes on blue stationery in elaborate cursive. Her letters are full of neighbourhood gossip and family news. His younger sister got engaged. His father's hardware store is doing good business. The church had a bake sale that raised money for the war effort. He reads these letters aloud sometimes, laughing at his mother's descriptions of events that seem absurdly normal given the circumstances. Another soldier writes to his sweetheart, a girl he met at a dance 3 months before shipping out. Their romance is new and uncertain, built on a handful of dates and now maintained through words on paper. He labours over every sentence, crossing out phrases and starting again. He wants to seem mature and confident but not too distant. He wants her to wait for him, but does not want to demand that commitment. Love is complicated enough without adding thousands of miles to the equation. Mail call happens twice a week, on Tuesday and Friday afternoons. The sergeant distributes letters and packages in the mess hall. He calls out names and men come forward to claim their mail. The ritual takes on ceremonial weight. Getting mail means someone is thinking about you. It means you are not forgotten. It means life continues back home, that there is a future waiting beyond this present moment. Packages arrive less frequently but create more excitement. Your wife sent one last month, a box filled with cookies she baked and wrapped carefully in waxed paper. Chocolate chip cookies, oatmeal raisin cookies, peanut butter cookies pressed flat with fork tines. They arrived slightly crumbled but still delicious. You shared them with your unit, passing the package around after dinner. The sweetness tasted like home. She also tucked in a small photograph. Your daughter and son sitting on the front steps, squinting into the sun, both grinning widely. The photo is black and white, but you know your daughter's dress was yellow and your son wore his favourite red shirt. You keep this photo in your breast pocket, pulling it out occasionally to remind yourself why you are here and what you are working to protect. Writing letters requires finding time and space and privacy in a life that offers little of any of those things. You write during breaks, in the evening free hours, on Sunday afternoons when duties are lighter. You write on whatever paper is available, standard military issue stationery when the supply is good, scraps of brown paper when supplies run low. Once you wrote on the back of a supply requisition form because it was the only paper you had and you needed to get words down. The act of writing creates a strange intimacy. You sit in a crowded barracks surrounded by noise and activity, but when pen touches paper, everything else fades slightly. You enter a mental space that is quieter, more focused. The words flow from mind to hand to page. Each sentence carries a piece of your heart across the distance. Some men write with perfect penmanship, careful letters that march across the page in orderly rows. Others scrawl hastily, words barely legible in their rush to express everything they feel. Your writing falls somewhere between these extremes, neat enough to be read easily, rushed enough to convey urgency and emotion. The letters you send and the letters you receive create a conversation that unfolds slowly across time and distance. She tells you something. You respond 3 weeks later. She answers your response a month after that. The delays are frustrating, but also oddly fitting. Life itself has slowed down. Everything important takes longer now. Patience becomes a skill you develop alongside military competencies, like marching in formation and field stripping a rifle. Some letters never arrive. You mention something in one letter that she never references in her replies. She asks questions about topics you never raised. The lost letters exist in a strange limbo, words that were written and sent but never delivered. You imagine them floating in military mailbags somewhere, waiting in sorting facilities, sitting in some postal clerk's office. You hope they eventually find their destinations, even if the information they contain is outdated by the time they arrive. Your wife's days follow patterns shaped by rationing and volunteering, and the constant effort to maintain normal life for the children. The war exists everywhere, but not always in obvious ways. It appears in the ration books she carries when shopping, in the victory garden she tends, in the scrap metal drives and bond rallies and blackout curtains. Grocery shopping requires strategy and patience. She arrives at the market early on Wednesday mornings when fresh shipments come in. The shelves hold less variety than before the war. Sugar is severely rationed. Butter is precious. Meat requires both ration stamps and luck. She has learned to plan meals around what is available rather than what she craves. The market has changed its character during wartime. Items that were once abundant now appear sporadically. She's learned to recognise the patterns. Canned goods arrive on Mondays. Fresh produce comes in Wednesdays and Saturdays. Meat is unpredictable, dependent on local farms and military supply needs. She adjusts her shopping accordingly. Other shoppers have become familiar faces. The same women appear on the same days, all hunting for the same scarce resources. They exchange information quietly. The dairy got butter yesterday. The grocer expects potatoes tomorrow. They help each other navigate scarcity, sharing knowledge that makes survival slightly easier. The butcher knows her by name now. He saves her a decent cut when he can, remembering that her husband is overseas. She does not ask for special treatment, but accepts it when offered. Other women in line do the same. There is an unspoken hierarchy in wartime shopping. Women with men in service get subtle preference. Women with stars in their windows, indicating sons or husbands killed in action, get whatever they want without question. She shops with other women from the neighbourhood. They pool their ration stamps sometimes, combining resources to buy items none of them could afford individually. They share recipes that stretch ingredients. Meatless meatloaf made with oats and eggs. Mock apple pie made with crackers when apples are unavailable. Butter extenders that mix margarine with milk. The recipes are practical and sometimes surprisingly good. The victory garden takes up most of the backyard now. She planted tomatoes, beans, lettuce, carrots, onions and squash. The children help with weeding and watering. Your son likes pulling carrots, marvelling at the orange vegetables that emerge from brown dirt. Your daughter prefers picking tomatoes, choosing the reddest ones with careful consideration. The garden connects her to something ancient and fundamental, planting seeds, tending growth, harvesting food. These acts have sustained humanity for thousands of years. She finds comfort in this continuity. Wars come and go, but people still dig in the earth and coax life from soil. She learns through trial and error. Some plants thrive, others struggle. The tomatoes produce abundantly. The lettuce bolts in hot weather. The beans climb their poles with determined vigour. She adapts her planting strategy each season, learning which varieties grow best in her particular patch of ground. Weeding becomes meditative. She kneels in the dirt on Saturday mornings, pulling unwanted plants from between the vegetables. The work occupies her hands while her mind wanders. She thinks about you. She plans the week ahead. She remembers summers before the war when the garden was smaller and you did most of the heavy digging. The children treat the garden as both workplace and playground. They water with the hose on hot days, sometimes spraying each other and dissolving into giggles. They hunt for ripe vegetables like treasure seekers, calling out discoveries with pride. The garden gives them responsibility and joy in equal measure. She cans and preserves everything the garden produces. Tomatoes go into mason jars lined up on the basement shelves. Beans are blanched and frozen in the small icebox space she can spare. Cucumbers become pickles in a brine recipe passed down from her grandmother. The work is hot and messy but satisfying. Each jar represents food for winter, security against uncertainty. Volunteer work fills several afternoons a week. At the hospital, she rolls bandages with other women in a bright room that smells of cotton and antiseptic. The work is repetitive and meditative. Hands move in automatic motions while minds wander or engage in quiet conversation. The women talk about their children, their jobs, their hopes for after the war. They rarely talk about their fears. She also volunteers at the USO canteen on Friday evenings. She serves coffee and donuts to soldiers passing through town on their way to ports of embarkation. The young men are nervous and excited, trying to appear brave. She treats them all like the sons of friends. She asks where they are from. She listens to their stories. She waves goodbye when they board buses, hoping someone will show the same kindness to you wherever you are. The neighbourhood has changed in subtle ways. Half the houses are missing their men. Women have taken over tasks previously done by husbands. They mow lawns and paint fences and fix leaky faucets. They help each other with the heavy work, forming teams to tackle projects too big for one person alone. Community has deepened through shared necessity. Some houses have stars in their windows. Gold stars for men who will not come home. Blue stars for men still serving. Your house has a blue star, carefully placed in the front window where anyone passing by can see it. Your daughter asks about the star sometimes. You explained before you left that it represents Daddy being away. She understands in the way children understand complicated things, accepting the explanation without fully grasping all its implications. Evening air raid drills happen monthly. The sirens wail and everyone must turn off lights, close blackout curtains, and wait in darkness until the all-clear sounds. The drills are precautionary. Enemy planes have never appeared over your town. But the possibility exists in theory, so everyone practices. Your wife sits in the dark living room with the children, telling them stories to keep them calm. The drills only last 20 minutes, but they feel longer. She attends bond rallies and scrap drives. She contributes what she can. Old pots and pans for the metal drive, worn tyres for the rubber collection. She buys war bonds with small amounts saved from the household budget. Every purchase feels like participation, like contributing to your safety and eventual return. The acts are small, but they provide a sense of agency in a situation where she has very little control. The radio becomes central to home life. She listens to news programs every evening, tracking the progress of the war through reports that are carefully worded to maintain morale while conveying facts. She listens to variety shows for entertainment. Comedians tell jokes, musicians perform, dramatic programs present stories with clear heroes and villains. The radio connects her to a larger world beyond her immediate concerns. Your children adapt to wartime childhood. Your daughter collects scrap paper at school for recycling drives. She comes home proud of filling an entire box. Your son plays war games with his toy soldiers, recreating battles he knows nothing about, acting out scenarios drawn from overheard adult conversations and newsreel images. The games worry your wife slightly, but she does not stop them. This is the world he is growing up in. She teaches the children to pray every night. They kneel beside their beds and fold their hands. She guides them through short prayers asking for safety and peace. They pray for Daddy to come home soon. They pray for all the soldiers fighting far away. The prayers are simple and sincere. She's not particularly religious, but finds comfort in the ritual, in the act of speaking hopes aloud, as if speaking might make them more likely to come true. Time moves strangely during war. Days pass slowly, but months vanish quickly. You have been gone for 8 months now, though it feels both longer and shorter than that span suggests. Summer turned to fall surrendered to winter. The seasons change, but your situation remains essentially the same. You wake and drill and work and sleep. You write letters and wait for replies. You exist in a state of suspension, life on hold until some undefined future moment. Winter in England is damp and cold in a way that seeps into bones. The barracks are heated but never truly warm. You sleep in multiple layers. You wake to frost patterns on the windows. Morning drill happens in darkness, your breath visible in the air, your fingers numb inside gloves that are not quite thick enough. You receive a package from home in December. Christmas gifts sent early to ensure arrival. Your wife packed them carefully. A wool scarf she knitted in your favourite colour. A tin of homemade fudge. A small photo album containing pictures of the children from the past few months. A letter tucked inside explains each photo. Your daughter's school play. Your son's 4th birthday party. A family picnic at the park before autumn weather turned cold. You look at the photos for a long time. Your daughter looks taller, her face losing some of its baby roundness. Your son's hair has gotten lighter, bleached by summer sun. They're growing up without you there to witness the daily changes. You miss them with an intensity that is almost physical, a hollow ache in your chest that never quite goes away. Christmas in the barracks is both festive and melancholy. Someone decorates a small tree with paper ornaments and string. The mess hall serves a special meal, turkey instead of the usual stew, mashed potatoes with real gravy, pie for dessert. The food is better than normal, but eating it makes everyone slightly sad, thinking about Christmases at home with family gathered around tables. Some men receive packages filled with treats from home, cookies and candy and fruitcake dense with nuts and fruit. Everything gets shared. You contribute your fudge to the communal pile. Other men add their contributions. By the end of the day, everyone has tasted a variety of homemade sweets, each flavour carrying memories of different kitchens in different towns across America. Evening brings carolling. Men gather in the barracks and sing Christmas songs slightly off-key. Silent Night and O Come All Ye Faithful and White Christmas. The music is rough but heartfelt. You join in, your voice blending with dozens of others. Singing together creates a sense of connection, a brief reminder that you are not alone even though you are far from home. Your wife spends Christmas with the children. She tries to make the day special despite your absence. She cooks a modest meal with a small chicken instead of a turkey. She gives the children gifts she made or bought with saved money. A doll for your daughter, a toy truck for your son. They seem happy with these simple offerings. Children are adaptable. They find joy in what is available rather than mourning what is missing. She hangs stockings on the mantel. In the morning the children find oranges in the toes, a rare treat given citrus rationing. Small candies fill the rest of each stocking along with pencils and hair ribbons and other practical items disguised as gifts. Your wife watches the children open their stockings and feels both grateful and sad. Grateful that they are healthy and safe. Sad that you're not here to see their excitement. The house smells of cinnamon and cloves. She made spice cookies using hoarded ingredients. The scent fills rooms with memory and warmth. She remembers other Christmases. The tree you cut together 2 years ago. The year your daughter was born and everything felt new and miraculous. Time layers upon time. This Christmas is difficult, but it is still Christmas. She takes a photograph of the children beside the tree. They pose in their good clothes, smiling for the camera. She will send this photo to you. You will see how much they have grown. You will see the tree decorated with paper chains they made. You will see home captured in a single frozen moment. Evening brings quiet reflection. After the children sleep, she sits in the living room with a cup of tea. The tree lights glow softly. Outside, snow falls in silent abundance. She thinks about you spending Christmas in a military barracks far away. She hopes you are warm and safe and thinking of her too. January arrives cold and grey. The new year brings no immediate changes. You continue your routines. She continues hers. Letters still take weeks to arrive. News from the war front is cautiously optimistic, but offers no firm timeline for when anyone might come home. You both settle into acceptance. This is life now. You exist in it rather than fighting against it. Your wife takes a part-time job at a factory that makes parachutes. The work is monotonous but pays better than volunteering. She sews seams on huge expanses of fabric, her machine humming steadily for 8 hours. Other women work beside her, all of them with similar stories. Husbands overseas, children at home, bills to pay, lives to maintain during years of suspension. The factory women become her closest friends. They eat lunch together, sharing sandwiches and complaints and small confidences. They watch out for each other. When one woman gets sick, the others cover her quota. When another woman receives bad news, they take her home and sit with her until the worst of the shock passes. War creates communities bound by shared experience. She works morning shifts so she can still pick up the children from school. The schedule is exhausting. She wakes at 5 to be at the factory by 6. She works until 2, then hurries home to meet the children at 3. Evenings are filled with cooking and cleaning and homework help and bedtime routines. She falls into bed exhausted every night. Sleep comes quickly, so does morning. The factory work gives her satisfaction beyond the paycheck. She's contributing. Every parachute she helps make might save a life. Maybe it will save your life. The thought is both comforting and terrifying. She focuses on the rhythmic work of the sewing machine and tries not to think too much about where the parachutes will eventually be used. Spring arrives gradually. Daffodils push up through cold earth. Trees begin to leaf out. Days grow longer. The changes are subtle at first. Then suddenly everything is green and growing. Your wife plants the victory garden again. This year she adds more rows. She feels confident after last year's success. The children help dig holes for seedlings. They water carefully, taking pride in their participation. You've been gone for a year now. 12 months of separation. 365 days of waking up somewhere that is not home. The anniversary passes without particular notice. It is simply another day of drill and duty and routine. But at night, lying in your bunk, you count the months and feel the weight of accumulated time. Life continues despite the war, not in defiance of it, but alongside it. People find moments of happiness wedged between worry and waiting. Your wife laughs at something your daughter says. You play cards with your unit and win 3 hands in a row. These small joys do not erase the larger difficulties, but they make the difficulties bearable. Your daughter learns to ride a bicycle. The bike is second-hand, purchased from a neighbour whose son outgrew it. Your wife spends an afternoon teaching her, running beside the wobbling bicycle with one hand on the seat. Your daughter falls twice, scraping her knee both times, but gets back on with determination. By evening she can ride the length of the driveway without help. She beams with pride. Your wife wishes you could see this triumph. She writes you a detailed letter about the bicycle lesson. She describes the scraped knee and the stubborn perseverance and the final victory. She tells you how your daughter rode up and down the street for an hour, shouting for everyone to watch. She mentions that your son wants a bicycle now too, even though he's still too small. The letter captures the ordinary magic of childhood accomplishment. You read this letter sitting under a tree on a sunny afternoon. Your unit has a rare break from duties. Some men nap in the grass, others play catch with a worn baseball. You read about your daughter's bicycle and smile. You imagine the scene so clearly you can almost see it. For a moment, distance collapses. You're there in spirit if not in body. Your son starts kindergarten in September. He's nervous the first day, clinging to your wife's hand as they walk to school. She reassures him. She introduces him to the teacher. She waves goodbye as he sits at a small table with other 5-year-olds. She walks home trying not to cry. Her baby is growing up. Time moves forward whether anyone is ready or not. She writes to you about the first day of kindergarten. She describes your son's nervousness and the way his face lit up when he saw blocks in the classroom. She tells you he came home excited, chattering about new friends and a story the teacher read. She includes a drawing he made, stick figures representing the family. You're included in the drawing despite your absence. A tall stick figure labelled Daddy stands next to the shorter figures of Mama, sister and brother. You pin the drawing to the wall beside your bunk. Other men have similar decorations, family photos, children's drawings, letters from sweethearts. The walls of military barracks worldwide are covered with these artifacts of love and connection. They transform sterile spaces into something slightly more personal. They remind everyone why they are here and what they are protecting. Fall turns to winter again, a second winter of separation. The days shorten, cold returns. You go through the same seasonal adjustments as before. Extra blankets on bunks, hot coffee clutched in cold hands, morning drill in darkness. The repetition is both monotonous and oddly comforting. Routine provides structure when nothing else is certain. Your wife prepares for another wartime Christmas. She has less anxiety this year. She knows what to expect. She plans modest celebrations and does not mourn the elaborate Christmases of peacetime. The children understand better this year too. They know Daddy will not be home for Christmas. They accept this fact with the resilience of children who have adapted to circumstances beyond their control. She sends you another package in early December. More fudge, a new scarf because the first one wore out, photographs from the past year, a letter filled with love and longing and determination to keep going. The package arrives 2 days before Christmas. You open it carefully, savouring the moment. The fudge tastes like home. The scarf smells faintly of her perfume. The photos show your children growing up. You are missing their childhood, but they are thriving despite your absence. You write back immediately. You thank her for the package. You tell her you love her. You promise you're being careful. You describe the Christmas dinner the mess hall will serve. You mention the carol singing planned for Christmas Eve. You fill the letter with details meant to reassure her that you are safe and managing well. You fold the letter and mail it, knowing it will arrive in January, long after the holiday has passed. Still, you write. Connection matters more than timing. The second Christmas passes much like the first. Good food, shared treats, men thinking about home. You participate in the festivities but feel slightly removed, as if watching yourself from outside your body. You wonder if you are becoming too accustomed to military life, if you are losing touch with your civilian self. The thought troubles you, but there is nothing to be done about it. You exist in this life because you must. January brings the coldest weather yet. Snow falls and stays on the ground for weeks. The camp slows down. Some training exercises are cancelled because conditions are too harsh. You spend more time indoors. The barracks feel crowded with 50 men confined together. Tempers occasionally flare. Someone's snoring becomes unbearable. Someone else's habits irritate everyone. But mostly you all manage to coexist peacefully. You have learned patience along with all the other military skills. Your wife manages a second winter at home. The house is harder to heat this year because coal is more expensive. She keeps the thermostat lower and everyone wears sweaters indoors. The children complain about the cold. She gives them extra blankets and makes hot cocoa as a treat. They adapt. Everyone adapts. That seems to be the primary skill of wartime, the ability to adjust to changing circumstances and keep going anyway. She continues working at the parachute factory. The work is steady. The paycheck helps. She has saved enough money to repair the roof properly, to replace the worn tyres on the car, to buy shoes for the children whose feet keep growing. The savings also provide security, a small cushion against uncertainty. Money cannot solve the problem of your absence, but it solves other problems, making daily life slightly easier. Spring returns again. Another year of waiting, another planting season, another round of letters sent and received. Life has found its rhythm in these years of separation. The rhythm is not what anyone would choose, but it is sustainable. You both continue putting one foot in front of the other, day after day, because that is what must be done. News from the war front improves gradually. Military operations that seemed stalled begin to advance. Territory is gained. Key battles are won. The progress is slow but real. Hope begins to feel less like wishful thinking and more like reasonable expectation. Maybe the war will end. Or maybe you will come home. Maybe someday soon will become someday soon. Your unit receives new orders in late spring. You will be moving, though to where and for what purpose remains unclear. The announcement creates a buzz of speculation. Men guess at destinations and assignments. Some hope for combat duty, eager to finally see action after years of training. Others hope for continued support roles, preferring safety to glory. You find yourself somewhere in the middle, wanting to contribute but also wanting to survive. The move happens in June. You pack your limited belongings and board a transport. The journey takes days. You travel by truck and train and ship. You see new landscapes, different cities, other military installations. Everything is both fascinating and exhausting. You sleep when you can, sitting upright in crowded vehicles, head bouncing against windows as you doze. You arrive at a new base closer to the front lines. The atmosphere is different here, more urgent, less routine. The men around you have seen combat. Their eyes hold a wariness that training cannot produce. You listen to their stories. You learn from their experiences. You prepare yourself mentally for what might come next. But weeks pass and you remain in support roles. You load supplies and maintain equipment and process paperwork. The work is important even if it lacks drama. Wars are won not just by soldiers fighting, but by massive logistical operations keeping those soldiers supplied. You contribute to victory in ways that will never make headlines. That is fine. You never wanted headlines. You wanted to do your part and come home. Your wife receives your letters describing the move. She reads about new locations and different duties. She notices what you do not say directly. You are closer to danger now. The realization frightens her, but she does not let fear paralyze her. She continues her routines. She works at the factory. She tends the garden. She cares for the children. Fear lives in her chest, but it does not dictate her actions. Summer passes, fall approaches. News from the war front is consistently positive now. Allied forces are advancing on multiple fronts. The end seems possible, even probable. People begin to imagine peace. Conversations shift from endurance to anticipation. What will happen when the war ends? How quickly will soldiers come home? What will post-war life look like? Your wife allows herself to hope. She makes plans in her mind. She thinks about your return. She imagines the day you will walk through the front door. She pictures the children running to hug you. She envisions ordinary evenings spent together, no longer separated by oceans and continents. The images sustain her through the remaining months of waiting. You allow yourself to hope too. You think about civilian life. You imagine sleeping late on Saturday mornings. You picture Sunday dinners with your family. You dream of taking your children to the park, of holding your wife's hand while walking down a street where no one wears uniforms. The future becomes more vivid as it draws closer. Winter arrives, the third winter of your separation. But this winter feels different. The war is winding down. Victory seems certain. The only question is when, not if. You mark time differently now, not in terms of how long you've been gone, but in terms of how soon you might return. Christmas comes again, the third wartime Christmas. Your wife decorates modestly, but with more cheer than previous years. She allows the children to feel excited. She bakes cookies despite sugar rationing. She plays Christmas music on the radio. The holiday is not perfect, but it is hopeful. Next Christmas, you will be home. She believes this with growing conviction. You spend Christmas at your new base. The meal is good. The company is familiar. You have made friends here, bonds forged through shared experience. But you're all thinking about home. Conversation keeps returning to plans for after the war. Where will you live? What jobs will you seek? How will you reconnect with families you have not seen in years? The new year arrives, 1945. This will be the year. Everyone can feel it. The momentum has shifted decisively. Allied victories accumulate. Enemy resistance weakens. The end approaches. You allow yourself to count weeks instead of months. You allow yourself to imagine specific scenarios of return. You write to your wife about hopes instead of just routines. She receives your letters and reads the hope in them. She responds with her own hopes. She tells you about improvements she wants to make to the house. She mentions job opportunities you might consider. She describes the welcome home party the neighbours are already planning. She writes about a future that is no longer distant fantasy, but approaching reality. Spring comes early, the weather improves, flowers bloom. Birds return from winter migrations. Nature carries on oblivious to human conflicts. You watch crocuses push through the last patches of snow and feel oddly moved. Life persists. Beauty endures. Soon you will rejoin the world of seasons and growth and ordinary wonders. Victory in Europe is declared in May. The news spreads rapidly. Celebrations erupt. Men cheer and embrace and shed tears of relief. The war in Europe is over. You have survived. You will go home. The realization is almost overwhelming. Years of tension release all at once. You feel lighter, as if a weight you had grown so accustomed to carrying that you stopped noticing it has suddenly been removed. But going home is not immediate. The military does not simply open the gates and send everyone back at once. There are processes, procedures, paperwork. Soldiers must be demobilized in an orderly fashion. Transportation must be arranged. Priorities must be established. You join thousands of others in a massive queue waiting for your turn to board a ship heading west across the Atlantic. The waiting is harder now than it was during the war. Before, you waited with no clear end in sight. Now you know the end is coming, but you cannot quite reach it. Days feel longer when you are this close to reunion. Hours stretch. You mark time obsessively. Every morning you wake thinking that maybe today orders will come. Every evening you fall asleep disappointed that today was not the day. Your wife experiences similar impatience. She knows the war is over. She knows you are safe. But she does not know exactly when you will arrive. Letters slow down during the demobilization chaos. Information becomes scarce. She waits by the mailbox each day. She listens to news reports about troop ships arriving in various ports. She tries to calculate when you might board a ship and how long the voyage might take. Her estimates are hopeful but unreliable. Finally, in late June, you receive your orders. You will board a ship in 2 weeks. The transport will take approximately 10 days depending on weather. You will arrive at a port in New York. From there you will be processed through a demobilization center and given rail tickets home. The entire journey from boarding the ship to walking through your front door will take roughly 3 weeks. You write to your wife immediately with this information. She receives your letter in early July. The timeline makes her cry with relief. 3 weeks, 21 days. She can endure 21 more days after enduring nearly 3 years. She begins preparations. She cleans the house thoroughly. She makes plans for your return. She tells the children that Daddy's coming home soon. They react with excitement tinged with uncertainty. Your son barely remembers you. Your daughter's memories have faded and blurred. They know you from photographs more than from lived experience. You board the ship on schedule. The vessel is crowded with men heading home. Everyone is in high spirits despite cramped conditions. You sleep in bunks stacked 3 high in holds below deck. Meals are served in shifts because the galley cannot accommodate everyone at once. The food is military rations, but no one complains. You're going home. That is all that matters. The ocean crossing takes 9 days. The weather is mild, the seas are relatively calm. You spend hours on deck watching the water roll past. Other men play cards or write letters or simply talk, voices overlapping in constant conversation. The mood is jubilant but also reflective. You have all been changed by these years. You are not the same people who left home. The question is whether home will recognise the changes or whether you will be expected to slip back into old versions of yourselves. Land appears on the 9th day. The coast of America emerges from morning mist. Men crowd the rails to catch their first glimpse of home soil. Some cheer. Others stand quietly, too moved for words. You feel your throat tighten with emotion. After years of absence, after months of longing, here is home, solid ground. The country you left and fought to protect. The place where your family waits. The ship docks in New York Harbour. Processing through the demobilization centre takes 2 full days. You fill out forms, you receive medical examinations, you turn in military equipment. You're issued civilian clothes, dress pants and shirts that feel strange after years of uniforms. You collect back pay and separation allowance. You receive honourable discharge papers. You become a civilian again, officially released from military service. The train ride home takes another full day. You travel through familiar landscapes, cities and towns you recognise, fields and forests that look exactly as you remember them. Everything is the same. You are what has changed. The realisation is both comforting and unsettling. Home remained home. You became someone slightly different. The challenge will be reconciling these truths. Your wife receives a telegram 2 days before you arrive. It is brief but sufficient. Arriving home July 27th, stop. Love stop. She reads the telegram 3 times. Then she calls your mother. She tells the neighbours. She prepares the house with renewed energy. She bakes a cake. She plans a special dinner. She helps the children make welcome home signs with crayons and paper. The day of your arrival arrives. She wakes early despite barely sleeping. She dresses carefully. She wants to look her best for you. She helps the children dress in their nicest clothes. They eat a quick breakfast. Then they wait. You told her you would arrive on the afternoon train. She takes the children to the station an hour early. Better to wait there than to pace at home. The platform fills with other families, other wives and mothers and children waiting for returning soldiers. Everyone scans each arriving train. False alarms create momentary excitement, followed by renewed waiting. The children grow restless. Your daughter holds her welcome home sign. Your son clutches a toy airplane he wants to show you. Your train arrives at 3:20 in the afternoon. You step onto the platform carrying a single duffel bag. You scan the crowd. So many faces, so much noise. Then you see them. Your wife, your daughter, your son. They see you at the same moment. Your daughter runs toward you, her sign bouncing. Your son follows, not quite understanding, but caught up in the excitement. Your wife walks, then runs. You drop your bag and catch your daughter as she launches herself at you. You lift her and spin her once. She wraps her arms around your neck. Your son reaches you, and you scoop him up with your other arm. 2 children, one on each side, both talking at once. You are crying. Ah, you did not expect to cry, but tears run down your face. Your wife reaches you, and you set the children down. You look at her, really look at her. She looks older and also exactly the same. 3 years have passed. They show in subtle ways around her eyes and mouth, but her smile is the smile you remembered. Her eyes are the eyes you dreamed about. You embrace. The world narrows to this single point of contact. everything else fades. There is only her warmth, her familiar scent, the reality of her presence after years of absence. You stand on the platform holding each other while other reunions happen around you. Other soldiers embrace other families. The platform is chaos of joy and tears and suitcases. You stay still in the centre of this chaos. Your family surrounds you. Your children press close. Your wife does not let go. This moment is the one you have been waiting for. This moment makes everything worthwhile. Eventually you gather yourself, you pick up your bag. Your wife takes your hand. Your daughter holds your other hand. Your son bounces beside his mother. You walk to the car together. The drive home takes 15 minutes. Everyone talks at once. Your daughter tells you about school. Your son shows you his airplane. Your wife points out changes in the neighbourhood. You listen and nod and let the words wash over you. Being with them is enough. Everything else is details. You arrive home. The house looks exactly as you remember it, and also completely different. Small changes are everywhere. New curtains in the living room, different furniture arrangement. The walls need paint. The yard is more overgrown than you remember. But it is home. Your home. You walk through the front door and breathe in the smell of your house. Something is cooking in the kitchen. Fresh flowers sit on the dining table. Welcome home signs hang from the walls. Dinner that evening is special. Your wife made your favourite foods. Pot roast with potatoes and carrots. Fresh bread. Apple pie for dessert. You eat slowly, savouring every bite. The children chatter through the meal. Your wife watches you with eyes that shine. You catch her hand across the table and squeeze. She squeezes back. Words are insufficient for what you both feel. After dinner, the children show you their rooms. Your daughter displays her collection of books and dolls. Your son demonstrates how his toy trucks work. They want your attention after years without it. You give them all your focus. You admire everything they show you. You answer their questions. You hug them repeatedly, making up for years of missed embraces. Bedtime comes, and you help with the routine. You read stories to both children. Your voice sounds strange to them at first, but they adjust quickly. They snuggle close as you read. Your daughter falls asleep first, her head on your shoulder. Your son fights sleep, but eventually surrenders. You carry them to their beds and tuck them in. Your wife stands in the doorway watching. This is what she wanted. This is what kept her going. Later that night, you sit with your wife in the living room. The house is quiet. The children are asleep. You hold hands on the sofa. Neither of you speaks much. You do not need to. 3 years of separation have ended. You are home. She is beside you. The future stretches ahead, uncertain but shared. Whatever comes next, you will face it together. You sleep in your own bed that night for the first time in 3 years. Your wife lies beside you. The room is dark and quiet. You listen to her breathing. You feel her warmth. You are home. Finally, completely, undeniably home. Sleep comes easily, deep and dreamless. Tomorrow you will begin rebuilding the life you left behind. Tonight you simply rest, surrounded by the people you love, safe in the place you belong. The days after your return blend together in a haze of adjustment and rediscovery. You relearn your house, your neighbourhood, your family. Some things are easy. Sleeping in your own bed feels instantly right. Eating meals at your own table is comforting. Other things are harder. Finding your place in household routines takes time. Reconnecting with children who have grown and changed requires patience. Your daughter warms to you quickly. She remembers you well enough that your presence feels like restoration rather than disruption. She takes you on tours of the neighbourhood, showing you changes and introducing you to new friends. She wants to include you in everything. She saves her best drawings for you. She asks you to read her bedtime stories every night. Your son is more cautious. He was 2 when you left. Now he is 5. His memories of you are vague impressions rather than clear recollections. He watches you carefully, trying to figure out where you fit. You do not push. You let him come to you at his own pace. Gradually he warms. He brings you his toys. He asks you to play. Trust builds through small interactions repeated daily. Your wife is patient with your adjustment. She understands that you have changed. She has changed too. You both need time to learn each other again. Conversations sometimes stumble as you search for common ground. But love provides a foundation. You want to reconnect. That desire drives the work of rebuilding intimacy after years apart. You look for work. The factory where you worked before the war has reopened its civilian production lines. They are hiring returning veterans. You apply and are accepted quickly. The work is familiar. You settle into routines, grateful for employment and the normalcy it provides. The paycheck allows your wife to quit the parachute factory. She transitions back to being home full-time, at least until the children are older. Life finds a rhythm. You wake beside your wife, you eat breakfast with your family, you go to work, you come home to dinner. You help with homework and bedtime. The routines are ordinary but extraordinary to you after years of absence. You never take them for granted. Every meal together is precious. Every evening with the children is a gift. Some nights you struggle with memories. The war left marks that are not visible but are nonetheless real. You dream sometimes of the men you served with, of places you would rather forget. Your wife wakes you gently when nightmares trouble your sleep. She does not ask for details. She simply holds you until the dreams fade and you can sleep peacefully again. You connect with other veterans. The man next door served in the Pacific. You talk sometimes, sharing experiences that only other veterans truly understand. The conversations help. Talking to someone who has been through similar things eases the isolation of memory. You join a veterans organisation. The meetings provide community and support. Your wife joins a group for veterans' wives. They meet monthly and discuss the challenges of reunion and adjustment. She learns that her experiences are not unique. Other women struggled with the same issues. The solidarity helps. She feels less alone. The women share strategies for helping their husbands readjust and for managing their own emotions during the transition. Seasons pass. Summer turns to fall. Fall becomes winter. Your first Christmas back home is everything you imagined during those years overseas. The house is decorated. The tree is full. Presents are wrapped and waiting. You cook a large meal together. Extended family joins you. The house fills with noise and laughter and love. You watch your children open gifts and feel overwhelming gratitude. You are here. You made it home. Not everyone did. You think about the men who will never sit at their own tables again. You remember the gold stars in windows, the families who received telegrams instead of returning soldiers. You survived. That fact is both joy and burden. Life continues. Spring arrives. You plant a garden with your wife. The children help dig and water. The work is therapeutic. Your hands in the soil feel grounding. Growth happens slowly but steadily. Seeds become seedlings. Seedlings become plants. Plants produce food. The cycle is reliable and comforting. Years pass. The war recedes into history. Your children grow up. They ask you about your service occasionally. You tell them some things and keep other things private. They do not need to know everything. They need to know you are present, that you love them, that you came home and stayed home. You and your wife grow old together. The separation remains part of your story, but it does not define your entire story. You built a life after the war. You raised children. You worked and saved. You created memories to balance the years apart. The separation shaped you, but it did not break you. Looking back, you remember the waiting, the endless days of routine, the letters that sustained connection across distance, the fear that lived beneath every moment. But you also remember the reunion, the platform, the embrace, the tears, coming home. Those memories are stronger than the difficult ones. Love endured. Distance was overcome. Life continued. Your wife has her own memories. Years of managing alone. Children raised without their father. Constant worry. The effort to maintain hope when hope felt foolish. But she also remembers your return. The joy of reunion. The relief of ending the wait. She remembers building life together after the war. Creating a future after years of suspended present. The war was part of your lives, but not the whole of your lives. You lived before it. You lived after it. The years of separation were significant but finite. What mattered most was what came after. The decades of ordinary days, the accumulation of small moments, the steady presence of love and family and home. In the end, you both survived not just the war but the separation. You found each other again after years apart. You rebuilt what the war interrupted. You created a life together that was rich and full and meaningful. The quiet lives of the World War II continued into the quiet lives of peace. And that continuation, that persistence, that determination to keep going, was its own kind of victory. The story ends here, in this place of completion. The war is over. The separation is over. The waiting is over. Life goes on. The sun rises and sets. Seasons change. Children grow, years pass, love endures, home remains, and that, in the end, is what mattered most. Now, if you will, please settle in tonight as we journey back to a time when the world existed without melody, without rhythm, and without any sound shaped by human intention. We're travelling to an era roughly 40,000 years ago, when our ancestors moved through landscapes of silence, broken only by wind, water, and the calls of creatures, a world where music hadn't yet awakened in the human mind. Tonight you'll discover how close we came to never creating music at all. You're standing on a hillside in what will someday be called southern France, but right now it has no name. The year is approximately 38,000 BCE, and you've just realised something peculiar. You've never heard a song. This isn't because you're deaf or isolated. You're a healthy member of a small band of humans, perhaps 30 individuals who travel together through river valleys and across plains. You communicate with words, quite sophisticated ones actually. You can describe the movement of prey animals, warn about dangerous weather, tell stories about ancestors, and even crack jokes that make your companions laugh. But the laugh itself is just an expression of emotion. It doesn't have a melody. Nothing does. The wind moves through the long grasses around you, creating a rushing sound that rises and falls. Water tumbles over rocks in the stream below, generating a constant murmur punctuated by irregular splashes. A hawk circles overhead, occasionally releasing a sharp cry. These sounds exist, certainly, but they exist the way colours exist, as environmental facts, not as anything you might intentionally create or replicate. Your people make plenty of noise during the day. There's the rhythmic scraping sound as someone works a hide with a stone tool, the crack of wood being broken for a fire, and the shuffle of feet through dry leaves. When the group moves together, there's a complex layering of footfalls, breathing, and the rustle of carried materials, but none of this is organised. No one synchronises their footsteps, matches their breathing, or times their work sounds to create patterns. The idea simply doesn't exist. At night, lying on your bed of gathered grasses and furs, you listen to the sounds of sleep. Someone snores in an irregular pattern. Another person shifts position, creating brief scratching sounds against the ground. A baby, not yours but one you help care for, occasionally whimpers or makes small sleeping sounds. These noises happen, but they don't form anything you'd call rhythm or melody. What's fascinating is that you have every physical capability for making music. Your vocal cords can produce an astonishing range of sounds. Your ears can distinguish minute variations in pitch and timing. Your brain can recognise patterns and predict sequences. You're basically a sophisticated music-making machine, except nobody has thought to use any of these abilities for anything beyond communication and environmental awareness. When you need to call across a distance to someone in your group, you shout. The shout serves a purpose. It carries information. You might stretch out a vowel sound to make it travel farther, but this is pure functionality. You're not exploring the aesthetic qualities of sustained tones. You're just trying to be heard over the wind. There are moments when your voice naturally rises and falls in pitch as you speak, following the emotional content of what you're saying. Excitement raises your pitch slightly. Sadness might lower it, but these variations happen automatically, driven by feeling rather than intention. You're not consciously choosing to create pleasing sound patterns. The very concept of pleasing sound patterns exists nowhere in your mind. Your people clap their hands sometimes, usually as part of emphasis during communication, or to brush off dirt and moisture. The clapping makes a sharp, percussive sound, but it doesn't occur to anyone to clap in rhythm or to clap together in synchronized patterns. Each clap is an independent action, related to an immediate physical need or communicative purpose. Children in your group play extensively and their play is noisy. They chase each other, shrieking with excitement. They splash in water, creating wild, irregular sounds. They bang stones together while mimicking the tool-making they've watched adults perform. All of this generates sound, but none of it generates music. The children don't invent clapping games or chanting songs because these ideas belong to a future that hasn't arrived yet. Sometimes your group works together on large tasks, dragging a fallen tree, moving heavy stones, processing a large animal after a successful hunt. These collaborative efforts involve considerable noise, grunting, breathing hard, and the sounds of strain and effort. But everyone works at their own pace, breathing and grunting according to their individual rhythm. There's no heave-ho coordination, no work songs to synchronize effort. It simply doesn't occur to anyone that matching rhythms might make the work easier. The world you inhabit is extraordinarily quiet compared to the future. There are no motors, no engines, and no electrical hums. Human settlements are tiny and widely scattered. On many days, the only sounds you hear are natural ones: weather, water, animals, and the immediate noises of your small group. In this landscape of ambient sound, the silence of intentional music is so complete that you don't notice it as silence. It's just the normal state of existence. You're standing near that same stream several years later, and something has changed. Not in the landscape. The water still runs over the same rocks, and the grasses still rustle in the wind. What's changed is that you've begun to notice sound as a tool. It started with something embarrassingly simple: scaring animals. Your group discovered that certain sounds make certain creatures run away. Shouting works well, but some animals are becoming accustomed to human voices. They've learned that voices don't always mean danger, but unfamiliar sounds, sharp cracks, loud crashes, strange rhythmic noises, still provoke reliable fear responses. So now when your group wants to drive game animals toward a particular location, someone stays behind making noise. Not just any noise, though. Through trial and error, you've learned that sustained, repeated sounds work better than random ones. A person rhythmically striking a stick against a hollow log creates a sound that travels far and keeps animals moving in the desired direction. It's the beginning of intentional rhythm, though you're using it the way you might use a sharp stick, as a tool, not as art. The hollow log makes a particularly resonant sound, you've noticed. Strike it at one end and the sound is deep and carrying. Strike it near the middle and the pitch rises slightly. None of this seems particularly significant yet. You're not exploring these variations for their own sake. You're just noting them the way you'd note that certain stones are better for cutting than others. Your people have also discovered that sound can be used for warning. When someone spots potential danger, a large predator, an approaching storm, or members of an unfamiliar group, they need to alert others quickly without shouting specific words that might not carry. So a system has emerged. Certain sounds mean certain things. A sharp whistle, repeated 3 times, means danger. 2 low calls mean gather here. None of this is taught formally. It spreads through imitation and proves useful, so it persists. There's a woman in your group who has an unusually carrying voice. When she calls out, the sound travels much farther than anyone else's calls. She's become the de facto long-distance communicator, and she's started experimenting with different sounds to see which ones travel best. Long, sustained tones work better than short ones. Lower pitches cut through wind more effectively than high ones. She's not thinking about music, she's solving communication problems, but she's doing acoustic experimentation nonetheless. Children have picked up on some of this and turned it into a game. They hide from each other in the brush and use different calls to signal their locations. It's not exactly music, but it's playing with sound patterns, and occasionally the calls overlap in ways that create something almost like harmony. When 2 children call simultaneously from different locations, their voices blend into a new sound that's richer than either voice alone. Nobody remarks on this. It's just something that happens during play. Your people have always used vocal sounds to comfort babies and small children. A crying infant will sometimes calm when an adult makes gentle, sustained sounds near them. These sounds don't have words. They're just soft vocalizations, often with a rising and falling pitch that seems to soothe. You might call it proto-singing, except nobody thinks of it that way. It's just a technique that works, like rocking a baby or patting their back. Work has become slightly more coordinated, though not intentionally. When several people are scraping hides together, sitting in a group, their scraping sounds start to align. Not perfectly, and not through conscious effort. It just happens that when you hear someone else's rhythm, your own movements tend to adjust slightly to match. It's a quirk of human neurology that won't be understood for thousands of years, but it's there, quietly operating, making people who work together gradually synchronize their movements. The resonant hollow log has become a semi-permanent fixture near your group's favoured camping area. Originally used for driving games, people now strike it occasionally for other reasons. Someone walking past might hit it once or twice just to hear the sound. Children bang on it frequently during play. An argument between two adults ends when one of them walks over and strikes the log several times, using the action and sound as a way to end the discussion emphatically. The log is becoming something more than a hunting tool, though nobody has words yet for what that something is. You've noticed that certain activities naturally generate rhythmic sounds. Grinding grain between stones creates a steady back and forth rhythm. Walking on a path worn smooth produces a regular pattern of footfalls. Repeated striking during stone tool manufacture creates a rhythm of impacts. These rhythms are byproducts, side effects of practical actions, but they're everywhere. Your daily life is filled with accidental percussion. At night, lying awake while others sleep, you sometimes find yourself listening to the breathing of your companions. In sleep, breathing follows regular patterns, and with many people sleeping near each other, their breath rhythms create overlapping cycles. Sometimes by pure chance, several people exhale simultaneously, creating a combined sound that's different from any individual breath. Then the patterns shift, and the alignment disappears. Sound is becoming something you notice more deliberately. You still don't think of it as something you might create for its own sake, but you're aware of it as a tool, a signal, a byproduct of life that sometimes holds interest. You're not yet making music, but you're standing much closer to it than you were a few years ago. You're sitting by yourself in late afternoon light, waiting for the hunting party to return, and you're bored. Your hands need something to do, so you pick up a stick and start tapping it against the stone you're sitting on. Tap, tap, tap. The regular rhythm is mindless, automatic. Something to occupy your hands while your mind wanders. Then you miss. The stick glances off the edge of the stone and hits a different stone lying beside it. The sound is different, sharper, higher. Without thinking, you repeat the pattern. 2 taps on the large stone, 1 tap on the smaller one. Large, large, small. Large, large, small. The pattern pleases you in a way you can't quite articulate. It's not useful. It doesn't communicate information. It just feels right, so you keep doing it. A child approaches, curious about what you're doing. She picks up another stick and starts hitting stones randomly. The sounds are chaotic, clashing with your pattern. You're about to tell her to stop when she accidentally falls into rhythm with you. For a few moments, her random strikes happen to align with your pattern, and the combined sound is unexpectedly satisfying. Then she gets distracted and wanders off. But something has lodged in your mind. The memory of 2 sound patterns fitting together. Over the following days, you find yourself returning to this pointless activity. Sitting by the fire at night, you tap out patterns on whatever's nearby. Logs, stones, your own knee. Other people notice but don't comment much. It's odd behaviour, but harmless. You're known for various peculiarities anyway. This is just another one. The patterns you make are becoming more complex. You discover that silence matters as much as sound. A gap between strikes creates anticipation. A long pattern of repeated sounds becomes boring, but breaking the repetition with a different sound or a pause brings it back to life. You're learning the grammar of rhythm through pure experimentation, with no teacher and no tradition to guide you. Another person in your group, a man who crafts stone tools with unusual precision, becomes interested in what you're doing. He doesn't join you, but he watches. One evening, while you're tapping your patterns, he starts scraping a bone with a stone blade in rhythm with your tapping. He's not trying to make music, he's just working, and his work happens to align with your rhythm. But the combination of tapping and scraping creates something neither sound alone could create. Texture, layering, and depth. You try something new, varying the force of your strikes. Hit hard, hit soft, hit medium. The same rhythm with different dynamics creates different feelings. A soft, slow rhythm feels calming. A loud, fast rhythm generates energy and excitement. You're not thinking about these effects analytically. You're just noticing them the way you might notice that some foods taste better than others. Children, always quick to imitate new behaviours, start making rhythmic sounds more frequently. During play, they clap in patterns, stamp their feet in repeated sequences, and bang sticks against trees. It's still play, not performance, but the play is starting to have structure. An adult tells two boys to stop making so much noise, and they comply, but they return to their rhythmic games the next day. The impulse, once awakened, doesn't easily go back to sleep. There's an old woman in your group who can no longer walk easily, but still contributes in various ways. She's taken to sitting near the fire and creating rhythmic sounds using whatever's at hand, sticks, stones, or bone fragments. When she does this, babies and small children often become calm, distracted from their crying or fussing by the sounds she makes. The adults have noticed this effect and now sometimes bring upset children to sit near her while she makes her patterns. She's become an accidental music therapist. Though that term won't exist for roughly 40,000 years, you've discovered that certain objects make better sounds than others. Hollow things produce deeper, more resonant tones. Dense, hard materials create sharper, clearer sounds. Some items ring when struck, their sound sustained and gradually fading, while others produce brief, dead thuds. You're not collecting these objects methodically, but you're starting to prefer certain ones, keeping them nearby because they produce sounds you enjoy. One evening, during an informal gathering around the fire, several people happened to be making rhythmic sounds simultaneously. You're tapping your pattern, the old woman is creating a steady beat, someone is cracking nuts with stones in rhythm, and a few children are clapping. Nobody planned this coordination, but for perhaps 30 seconds, all these separate rhythms align into a complex layered sound that makes everyone stop and listen. Then someone's rhythm speeds up, the alignment falls apart, and normal chaos returns. But you remember that moment, that brief, accidental harmony, the feeling of separate sounds fitting together into something larger than any single sound could be. You're holding a hollow bird bone, examining it for practical uses. It's light and strong. It might work as a needle or a small tool handle. But there's a crack running along one side, making it unsuitable for those purposes. You're about to toss it aside when you notice the crack creates a hole. On a whim, you blow across the opening. The sound that emerges freezes you in place. It's a tone unlike anything you've heard from a human mouth. Pure, sustained, unwavering. Not a voice, but not exactly not a voice either. You blow again, adjusting the angle and force of your breath, and the sound changes pitch. Softer blowing produces a lower tone. Harder blowing jumps to a higher one. You sit down, ignoring everything else, and spend the rest of the afternoon exploring this strange object. By evening, you've learned to produce several different tones by partially covering the crack with your finger and varying your breath. The sounds carry remarkably well. When you blow the bone while standing on a slight rise, people at a considerable distance turn to look, startled by the unusual sound. You've created the first wind instrument, though you don't have a name for what it is. The bone flute, though you don't call it that, becomes an object of fascination for your group. Everyone wants to try it. Most people can produce some kind of sound from it, though few can control it as well as you do. The children, predictably, blow into it with maximum force, producing shrill, almost painful sounds that make adults cover their ears and laugh. The toolmaker examines it carefully, studying the crack and the way air moves through it. He asks to borrow it overnight. When he returns it the next morning, he's made changes. He's carefully widened the crack into a deliberate opening and added 2 more small holes along the bone's length. Now, by covering different combinations of holes, you can produce many more tones. Some are low and haunting. Others are bright and sharp. You spend the entire day exploring these new possibilities, barely stopping to eat. The tones you can produce have an interesting effect on people. When you blow long, low notes, those nearby seem to become quieter and more contemplative. When you play rapid sequences of high notes, people become more alert and energized. It's as if the sounds affect mood directly, bypassing language and meaning to act on some deeper level of consciousness. Another member of your group makes a discovery with a different material: animal gut. Stretched and dried, gut becomes string, useful for binding things together. But when you attach a dried piece of gut between 2 points with tension and then pluck it, the string vibrates and produces a surprisingly resonant tone. The pitch depends on how tightly the string is stretched. Tight string, high pitch; loose string, low pitch. This is harder to control than the bone flute, but it produces a different quality of sound, something between plucking and humming, with a richness that seems to fill space. You experiment with stringing gut across a curved piece of wood, creating tension by bending the wood. Now you have something like a primitive hunting bow, except instead of shooting arrows, you pluck the string to make sounds. You're inventing the musical bow, though the true hunting bow already exists and nobody thinks of this version as particularly innovative. A child watching you play the string sound maker — you really need better names for these things — asks if you can make the sounds go up and down like when people talk. You try it, plucking the string while pressing it against the wood at different points to change the pitch. Yes, you can. The sounds do seem to rise and fall in patterns that vaguely resemble speech melody, though they're clearer and more controlled than any voice. The hollow log your people have been using for years gets a significant upgrade. Someone notices that hitting it in different places produces different pitches, so they start carving it deliberately, making some areas thinner to produce higher tones, and leaving other areas thick for deeper sounds. What was a simple noisemaker becomes a tuned percussion instrument. Though it takes weeks of patient carving and testing to get the tones to work well together, you now have 3 distinct ways of making deliberate controlled sounds: blowing through bones, plucking gut strings, and striking carved wood. None of these sounds exactly like a human voice, which makes them both strange and compelling. They're sounds from the human world, but not quite human sounds. On an evening when the weather is mild and the work is done, several people bring out these new sound makers simultaneously. Someone plays the bone flute with its multiple tone holes. Another person plucks the gut string. You strike the carved log in varying rhythms. The sounds weave together in ways none of you planned, creating moments of surprising harmony and moments of jarring discord. You're not quite making music yet, you're still just making interesting sounds. But the distance between what you're doing and what will someday be called music is growing smaller. You're sitting with a group of children and young adults, teaching them the names of plants, when someone asks you to tell the story of the winter 6 years ago when the river froze solid. You've told this story before, but tonight you try something different. As you speak, you pick up the bone flute and play a low, sustained tone during the description of the cold. The sound seems to make the cold more present, more real. The listeners lean in, more focused than usual. When you reach the part where people discovered the ice was thick enough to walk on, you play a series of quick, light notes that somehow sound like footsteps, like careful testing. Nobody has told you that sounds can represent actions this way. You're discovering it as you do it. The young people are utterly silent, absorbed in the story in a way they usually aren't. At the climax, when someone fell through thinner ice but was rescued, you drop the flute and strike the carved log 3 times, sharp and loud. The sudden percussion makes everyone jump slightly, their bodies responding to the sound before their minds fully process it. Then you return to the flute for the resolution, playing softer, slower notes as the injured person recovers. When the story ends, there's a long silence. Finally, one of the older children says, "Tell another one," with the sounds. You've stumbled onto something important. Sound makes memory more vivid and more lasting. Stories told with accompanying sounds lodge deeper in the mind. Over the following weeks, you start adding sounds to all the traditional stories, tales of ancestors, accounts of important events, and lessons about the natural world. Each story develops its own sound patterns, and soon people begin to associate certain musical phrases with certain narratives. The bone flute's lowest tone becomes the sound for danger and winter. Its highest, brightest tone means safety and summer. The carved log's deepest note marks the beginning and ending of important stories. The gut string's vibrating tone accompanies descriptions of the spirit world, the realm of dreams and visions that exists alongside the everyday world. Other storytellers in your group adopt these techniques. Soon, Almost no one tells important stories without sound accompaniment. The sounds aren't decoration. They're becoming part of how memory works. Children who hear stories with sounds can recall details more accurately than children who hear words alone. The group's collective memory is being encoded not just in language, but in sound patterns. You discover that certain sound sequences naturally fall into repeating patterns that make them easier to remember. A phrase of 4 beats followed by another phrase of 4 beats creates a structure that the mind grasps easily. Irregular patterns are harder to remember and harder to teach. Through trial and error, you're discovering the cognitive psychology of music, learning that human brains prefer certain structural patterns over others. The old woman who makes rhythmic sounds has become a keeper of knowledge. She maintains a consistent beat while stories are told, her rhythm acting as a kind of temporal framework that holds the narrative together. Young people learning important information sit beside her, the rhythm helping to structure their memory of what they're learning. Someone makes a crucial innovation, using sound patterns to mark time. A certain sequence of notes means morning, a different sequence means evening. Specific rhythms mark seasonal changes. The group is creating a sonic calendar, a way of organising time through repeating musical phrases. When you hear the spring melody, you know certain plants will soon be ready to harvest. The autumn rhythm signals time to prepare for winter. The boundary between story and sound, between speaking and making music, is becoming increasingly blurred. Stories are delivered in a kind of heightened speech that has regular rhythm and pitch patterns. It's not quite singing. You're still primarily conveying information through words, but it's not ordinary speech either. You're chanting, though you don't have that word yet. Memory becomes a kind of performance. The best storytellers are those who can most effectively blend words, sounds, and rhythms. They're not just recounting events, they're recreating them through a combination of language and organised sound. The community's history, its knowledge base, and its cultural identity are all being encoded in these memory performances. You realise one night, listening to a skilled storyteller accompanied by the bone flute and carved log, that you're experiencing something fundamentally new. This isn't just communication or entertainment. It's the creation of shared meaning through structured sound. It's the beginning of what will someday be called art. Though right now it's simply the best way your people have found to remember what matters. The hunting party returns in the late afternoon with news of a remarkably successful hunt. Tonight there will be abundant food, a reason for celebration. As people gather and the light begins to fade, someone starts tapping a rhythm on the carved log. Then someone else joins in, clapping in time. Within moments, dozens of people are making rhythmic sounds together. Clapping, stomping, striking objects and clicking tongues. This has happened before, but tonight something different occurs. Someone begins making sustained vocal sounds, not words but pure tones that ride above the rhythm. Another voice joins, matching the tone, and suddenly there are 2 people making the same sound simultaneously. The combined voices are louder than either alone, but there's something else too. A richness, a depth that a single voice doesn't have. You're not one of the initial singers, but the sound pulls something from you. You add your voice to theirs, matching their tone as closely as you can. The 3-voice sound is even richer. A 4th person joins, then a 5th. Now there's a massive sound, a vocal texture that seems to vibrate in your chest, in your bones. It feels less like making a sound and more like being inside one. The tone shifts. Someone has changed pitch, sliding to a higher note, and the group follows. Not everyone reaches the new pitch at the same moment, creating a brief swirl of tones before everyone locks in again. The effect is thrilling, almost dizzying. You're discovering harmony accidentally through the simple act of many voices seeking the same pitch. Someone breaks away from the main tone, finding a pitch that's different but somehow compatible. It's not the same note, but it fits with it, creating a relationship between the 2 tones that feels stable and resolved. Others experiment with this, and soon there are multiple tones sounding simultaneously, all related to each other in ways nobody fully understands but everyone can feel. The rhythm continues underneath all of this, steady and insistent. Your body moves with it automatically, swaying, shifting weight, tapping one foot. Everyone around you is moving too. Dozens of bodies responding to the same pulse. You're not dancing, not exactly, but you're not still either. The sound is making you move. This continues for a remarkably long time, maybe a full hour, though you have no way to measure it precisely. The sound evolves constantly. Sometimes it grows quieter, more subdued. Then someone increases volume and everyone follows, the sound swelling to something almost overwhelming. Pitches shift gradually upward, creating rising tension, then drop suddenly, releasing it. When it finally ends, and it's not clear who decides this, it just seems to happen collectively, there's a profound silence. People look at each other with expressions that mix exhaustion and exhilaration. Something significant has occurred, though nobody has words for exactly what. Over the following days, people talk about that evening. There's a sense that the group experienced something together, that boundaries between individuals temporarily dissolved into shared sound. The event wasn't useful in any practical sense. It didn't help anyone survive or solve any problems, but it mattered nonetheless in a way that matters beyond utility. Your people begin to create opportunities for this kind of shared music making. Not constantly. It takes considerable energy and seems to require certain circumstances and certain moods. But regularly, perhaps once every few weeks, the group gathers and creates these episodes of collective sound. Each one is different, developing its own character and its own arc of tension and release. The bone flute and other instruments are incorporated into these group sessions. The flute adds high, clear lines above the mass of voices. The gut strings provide a different texture, something between singing and rhythm. The percussion instruments anchor everything with steady pulses. You're discovering something profound about human nature. People want to make sounds together, not just communicate, not just coordinate, but blend their voices into something larger than any individual could create alone. This impulse seems to be as fundamental as the desire for food, shelter, or companionship. It's been waiting in human nature all along, needing only the right circumstances to emerge. Children who grow up participating in these group music-making sessions develop a different relationship to sound than their parents had. For them, organised sound isn't a strange new behaviour. It's normal, expected, and a regular part of life. They invent new ways of singing together, new patterns and structures. They're growing up musical in a way that previous generations weren't. The group singing creates social bonds that language alone doesn't quite achieve. When you've stood in a circle of people, all making the same sounds together, those people feel closer afterward. Arguments that seemed important before a music session often seem less significant after. The shared sound creates a kind of unity that reduces conflict. You're witnessing the birth of music's social function, discovering that it's not just about making interesting sounds or preserving memory. It's also about creating connection, building community and giving a group of individuals a way to temporarily become a single organism with many voices. You're older now, with grey in your hair and grandchildren you help care for. Music, that word doesn't exist yet, but the thing itself does, has become an established part of life for your people. Children grow up learning songs, stories are preserved in chants, and group gatherings include collective singing. It seems permanent, inevitable, but you're about to learn how fragile it all is. The trouble starts with weather. 3 consecutive years bring insufficient rain. The plants your people depend on produce less food. Animals become scarce, moving to areas with better resources. Your group, which has remained in this general region for generations, faces a decision. Move to new territory or endure serious hardship. They decide to move, breaking into smaller bands that might survive more easily. Your group of 30 becomes 3 groups of 10. The bone flutes, the carved drums, the gut strings. These things are useful, but they're not essential. When people must carry only what they absolutely need, musical instruments don't make the cut. Most are left behind. In your smaller group, struggling to find adequate food in unfamiliar territory, music making becomes rare. There's no energy for group singing. Stories are told quickly, without elaboration or musical accompaniment, because everyone is exhausted. The complex chants that preserve important knowledge begin to simplify, losing their melodic elements, reverting to plain speech. Children in these hardship years don't learn the songs you learned. They know the stories, but only as spoken words, not as musical narratives. They can make rhythmic sounds when needed, but the elaborate patterns developed over years are forgotten. Within a single generation, much of what your people created musically simply vanishes. Your group reconnects with one of the other bands after 2 years. They've been through similar hardships and similar losses. When someone suggests making music together as you once did, the attempt is awkward. People have forgotten how certain songs go. Nobody can quite recreate the harmonies that once seemed so natural. The carved log one group maintained produces sounds, but nobody remembers how to play it skillfully. It's heartbreaking in a way. You remember the feeling of standing in a circle of voices, creating sound together. Your grandchildren will never have that experience, and it's not because of any catastrophe or enemy. It's simply because music, it turns out, requires not just invention but transmission, not just creation but preservation, and neither of those things is guaranteed. Other aspects of your culture prove more durable. Stone tool technology persists because it's essential, and because the tools themselves serve as teaching models. Hunting techniques survive because they are matters of life and death. Language continues because humans can't not speak. But music is different. It's valuable, but not vital, meaningful, but not mandatory, and so it nearly dies. You try to teach the old songs to children, but without group reinforcement, without regular practice, the teaching doesn't stick. The children learn fragments, corrupted versions, and simplified tunes that bear little resemblance to the originals. It's like watching something dissolve, watching complexity reduced to simplicity, watching art die of neglect. Then something unexpected happens. A period of abundance returns, rains come reliably, food becomes plentiful, your people stop moving constantly, establishing a more permanent settlement. And in the breathing room this creates, music begins to return. It doesn't return all at once or in its original form. A young woman who vaguely remembers hearing groups singing as a small child tries to recreate it with her friends. What they produce is simpler than what was lost, but it's something. A man finds a hollow bone and, half remembering, blows across it to make tones. The sounds aren't as refined as your old bone flute produced, but they're deliberate, intentional and musical. You realise, watching this resurrection, that music wants to exist. Given any opportunity, any stability, any moment when survival isn't consuming all attention, humans will make music. The urge is too strong, too deeply embedded in human nature to be permanently suppressed. But you also understand now how easily it can be interrupted, how close it came to never taking hold at all. If the hardship had lasted longer, if your people had remained scattered and struggling for another generation, music might have disappeared entirely from this population. And since it wasn't inevitable, since it emerged from particular circumstances and particular innovations, its disappearance wouldn't guarantee its reinvention. You came terrifyingly close to losing it forever. The music that re-emerges isn't the same as what was lost. It's simpler in some ways, but it's also changed, incorporating new ideas and patterns. Music doesn't just preserve, it evolves, and each generation adds or removes elements. What you're witnessing is not just the fragility of tradition, but also its flexibility, its capacity for transformation. In your final years, sitting by the fire and watching young people make music that sounds both familiar and strange to your ears, you understand what you've been part of. You've witnessed the birth of something extraordinary, seen it nearly die, and watched it resurrect in altered form. You've learned that music is both inevitable and improbable, both fundamental to human nature and dependent on circumstances that easily might not have occurred. You're very old now, wrapped in furs against the cold, watching your great-grandchildren play. They're making music. There's no other word for it anymore, even though your language still doesn't have that word. They're singing a song that incorporates words, sustained tones, rhythm, and even movement. It's a game about hunting, but it's also unmistakably art. The transformation from those first accidental rhythms to this deliberate structured musical play has taken most of your lifetime. You've seen music develop from random sound making to purposeful creation, from individual exploration to community practice, and from simple patterns to complex compositions. The music these children make is different from what you once knew. They've developed harmonies you never imagined and rhythm patterns more intricate than anything from your youth. They've invented new instruments, including a remarkable object made by stretching animal hide over a hollow log. When you strike the hide, it produces a deep, resonant boom that carries for astonishing distances. Music has become specialised in ways you didn't anticipate. Certain people have emerged as particularly skilled musicians, and they spend considerable time practicing, developing abilities beyond what most people achieve. There's a young man who can make the bone flute produce sequences of notes so rapid they seem to blur together, creating melodies that cascade like water over rocks. The stories your people tell are now inseparable from music. Nobody would consider telling an important story without musical accompaniment. The music doesn't just enhance the story, it is part of the story, carrying meaning that words alone can't convey. The melody associated with the winter survival story you once told contains the cold, the danger, and the relief within its tones. Music has developed functions you never imagined. There are now songs for almost every activity. Songs for grinding grain that seem to make the tedious work pass more quickly. Songs for walking long distances that help coordinate the group's pace. And songs for soothing babies that work far better than any non-musical approach. There are even songs people sing alone, to themselves, for reasons that seem to be purely about the experience of making sounds. The most profound development is harder to describe. Music has become a way of thinking, not just a way of making sounds. People hum when they're working alone, not to accomplish anything but just because humming while thinking seems natural now. The rhythms of music have infiltrated speech patterns, making language itself more musical. The way people move has changed too. There's more rhythm in gesture and more consciousness of timing and pattern in physical action. You've noticed that people who grow up with music think differently about time and memory. They're better at remembering sequences, more aware of patterns, and more comfortable with abstraction. Music has changed human cognition in subtle but significant ways. The group's cultural identity has become partly musical. The songs unique to your people, the melodies, rhythms, and harmonies developed over years, are something that defines the group as much as language or appearance or territory. When you encounter people from another group, you can tell immediately that their music is different, that they have their own musical traditions that mark them as distinct. What strikes you most in these final years is how close all of this came to never happening. Music wasn't waiting in the future, inevitable and determined. It emerged from a series of accidents, innovations, and decisions that easily might have gone differently. The hollow bone with a crack might never have been blown across. The gut string might never have been plucked experimentally. The hardship years might have lasted longer, erasing everything before it could take root. And yet here it is. Music, art, the creation of beauty through organised sound. It exists now, woven into human life so thoroughly that future generations will assume it was always there, that it's an inherent part of being human. But you know better. You remember the silence. On quiet evenings, listening to the complex songs being performed by the fire, you sometimes think about all the potential music that never got made because it was too fragile, too dependent on circumstances, or too easily lost. You think about the alternate version of history where humans never quite stumbled onto music, where life remained functional but aesthetically barren. But that's not the history that happened. This is a history of how humans discovered that sound could be shaped, that voices could blend, that rhythm could organise time, and that melody could carry meaning beyond words. A history where music, against all the odds and fragilities, took hold in human consciousness and wouldn't let go. Your great-grandchildren are singing now, their voices rising into the darkening sky. The song they're creating will last maybe 5 minutes, and then it will be gone, surviving only in memory until someone performs it again. But even in its impermanence, even in its fragility, it exists. Music exists. That, you think as you listen, is the miracle. Not that music is eternal or perfect or protected, but simply that it exists at all, that it emerged from silence and survived long enough to become part of what it means to be human. The song continues, the fire burns, the night deepens around you, and the sounds, those carefully organised, intentionally created, thoroughly human sounds, carry on into the darkness, already becoming memory, already preparing to be reborn in tomorrow's voices. "20,000 years ago, during the height of the last ice age, vast grasslands stretched across continents where forests and cities would later rise. These were the mammoth steppes, cold and windswept plains where survival meant understanding every plant, every stone, and every shift in the weather. Today, you will spend one full day living as your ancestors did, moving through the rhythms of Ice Age life from dawn until the stars appear. You wake before sunrise in a world wrapped in blue twilight. The air inside the shelter tastes sharp and clean, carrying the faint scent of smoke from last night's fire. Your breath forms small clouds that drift upward toward the curved ceiling of mammoth hide stretched over a framework of bones and branches. The ground beneath you feels firm, layered with dried grasses and the soft pelts you've carefully arranged for warmth. Outside, the wind moves across the steppe with a sound like distant conversation. You lie still for a moment, listening to the particular quality of that wind. It comes from the north today, steady rather than gusting, which means the weather will hold. This matters more than almost anything else in your world. The hide door covering the entrance glows faintly as dawn approaches. You can see the dark shapes of other shelters nearby, round structures that look like small hills against the pale grass. Smoke rises from one of them, a thin grey line that tells you someone else has already revived their fire. The sight brings a small measure of comfort. You are not alone on this vast plain. You push aside your sleeping furs and sit up slowly. Your body knows the cold, expects it, and has learned to move in ways that preserve warmth. The deerskin tunic you wore to sleep is already layered over your caribou hide leggings. Everything you own serves multiple purposes. Nothing is wasted in this place. The fire pit at the centre of the shelter holds only grey ash and a few dark fragments of charred wood. You spent the last of yesterday's fuel keeping warm through the night. This means your first task is already decided for you. The day begins with fire, as most days do. You gather a small bundle of dried grass from the supply you keep near the entrance. The grass crackles softly in your hands, releasing a dusty smell that reminds you of a late summer. You arrange it carefully in the fire pit, building a small nest with a hollow centre. Beside this you place thin twigs of willow, each no thicker than a finger, crossed at angles that allow air to flow beneath them. From a leather pouch hanging on the wall you take 2 stones. One is a piece of flint, grey and glassy, with edges you've shaped yourself. The other is a chunk of iron pyrite, heavy and golden brown. These stones have created fire for you hundreds of times. You know exactly how to hold them, where to strike, and what angle produces the best spark. You position the flint above the grass nest and strike it sharply with the pyrite. The first strike produces nothing. The second sends a small orange spark into the air, bright but too brief to catch. The third strike is different. The spark lands directly in the centre of the grass nest and begins to glow. You lean close, so close your face feels the tiny warmth, and breathe gently onto the ember. The grass catches with a whisper of flame. Yellow light fills the shelter, dancing across the curved walls. You feed the infant fire with more grass, then add the thin willow twigs one at a time. The flames grow taller, stronger, beginning to crackle with real authority. You feel your shoulders relax slightly. Fire means warmth, safety, the ability to cook food and keep predators at a distance. Fire is the difference between surviving and merely enduring. As the fire establishes itself, you add thicker branches, pieces of dry pine and birch you gathered days ago and stored in a pile near the wall. The pine releases a sweet resinous smell as it burns. The birch bark catches quickly, curling and blackening, adding its own sharp scent to the warming air. You arrange the larger pieces carefully, creating spaces for air to flow, ensuring the fire will burn steadily while you prepare for the day ahead. Light now fills the shelter completely. You can see every detail of your small home. The walls are made from mammoth hide, thick and waterproof, sewn together with sinew thread. The framework beneath consists of mammoth ribs and leg bones, collected from carcasses found on the steppe, arranged to create a dome shape that sheds wind and rain. At the highest point, a small opening allows smoke to escape. The floor is packed earth, covered with layers of dried grass and animal hides that provide insulation from the frozen ground below. Along the walls, you've arranged your possessions with care. Baskets woven from willow bark hold dried berries, roots, and strips of preserved meat. Stone tools hang from bone pegs, each one shaped for specific tasks. Leather bags contain materials for making thread, sewing needles carved from bone, and scraps of hide waiting to be worked. A row of clay pots, each formed by hand and fired in coals, holds water, fat, and precious ochre pigment. Everything has its place. Organisation is another form of survival. You stand and move to the entrance, pushing aside the heavy hide door. Cold air rushes in, fresh and bracing, carrying the smells of grass and distance. The sun is rising now, turning the eastern sky from grey to pale gold. The steppe stretches away in every direction, rolling grassland that seems to have no end. In the distance, you can see a small herd of horses moving slowly across the plain, dark shapes against the dawn light. Farther still, barely visible, a group of mammoths feeds on the tough grass, their curved tusks catching the early sun. This is your world. Vast, cold, beautiful in its own harsh way. The Ice Age steppe provides everything you need to live, but it requires constant attention, constant work and respect for the power of nature in its most raw form. Today, like every day, you will gather what the land offers, craft what you need, and maintain the knowledge that keeps you alive. The wind touches your face, cold, but not bitter. The sky holds no threat of storms. It is a good day to work, to move across the land, to collect the materials that make survival possible. You turn back to the shelter, add 2 more branches to the fire, and prepare yourself for the tasks ahead. The sun climbs higher as you set out from the shelter, walking east across the steppe with a large basket woven from grass and willow bark. The basket hangs from a leather strap across your shoulder, bumping gently against your hip with each step. In your other hand, you carry a digging stick, a sturdy length of hardwood sharpened to a point and fire-hardened at the tip. This simple tool will help you unearth roots and pry stones from the soil. The grass underfoot is coarse and silvery, adapted to cold and drought. It grows in dense tufts separated by patches of bare earth. As you walk, small birds rise from the grass ahead of you, tiny brown shapes that dart away with sharp, chirping calls. The sound is cheerful, a reminder that life thrives here despite the cold. Your first goal is a grove of willow trees that grows along a small stream about 2,000 paces from your shelter. The willows are precious, providing flexible branches for weaving, inner bark for cordage, and twigs that burn hot and clean. You've visited this grove many times, always taking only what you need, never stripping a single tree completely. The willows grow back quickly if treated with respect. As you walk, you scan the ground for useful stones. The steppe is littered with rocks of all sizes, carried here by ancient glaciers and deposited across the grassland. Most are ordinary granite or basalt, but occasionally you find flint, chert, or the golden brown pyrite that makes fire. Every stone has potential uses. Some can be shaped into cutting tools. Others work well as hammerstones or grinding surfaces. The largest can be arranged to create hearths or support structures. You spot a piece of flint half buried in the soil. It's roughly the size of your palm, grey, with bands of lighter colour running through it. You kneel and work it free with your digging stick, brushing away the dirt to examine it more closely. The flint has good texture, fine-grained and glassy. It will flake cleanly when struck. You place it carefully in your basket. 100 paces farther, you find a fist-sized chunk of quartzite, hard and pink-tinted. This stone is too tough to shape into cutting tools, but it makes an excellent hammerstone for knapping flint. You add it to your collection. The stream appears ahead, a bright line of water cutting through the grass. Willows grow along both banks, their narrow leaves rustling in the breeze. The trees are still small, none taller than twice your height, but their branches are numerous and flexible. You approach the nearest tree and select several young shoots growing from the base. These shoots are about as thick as your thumb and perfectly straight. You take out a flint blade and cut them close to the ground, making clean cuts that won't damage the tree. The willow branches smell green and alive, even in this cold climate. You trim away the small side twigs and add the cleaned branches to your basket. These will be soaked in water to make them even more pliable, then woven into new baskets or used to repair the framework of your shelter. Near the water's edge, you notice a stand of cattails growing in the shallow margin of the stream. The cattails are in seed now, their brown cylindrical heads full of fluffy material that can be used for tinder, stuffed into clothing for insulation, or woven into mats. You wade into the cold water, feeling it seep through your hide boots, and gather several cattail heads. The fluff inside is dry despite the plant's wet location. You wrap the heads in a piece of leather to keep them safe. The stream itself provides another resource. Along its banks you find smooth stones worn round by water. These water-polished rocks are useful for grinding pigments, processing hides, and smoothing wooden tool handles. You select 3 stones of different sizes, each fitting comfortably in your hand, and add them to your growing collection. As you work, a family of ground squirrels watches from the far bank. They sit upright on their haunches, whiskers twitching, clearly curious about your activities. One of them makes a high-pitched chirping sound, possibly a warning to the others. You smile at their caution. These small creatures are also gathering food, storing seeds and roots in underground burrows to survive the winter ahead. In a way, you're doing the same thing, though your methods are more complex. You follow the stream northward, looking for a specific plant you know grows in this area. After searching for perhaps 500 paces, you find what you're seeking. A patch of wild onions grows near a bend in the water, their tubular leaves rising from the soil. You kneel and use your digging stick to carefully extract several bulbs. The onions are small, each no larger than a walnut, but they are pungent and flavourful. They will add taste to tonight's meal and provide nutrients your body needs. The soil here is darker and richer than the dry ground of the open steppe. You dig deeper, searching for other edible roots. Your stick strikes something firm. You work carefully around it and unearth a burdock root, long and pale brown. The root is the length of your forearm and as thick as 2 fingers. Burdock can be roasted in coals or boiled in water. It has a slightly sweet taste and fills the belly. You brush the soil from the root and add it to your basket. The sun is higher now, warm on your face despite the cool air. You estimate the morning is half over. Your basket is beginning to feel heavy, which means you've gathered well. But there is one more thing you want to find before returning to the shelter. You leave the stream and walk toward a rocky outcrop visible in the distance. This outcrop rises from the steppe like a small island of stone, its weathered surface covered with lichen. You know from experience that certain kinds of flint can be found near such rock formations, exposed by erosion and easy to spot against the pale lichen. The walk takes longer than expected. The outcrop is farther than it appeared. This is the way of the steppe, where distances are hard to judge on the flat land. But the walking is pleasant, and you enjoy the rhythm of your footsteps, the whisper of grass, the vast openness of the sky overhead. When you finally reach the outcrop, you begin searching the base of the rocks. Lichen crunches under your feet, releasing a dry, powdery smell. You move slowly, examining every shadow, every crevice. Then you see it. A nodule of black flint, roughly the size of a goose egg, lying against the base of a large boulder. The flint is nearly perfect, with no visible cracks or flaws. This is a prize worth carrying. You pick up the nodule carefully, feeling its weight, admiring its smooth surface. This piece of stone represents future tools. In your hands, with patience and skill, it will become scrapers, blades, points for spears. The transformation from raw stone to functional tool is a kind of magic you understand deeply. With this final find, your basket is full. The weight pulls pleasantly on your shoulder as you turn back toward home. The return journey feels shorter, perhaps because you walk with purpose, carrying the fruits of your morning's work. As you near your shelter, you see smoke rising from several fires. Other people are awake and active now, beginning their own daily tasks. A child runs between the shelters, laughing at some private game. The sound is bright and unexpected in this austere landscape. It reminds you that humans bring more than just survival to this place. They bring joy, creativity, and the determination to thrive even in difficult conditions. You duck through the entrance of your shelter, glad for the warmth inside. The fire has burned down to glowing coals. You add fresh wood, and the flames rise again, welcoming and familiar. You empty your basket carefully, arranging each item in its proper place. The stones go in one corner. The willow branches lean against the wall, the cattail heads rest in a dry basket. The roots and onions are placed near the food storage area. You stand back and survey your morning's work. These materials represent more than objects. They represent possibility, preparation, and the continuation of life on the step. Tomorrow, or the next day, you will transform these raw materials into things you need. But for now, it is enough to have gathered them, to know they are here, ready when you need them. The midday sun fills your shelter with light that angles through the smoke hole and glows orange through the mammoth hide walls. You settle yourself on a flat rock near the fire, arranging your stoneworking tools around you. The large nodule of black flint sits before you like a challenge and a promise. Toolmaking requires patience, focus, and an understanding of how stone breaks. You have spent years learning these skills, beginning as a child who watched the adults work, progressing through countless mistakes and small successes until the knowledge lived in your hands as much as your mind. Today, you will create several tools that your household needs. You begin by examining the flint nodule from every angle, turning it slowly in your hands, feeling its weight and balance. The surface is smooth, covered with a pale, chalky cortex that must be removed to reach the workable stone beneath. You look for the grain of the flint, the subtle ways that indicate how it will fracture when struck. This is not random. Stone has an internal structure, and working with that structure rather than against it is the key to successful knapping. You select your hammerstone, the piece of quartzite you found earlier. It fits your hand perfectly, heavy enough to deliver force but small enough to control precisely. You hold the flint firmly in your left hand, supporting it on your leather-covered thigh. The leather will protect your leg from sharp edges and flying flakes. The first strike is always important. You aim for a spot near the edge of the nodule and bring the hammerstone down with controlled force. The impact makes a sharp crack. A large flake splits away from the nodule, exposing the glossy black interior of the flint. The flake itself is useless, but it has opened up the stone, giving you access to the workable material inside. You continue striking, working your way around the nodule, removing the cortex in large rough flakes. Each strike requires judgment. Too hard and the stone might shatter, too soft and nothing happens. The right force, applied at the right angle, produces clean, predictable breaks. The rhythm develops naturally. Strike, turn the stone, strike again. Flakes pile up around your feet, sharp and glittering. After perhaps 20 strikes, you've reduced the nodule to a smaller core of pure black flint, roughly oval in shape. This core is your platform for creating usable tools. Now the real work begins. You set aside the heavy hammerstone and pick up a softer striker made from a piece of antler. Antler is gentler than quartzite, allowing for more controlled flaking. You will use this to remove thin, sharp flakes from the core, each one a potential cutting tool. You position the antler striker carefully and strike a blow near the edge of the core. A long curved flake peels away cleanly. The flake is about as long as your hand and sharp along both edges. You examine it closely. The edge is keen enough to slice hide or meat with minimal pressure. This flake will become a scraper for processing animal skins. You continue working the core, removing flakes of various sizes. Some are long and narrow, good for cutting. Others are broader and thicker, suitable for scraping or chopping. Each flake that comes away is examined and set aside for later use or discarded if it has flaws. The pile of potential tools grows steadily. The work is meditative. Your hands move with practiced certainty. Your mind enters a focused state where only the stone exists, its possibilities and limitations, the precise angle of each strike, the subtle feedback that tells you when the fracture is going well or poorly. Outside, the wind continues across the steppe. Inside, there is only the quiet percussion of stone against stone. After removing perhaps 15 usable flakes, you select one for further shaping. This flake is about the length of your palm, narrow and gently curved. It will become a knife blade, but first it needs refinement. The edges are sharp but irregular. You need to create a straight, consistent cutting edge. You switch to an even softer tool, a piece of hardwood carved into a point. This pressure flaker allows you to remove tiny flakes from the edge of the larger flake, shaping it precisely. You hold the blade to be in your left hand, wrapped in leather for protection, and press the wooden point against the edge. With controlled pressure and a slight twisting motion, a tiny flake pops off. The edge is now slightly straighter. You work your way along the edge, removing microscopic flakes, each one improving the line and sharpness. This process is called pressure flaking, and it transforms a rough piece of stone into a finished tool. The work is slow and exacting. Your eyes are drawn close to the stone, watching each tiny fracture. Your fingers feel the edge becoming keener, more refined. After perhaps 30 careful pressure flakes, the blade is ready. You test it by drawing the edge across a scrap of leather. The stone cuts through the hide with almost no resistance, leaving a clean straight line. You've created a knife worthy of the most delicate work. You set the finished blade aside and select another flake from your pile. This one is broader and thicker, good for scraping rather than cutting. You shape it differently, creating a rounded working edge rather than a sharp point. This scraper will be used to clean fat and tissue from animal hides, an essential step in making leather. The scraping edge needs to be durable rather than hair-sharp, so you leave it slightly thicker, less acute. The afternoon passes in this focused work. The pile of finished tools grows, a knife blade, 2 scrapers of different sizes, a pointed awl for piercing holes in leather, and a small graver for carving designs into bone. Each tool is shaped for its specific purpose. Each one represents a problem solved, a need met. As you work, you think about the generations before you who learned this craft, who developed these techniques through experiment and observation, and who passed the knowledge forward. Toolmaking is not instinct. It is learned behaviour, cultural knowledge that must be taught and practiced. The fact that you can sit here and create these precise implements from raw stone is the result of thousands of years of accumulated understanding. This thought brings a sense of connection to those ancient teachers, a feeling that you are part of something larger than yourself. The fire burns low. You add more wood and blow gently on the coals. Flames rise again, casting dancing shadows on the shelter walls. The light catches on the pile of stone flakes scattered around you, making them glitter like scattered stars. You gather the finished tools and arrange them carefully on a piece of hide. Tomorrow, you will haft some of them into wooden handles, binding the stone to wood with sinew and pine pitch. Others will be used as they are, held directly in the hand, but for now, they are complete, ready to serve their purposes. The remaining core of flint is smaller now, but still useful. It will provide material for future tools. You wrap it in leather and place it with your other stone reserves. Nothing is wasted. Even the smallest flakes can be used for cutting tasks or as scrapers for detailed work. You sweep the sharp debris into a pile and carry it outside, disposing of it away from the areas where people walk. Stone flakes are dangerously sharp, capable of cutting through hide boots or slicing skin. Proper disposal is a matter of safety. Back inside, you sit by the fire and clean your hands, brushing away the stone dust and tiny particles. Your fingers are marked with small cuts from the day's work, tiny lines of red against your skin. These are the marks of a craftsperson, badges earned through concentration and skill. They will heal quickly and leave no scars. The shelter feels warm and secure. Outside, the day is moving toward evening, but you have more work ahead before darkness falls. Fire is the heart of survival in this cold land. Without it, nights would be unbearable, food would remain raw and hard to digest, and predators would venture much closer to your dwelling. Maintaining fire is not simply a task. It is a responsibility that runs through every day like a thread through fabric. Your fire has burned steadily since dawn, fed with wood throughout the day. But fire requires more than fuel. It needs attention, understanding, and respect. A neglected fire dies quickly. A poorly managed fire consumes too much wood or produces choking smoke. A well-tended fire burns clean and hot, using fuel efficiently, providing warmth and cooking heat exactly when needed. You kneel beside the fire pit and study the current state of the flames. The wood has burned down to a bed of glowing coals mixed with ash. This is actually ideal for many purposes. Coals provide steady, sustained heat, without the dramatic flames that consume fuel rapidly. You will cook on these coals later, but first, you need to ensure you have enough firewood for the coming night. The wood pile near the wall is diminished. You count perhaps 10 branches remaining, enough for a few hours but not enough to last until morning. Gathering firewood is a constant necessity, one that cannot be postponed or forgotten. You take up a leather carrying sling and head outside. The sun is lowering toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and pale rose. The temperature is dropping as evening approaches. You can feel the change in the air, a subtle shift that your body reads automatically. Your destination is a stand of dead trees about 1,000 paces to the south. These trees died years ago, killed by fire or disease, and now they stand as weathered skeletons, their wood dried perfectly for burning. Dead standing wood is far superior to branches gathered from the ground. Groundwood absorbs moisture from the soil and burns poorly, producing more smoke than heat. Standing dead wood is dry all the way through, burning hot and clean. As you walk, you notice how the angle of light transforms the step. The grass that appeared silver at dawn now glows golden. Shadows stretch long and dramatic across the land. The distant mountains, invisible at midday, are now visible as blue silhouettes against the sky. This is the time of day when the harsh landscape reveals unexpected beauty. The dead trees stand in a small grove, 6 tall trunks reduced to bare poles with scattered dead branches. Some of the branches have already fallen, littering the ground around the trees. Others still cling to the trunks, dried and brittle. You select the branches that are elevated off the ground, but loose enough to break free with moderate force. You reach up and grab a branch about as thick as your wrist. It's light, much lighter than living wood, evidence of how thoroughly it has dried. You pull down and the branch breaks free with a satisfying crack. The wood is pale grey, worn smooth by years of weather. You break the branch into manageable lengths by bracing it against your knee and applying pressure. Each piece is about the length of your arm, sized to fit easily into your fire pit. You continue gathering, working methodically through the available deadwood. Some branches are too rotted, crumbling to powder in your hands. You leave these. Others are solid and sound despite their age. These go into your carrying sling. The work is physical but not difficult. Your body is accustomed to such labour. A sound makes you pause. Somewhere in the distance are mammoth trumpets, the call carrying across the empty space. You look toward the sound and see a herd moving slowly westward, dark shapes against the golden grass. The mammoths are enormous even at this distance, their curved tusks visible as graceful arcs. They are travelling to their feeding grounds, following routes they have used for generations. You watch them for a moment, feeling a mixture of awe and familiarity. Mammoths are part of the fabric of this world. They provide ivory for tools, hides for shelter, meat for food. But they are also dangerous, massive creatures that can crush a human without even noticing. Respect and caution are the appropriate responses to such animals. The mammoths move on, disappearing beyond a low rise. You return to your wood gathering. When the carrying sling is full, you shoulder the load and start back toward your shelter. The wood is bulky but not heavy. It rustles and shifts as you walk, settling into the sling. Back at your dwelling, you stack the new firewood carefully near the entrance, arranging it so air can circulate around each piece. Proper storage keeps wood dry and ready to burn. Damp wood produces smoke and wastes effort. You return to the fire pit and consider the current state of the coals. They have begun to fade, the bright orange dulling to red. This is the time to add fresh fuel. You select 3 pieces of the newly gathered wood and place them on the coals in a careful arrangement. The pieces are positioned to allow airflow beneath them, creating channels for oxygen to reach the burning coals. Within moments, thin wisps of smoke rise from the wood. The smoke thickens, turning white and substantial. Then, with a soft whoosh, flames appear. The dried wood catches quickly, burning with clean yellow flames that grow rapidly in size and intensity. Heat radiates outward, warming your face and hands. Fire is more than combustion, it is transformation. Wood becomes heat, light, smoke, and ash. The process is both practical and somehow magical, a taming of one of nature's most powerful forces. Every time you light a fire or coax flames from coals, you are participating in knowledge that humans discovered tens of thousands of years ago. The techniques you use were learned by trial and error by people whose names are lost to time, but whose discoveries made civilization possible. You add 2 more pieces of wood, building the fire to a size that will produce lasting coals. The shelter fills with warmth and the pleasant smell of burning pine. Light dances on the curved walls, creating an atmosphere that feels safe and enclosed despite the vast cold world outside. As the fire stabilizes, you prepare for an important task. Creating fire from nothing, without the benefit of existing coals, is a skill you practice regularly. If your fire ever goes completely out and no one nearby can share their coals, you must be able to create flame using only materials found on the step. You gather the necessary items: a flat piece of wood, dry and sound, which will serve as the fireboard, a straight stick of slightly harder wood, which will be the drill, a a curved piece of bone with a smooth depression carved in one end, which will hold the top of the drill, a bow made from a flexible branch with a leather thong stretched between the ends, and a small pile of dried grass and tinder, ready to catch the first ember. The technique is called bow drill firemaking. It uses friction to create heat, and heat to create an ember. The process requires technique, endurance, and favourable conditions. Even with experience, success is not guaranteed. You carve a small notch in the edge of the fireboard, creating a collection point for the hot wood dust that the friction will produce. You place the fireboard on the ground and brace it with your foot. The drill stands upright on the fireboard, its top end fitted into the socket carved in the bone. The bowstring is wrapped once around the drill shaft. You position yourself carefully, one knee on the ground, the other foot bracing the fireboard. You press down gently on the bone socket with your left hand while moving the bow back and forth with your right. The drill begins to spin, rotating first one direction, then the other. Smoke appears almost immediately where the drill point touches the fireboard. This is good. Smoke means friction, and friction means heat. You increase your speed, moving the bow faster, pressing down harder. More smoke rises, thicker now, with a sharp smell of burning wood. Your arm begins to feel the effort. The bow drill method demands sustained physical work. You cannot stop or slow down once the process has begun. The heat must build continuously until it reaches the point where wood dust becomes ember. Sweat forms on your forehead despite the cool air. Your arm aches, but the smoke is pouring from the friction point now, dense and consistent. You can feel the heat building, just a little longer. You make one final strong effort, moving the bow as fast as possible, pressing down hard. Then you stop, carefully lifting away the drill. In the notch of the fireboard, you see a tiny pile of dark brown wood dust, smoking vigorously. And at the centre of that dust, a pinpoint of orange, an ember. You carefully tip the ember onto a piece of bark and transfer it to the waiting nest of dried grass. You bring the nest close to your face and blow gently. The ember glows brighter. The grass begins to smoke. You blow again, more strongly. Suddenly the grass bursts into flame. You have created fire from nothing but wood, friction, and knowledge. The triumph is quiet but real. Even though you have a perfectly good fire burning in the pit, even though you used flint and pyrite to start it this morning, the ability to create flame with the bow drill is essential knowledge. It is a backup system, a guarantee that you will never be helpless as long as you have access to wood and grass. You let the grass fire burn out naturally, watching the flames consume the fuel in seconds. The demonstration is complete. Your skill is confirmed. Tomorrow or a year from now, if you need this technique, your hands will remember. The main fire burns steadily, filling the shelter with warmth. Evening is settling over the steppe outside. Soon it will be time to prepare food. But the fire is ready, burning clean and hot, exactly as it should. Your shelter has protected you through many seasons, but like all things made by human hands, it requires constant maintenance. The mammoth hide walls are durable, but wind and weather take their toll. The framework of bones and branches can shift or loosen. Small gaps can appear where cold air seeps through. A shelter neglected becomes a shelter failed. Before the day ends, you make a circuit around the outside of your dwelling, examining every section carefully. The hide walls are held in place by a combination of bone stakes driven into the ground and leather thongs tied to the framework beneath. You test each stake, pushing against it to ensure it remains firm. Most are solid, but two have worked slightly loose. You drive them deeper into the earth using a heavy stone as a hammer. One section of hide near the entrance shows signs of wear. The material has developed a small tear where it rubs against a bone support. You examine the damage closely. The tear is not large, perhaps the length of your finger, but it will grow if not repaired. Water could seep through. Cold air could penetrate. You return inside and retrieve your sewing kit. The kit consists of several bone needles of different sizes, each one carefully carved and polished, with an eye drilled through one end. You also take a length of sinew thread, pulled from the dried tendons of a deer you processed weeks ago. The sinew is strong and flexible, perfect for sewing heavy hide. Back outside, you thread the needle with sinew. The light is fading now, but enough remains to work by. You begin stitching the tear closed, using a technique passed down through generations. The stitches are small and tight, pulled firmly but not so tight that they cut through the hide. Each stitch overlaps the previous one slightly, creating a waterproof seam. The work is precise and satisfying. Your fingers know the motion without thinking. Push the needle through the thick hide, pull it out the other side, loop the thread, repeat. The rhythm is meditative, similar to the rhythm of napping stone. Both activities require focus, patience, and respect for materials. As you work, you think about the mammoth whose hide forms your walls. The animal died years before you were born, killed by hunters from a neighbouring group. The hide was traded for tools and dried meat. It has served as shelter ever since, protecting multiple families from rain, snow, and wind. The mammoth's body transformed into houses, tools, fuel, and food. Nothing of that great animal was wasted. This is the way of the steppe. Everything serves a purpose. The repair complete, you tie off the sinew thread and trim it close to the hide. The tear is now invisible unless you know where to look. The wall is whole again, ready for whatever weather comes next. You circle the shelter once more, this time from the inside. The framework overhead is a lattice of mammoth bones interwoven with willow branches, all lashed together with sinew and strips of hide. You check each connection point, tugging gently to test the bindings. Most are solid, but one shows signs of fraying. The sinew has begun to split, weakened by exposure to smoke and moisture. You untie the damaged binding and replace it with fresh sinew from your supplies. The new binding is wound tightly, crossing and recrossing to create maximum strength. You tie it off with a knot that will not slip or loosen. The framework is secure again. The floor of the shelter also needs attention. The layer of dried grass that provides insulation from the frozen ground has compressed over time, losing its effectiveness. You gather fresh grass from a pile you've kept dry near the entrance and spread it evenly across the floor, especially in the sleeping area. The new grass is springy and resilient, creating a softer, warmer surface. You arrange your sleeping furs over the fresh grass, testing the comfort. Much better. The smoke hole at the peak of the shelter requires regular adjustment depending on wind direction and fire intensity. Today the wind comes from the north, so you shift the position of the hide flap that partially covers the opening, angling it to allow smoke to escape while preventing rain or snow from entering. Getting this balance right is an art learned through experience. A good shelter is more than just walls and a roof. It is a system of interconnected elements, each one affecting the others. The fire produces smoke that must escape through the smoke hole. The smoke hole must be positioned to prevent rain entry. The hide walls must be tight enough to keep out wind but must allow some air circulation to prevent the build-up of moisture. The framework must be strong enough to support the weight of the hides and resist wind pressure. Every element must work in harmony. You step back and survey your dwelling with critical eyes. The walls are sound, the framework is secure, the floor is fresh, the smoke hole is properly adjusted, the entrance hide hangs smoothly, creating a good seal when closed. The shelter is ready for the night ahead, and for many nights to come. Shelter building is knowledge that must be learned and practiced. The skills involved are numerous and complex. Choosing the right location, one with good drainage and protection from prevailing winds, gathering and preparing materials, designing a structure that will shed rain and resist wind, constructing a framework strong enough to support the weight of heavy hides, sewing the hides together into panels large enough to cover the frame, maintaining everything over time. No one learns all this overnight. The knowledge is passed down from experienced builders to novices, taught through demonstration and corrected through patient feedback. You learned these skills as a child, watching adults work, helping with simple tasks, gradually taking on more responsibility as your abilities grew. Now you maintain your own shelter with confidence, knowing that you can repair almost any problem that arises. As darkness falls completely, you return inside and seal the entrance hide behind you. The fire burns brightly, casting warm light throughout the space. Your shelter feels solid and secure, a small island of warmth and safety in the vast cold night outside. The wind can blow, the temperature can drop. Inside you're protected by knowledge, materials and the work of your own hands. Evening is the time for cooking, when the day's work is done and the fire burns steady and hot. Tonight's meal will be simple but nourishing, made from the materials you've gathered and the food you've preserved from earlier hunts and harvests. You begin by selecting a cut of dried meat from your stores. The meat is from a reindeer killed a week ago, cut into thin strips and hung near the fire to dry. Drying preserves meat by removing the moisture that bacteria need to grow. The strips are now hard and dark, reduced to about a third of their original weight. They will keep for months without spoiling. You take 3 strips and place them on a flat stone near the fire. Using your newly sharpened flint knife, you cut the dried meat into smaller pieces, each about the size of your thumb. The meat is tough, requiring pressure to cut through. This toughness is a sign of proper drying. Next, you retrieve the wild onions and burdock root you gathered this morning. The onions need only their outer layers removed before use. You peel them carefully, revealing the white bulbs inside. They smell strong and sharp, a scent that makes your mouth water. The burdock root requires more preparation. You scrape away the outer skin with a scraper, exposing the pale flesh beneath, then cut the root into thin rounds. You have a clay cooking pot, one you made yourself from river clay several seasons ago. The pot is round and simple, with thick walls and a wide mouth. It has no handles, but it sits stable when placed directly on hot coals. You pour water into the pot from a water skin. The water comes from the stream where you gathered willows, cold and clean. Cooking in water is one of humanity's great innovations. Before pots and fire, food could only be eaten raw or roasted directly over flames. Water cooking allows for gentler heat, better flavour, and the ability to combine many ingredients into a single dish. The invention of pottery changed everything. You place the pot carefully on the bed of coals at the edge of the fire pit. The clay immediately begins to warm. You add the pieces of dried meat to the water. As the water heats, the meat will rehydrate and soften, releasing its flavour into the liquid. Steam begins to rise from the pot's surface. While the meat cooks, you prepare other additions. You take a handful of dried berries from a basket, small purple fruits gathered last summer and sun-dried on flat rocks. These berries add sweetness and nutrition to the stew. You also grind a small amount of wild garlic using a grinding stone, creating a paste that will add flavour and help with digestion. The water in the pot is heating rapidly now, beginning to simmer. Small bubbles rise to the surface and burst. You add the onions, burdock berries and garlic paste. The ingredients settle into the bubbling water. The smell that rises with the steam is rich and complex, a combination of meat, onion and wild herbs. Cooking is partly science and partly intuition. You know from experience how long different ingredients need to become tender. Onions cook quickly, burdock takes longer. Dried meat needs time to fully rehydrate. You judge by smell, by the appearance of the bubbling water, and by tasting small amounts as the cooking progresses. You add a pinch of salt, a precious substance traded from people who live near the distant sea. Salt enhances flavour and helps preserve food. You use it sparingly, making your limited supply last as long as possible. The stew bubbles gently, the liquid reducing slowly, concentrating the flavours. You stir occasionally with a wooden spoon carved from birch. Stirring prevents ingredients from sticking to the bottom of the pot and burning. While the meal cooks, you prepare flatbread using a technique you learned from a traveller who passed through several years ago. You take a small amount of ground seed flour, made from grass seeds you collected and ground between stones. You mix the flour with water to form a thick dough, adding just enough liquid to make it workable. The dough is dense and sticky, heavy in your hands. You shape the dough into a flat round, about as wide as your hand and as thick as your finger. You place this directly on a hot stone positioned near the fire. The stone has been heating for the past hour and is now hot enough to cook on. The flatbread sizzles when it touches the stone, releasing a toasted grain smell. The bread cooks quickly on one side, developing brown spots and a firm texture. You flip it with your fingers, working quickly to avoid burning yourself. The other side cooks just as fast. The finished bread is crispy on the outside and chewy inside, perfect for soaking up stew. The stew has been cooking for perhaps half an hour. The meat has softened and expanded, absorbing water and becoming tender again. The burdock is cooked through, slightly translucent. The onions have nearly dissolved, their flavour permeating the liquid. You taste a spoonful. The flavour is deep and satisfying, savoury with a hint of sweetness from the berries. You remove the pot from the coals using a scrap of leather to protect your hands from the heat. The clay is nearly hot enough to burn through the leather. You place the pot on a flat stone and let it cool slightly. This meal represents the convergence of many skills and much knowledge. Hunting to obtain meat, preserving the meat through drying, gathering wild plants and knowing which are edible, making pottery from clay, creating and maintaining fire, understanding cooking times and flavour combinations. Each element is essential. Remove any one and the meal becomes impossible or at least much less satisfying. You scoop stew into a wooden bowl, another item you carved yourself during a long winter. The bowl is smooth from use, worn to fit comfortably in your hand. You tear pieces from the flatbread and use them to soak up the rich liquid. The first bite is almost too hot, but you are patient. You eat slowly, savouring each mouthful. The food is fuel for your body, providing the energy and nutrients you need to continue surviving on the steppe. But it is also more than that. It is comfort, pleasure, and a reminder that life can be good even in harsh conditions. The flavours connect you to the land, to the plants and animals that sustain you, and to the accumulated knowledge that transforms raw ingredients into nourishment. As you eat, the fire crackles softly. Outside, night has fallen completely. The stars are emerging, thousands upon thousands of them scattered across the black sky. The temperature continues to drop, but inside your shelter, with food in your belly and warmth from the fire, you are content. This is what survival looks like when done well, not merely enduring, but living with competence, creativity, and gratitude. After the meal, as the fire burns low and comfortable, you prepare for one final task of the day. This task has no immediate practical value. It produces no food, creates no tools, and improves no shelter. Yet, it may be the most important work you do. You are going to practice passing on knowledge. In a world without writing, knowledge lives only in minds and hands. Everything you know about survival, every technique for making tools, lighting fires, finding food, and building shelter exists because someone taught you. And that person was taught by someone else, reaching back through countless generations. The chain of knowledge is unbroken only as long as each generation successfully teaches the next. Tonight you will practice teaching even though no student is present. You do this regularly, speaking the knowledge aloud, reinforcing your own understanding, and preparing for the day when you will have young people to instruct. Speaking knowledge aloud helps you organise it, identify gaps, and find clearer ways to explain complex ideas. You settle by the fire and begin to speak, your voice quiet but steady in the enclosed space. You describe the process of making fire with flint and pyrite. Your hands move as you talk, demonstrating the grip, the angle of strike, the importance of having dry tinder ready. You explain how to recognise good flint by its glassy texture and conchoidal fracture. You describe the feeling of a successful strike, that particular sharp crack that means the spark will come. You move on to tool making. You explain how to read the grain of stone, how to predict where a flake will separate, how much force to apply for different materials. You demonstrate the difference between hard hammer percussion and soft hammer percussion. You describe the patience required for pressure flaking, the importance of taking time to examine the stone from every angle before striking. The words flow easily. You have thought about these processes so many times, performed them so often, that explanation feels natural. But you also notice places where your explanation stumbles, concepts that are difficult to put into words. These are the things that must be taught through demonstration, through the student attempting the task themselves under supervision, through repeated practice until the hands learn what the mind struggles to express. You talk about shelter construction. You explain how to select a building site with good drainage and protection from wind. You describe the process of creating a framework strong enough to support heavy hides. You detail the technique for sewing hides together with waterproof seams. You explain how to maintain proper ventilation while keeping out cold air. Some of this knowledge is seasonal. Building a shelter in spring requires different considerations than building in autumn. You explain these differences, describing how summer shelters can be lighter and more open, while winter structures must be heavily insulated and windproof. You discuss food gathering and preparation. You name the edible plants of the steppe, and describe where to find them at different times of year. You explain which parts of each plant are edible, and which must be avoided. You describe cooking techniques and food preservation methods. You talk about the importance of varying the diet, of eating different foods to obtain all the nutrients the body needs. The knowledge seems endless when you begin to list it all. Plant identification, animal tracking, weather prediction, tool making, fire building, shelter construction, food preparation, hide processing, cordage making, basket weaving, and countless other skills. Each skill has depth, nuance, and subtlety. Each requires practice to master. You pause and add more wood to the fire. The flames rise again, bright and warm. You think about the different ways knowledge can be taught. Some things are best learned through story, memorable narratives that embed practical information in an entertaining framework. Other things require direct demonstration and hands-on practice. Still other knowledge is passed through gentle correction, observing a student's work and offering suggestions for improvement. The most important thing, you realise, is patience. Learning takes time. Students make mistakes, forget steps, become frustrated. A good teacher expects this, accommodates it, and finds ways to make the learning process engaging rather than tedious. You speak about the values that underpin survival skills. Respect for materials, recognising that everything on the step is finite and must be used wisely. Attention to detail, understanding that small errors in toolmaking or shelter construction can lead to failure. Persistence, the willingness to attempt difficult tasks repeatedly until skill develops. Observation, the habit of watching nature carefully, learning from the world itself. These values are as important as specific techniques. A person can know every step of fire making but still fail if they lack patience. A person can understand shelter design but create a weak structure if they work carelessly. Skills and values must be taught together, woven into the same lessons. You also think about the knowledge that cannot be taught directly, the wisdom that comes only from experience. How to judge weather by the quality of light and the behaviour of animals, how to estimate distances on the open step, how to pace yourself physically to work all day without exhaustion. These things develop through years of living on the land. They can be pointed out, but they cannot be transferred directly. The fire has burned down to coals again. You let it settle naturally, knowing you will build it up once more before sleep. The shelter is warm and comfortable. Outside, the night is quiet except for the whisper of wind through grass. You have spent perhaps an hour speaking knowledge aloud, organising your thoughts, preparing yourself to be a teacher. The exercise has been valuable. You feel more confident about your ability to pass on what you know. When the time comes to teach actual students, you will be ready. But there is one more aspect of knowledge transfer to consider. Not all knowledge is practical. Some knowledge exists for its own sake. Stories about the stars, explanations for natural phenomena, traditions and customs that bind people together. This cultural knowledge is just as important as survival skills. It gives meaning to existence, connects individuals to their community and history. You look up at the smoke hole, visible as a small circle of darkness against the darker shelter ceiling. Through that opening, you can see a few bright stars. You know stories about those stars, tales passed down from grandparents and great-grandparents. Stories about hunters who became constellations, about animals that live in the sky, about the path souls take after death. These stories are not practical, but they matter. They comfort, inspire, and create shared understanding among people. They are part of what makes humans human. This need to explain, to narrate, to find ways and meaning in the chaos of existence. You resolve to remember the stories as carefully as you remember the technical skills. Both kinds of knowledge must be preserved and transmitted. Both shape the character of the people who live on the steppe. The day is ending. You have worked hard, accomplished much, and prepared yourself for the future. You are tired in a good way, the kind of tiredness that comes from purposeful activity. Tomorrow will bring new tasks, new challenges, but tonight you rest with the satisfaction of a day well spent. The final task before sleep is to prepare the fire for the night. A fire that burns too hot will consume all your fuel before morning. A fire that dies completely will leave you shivering in the cold. The goal is to create a bed of coals that will provide warmth throughout the night without requiring constant attention. You select several large pieces of hardwood from your fuel supply. Hardwood burns slowly and produces long-lasting coals. You arrange these pieces carefully in the fire pit, positioning them close together to conserve heat. The wood catches from the existing coals, flames rising briefly before settling into steady combustion. Once the new wood is burning well, you partially cover the fire pit with a flat stone, reducing the airflow. This slows the combustion rate dramatically. The fire will burn for hours now, providing warmth without wasting fuel. You arrange your sleeping furs in the warmest part of the shelter, closest to the fire but not so close that a stray spark could cause problems. The furs are heavy and soft, layered to create insulation both beneath and above your body. You've learned through many cold nights exactly how to arrange them for maximum warmth. Before lying down, you make one final check of the shelter. The entrance hide is secure, the smoke hole is properly adjusted, Your tools and food supplies are organised and safe. Everything is in order. You settle into your sleeping furs and feel your body relax. The physical work of the day has left you pleasantly tired. Your muscles are warm and loose from activity. The fire's heat radiates across your skin. You pull the top layer of furs up to your chin and allow yourself to simply be still. Thoughts drift through your mind like clouds across the sky. You review the day's accomplishments, materials gathered, tools created, fire maintained, shelter repaired, food prepared, knowledge practiced, each task completed successfully, each one contributing to your continued survival. But beyond mere survival, you recognise something else. Pride in your skills, satisfaction in your self-sufficiency, connection to the land and the generations that came before you. You're living in one of Earth's harshest environments, yet you are not merely enduring. You're competent, creative, and capable of finding beauty in this austere landscape. The Ice Age steppe is a hard place to live. It offers no margin for error, no forgiveness for carelessness. Yet it is also a place of stark beauty, of vast skies and endless grasslands, of resilience and adaptation. The same glaciers that make this climate so challenging have also created these grasslands, provided the stones you use for tools, and supported the herds of animals that sustain you. You think about the mammoth whose bones form your shelter framework, the willow trees that provided materials for baskets and fire, the reindeer whose meat you ate tonight, the stream that offers water and attracts game, the flint that becomes tools in your skilled hands. Everything is connected. Everything is part of a larger web of relationships between humans, animals, plants, and the land itself. This understanding brings a sense of belonging. You're not separate from nature. You're part of it. Another species making its way through the world using the abilities evolution has given you. Your intelligence, your hands, your capacity for learning and innovation are your equivalents of the mammoth's size, the reindeer's speed, or the wolf's teeth. These are your adaptations for survival. The fire crackles softly, a comforting sound that has accompanied humans for hundreds of thousands of years. How many of your ancestors fell asleep to this same sound, in shelters not so different from yours, living lives governed by the same rhythms of gathering, making, maintaining, and resting? The continuity is profound. You're doing what humans have done since before recorded time, surviving through knowledge, skill, and community. Tomorrow will come with its own demands. There will be new tasks to complete, new challenges to face. Perhaps you will hunt, tracking game across the steppe. Perhaps you will process hides, scraping and softening them into leather. Perhaps you will repair tools, weave baskets, or gather more food. Whatever needs doing, you will do it because this is your life, the life your ancestors prepared you for through their teaching and their example. But tomorrow is not here yet. Tonight is for rest, for allowing your body to repair itself after a day of labour, for letting your mind drift peacefully towards sleep. You feel your breathing slow and deepen. Your eyes grow heavy. The warmth of the fire and the comfort of the furs create a cocoon of safety and peace. Outside, the stars wheel slowly across the sky. The wind continues its endless conversation with the grass. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howls, the sound carrying across the empty land. It is a lonely sound, but also strangely beautiful. Another voice in the wilderness, another life finding its way through the night. Your thoughts grow less distinct, blending into images and fragments, stone flakes glittering in firelight, the smell of cooking stew, the weight of the carrying sling full of firewood, the satisfaction of a shelter well maintained. These impressions swirl and fade as consciousness releases its grip. Sleep comes gently, naturally, as it should after a day of purposeful work. Your breathing falls into the deep, regular rhythm of rest. The fire burns on, its coals glowing softly in the darkness. The shelter holds its warmth. The night continues outside, vast and cold and filled with its own life. You sleep deeply, dreamlessly, your body and mind recovering their strength. Tomorrow you will wake with the dawn, add wood to the fire and begin the cycle again. Gathering, making, maintaining, teaching, resting. These are the rhythms of survival, the ways that have sustained humans through the harshest ages. For now, you rest. Safe, warm, and competent. A small point of human warmth and intelligence in the great cold night of the Ice Age steppe. Tomorrow will bring new tasks, but tonight you have done well. You have lived skillfully, gathering what you need, creating what you must, maintaining what you have, and preparing to pass it all forward. This is enough. This is everything. The fire glows, the shelter stands, you sleep, and the long night passes peacefully, one more day of survival complete, one more night of rest earned, one more morning waiting to arrive with its familiar challenges and rewards. Imagine New England in late February 1717, back when Boston was still a collection of wooden buildings huddled around a harbour, and the entire population of Massachusetts numbered fewer people than a modern suburban shopping mall on a Saturday afternoon. You're living in a world lit by candles and warmed by fireplaces, where your entertainment options consist of reading the same books you've read 20 times, doing needlework until your fingers cramp, or staring out the window and wondering if spring will ever arrive. Colonial New Englanders had a complicated relationship with winter. On one hand, they'd chosen to live in a place where winter lasted roughly from October to May, so clearly they weren't entirely opposed to cold weather. On the other hand, their diaries and letters from this period read like extended complaints to a landlord who refuses to fix the heating. Winter was something you endured, prepared for obsessively, and then complained about with the satisfaction of someone who's earned the right to grumble. By late February 1717, most New Englanders thought they'd already survived the worst of winter. February in colonial times was what we'd call late winter. The snow was old and crusty, the firewood pile was getting concerningly low, and everyone was starting to think longingly about mud season, which tells you something about how tired they were of snow. Children had already had months of what passed for snow days, though in their case it meant more chores rather than sleeping in and hot chocolate. The typical colonial household in 1717 was preparing for early spring with the optimism of people who really should have known better. You'd be checking your seed stores, planning your garden, and perhaps doing some early maple sugaring if the weather cooperated. Your house, and let's be honest about colonial architecture, was essentially a wooden box with a fireplace, some small windows that let in drafts more effectively than light, and enough gaps in the walls that you could almost see your breath indoors on particularly cold mornings. Daily life revolved around staying warm and fed, which took approximately all your waking hours. Your morning began before dawn, when someone had to revive the banked fire from the night before, a process that involved poking at barely glowing coals and praying they'd cooperate. Water had to be fetched from the well, assuming it wasn't frozen solid. Breakfast needed cooking, animals needed tending, and all of this happened in the dark because the sun had the courtesy to arrive fashionably late in winter. Women spent their days in an endless cycle of cooking, spinning, weaving, sewing, and trying to keep children from either burning themselves on the fireplace or dying of boredom. Men worked outside when weather permitted, doing repairs, chopping wood, and checking on livestock that had the good sense to look miserable about the whole situation. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, spent a significant portion of their day simply trying to stay warm enough to function. The landscape itself in late February was what we might charitably call tired. Snow that had fallen in December was now grey and crusty, pockmarked with soot from chimneys and various other evidence of human habitation that we won't detail before bedtime. The forests were skeletal black lines against grey skies, and the ocean was a cold, dark presence that occasionally reminded everyone of its existence by freezing at the edges. But there was a rhythm to this life that modern people might find almost appealing in its simplicity. You knew what needed doing because it was the same thing that needed doing yesterday and would need doing tomorrow. Your neighbours were facing identical challenges, which created a sense of community born from shared suffering. When the sun set, which happened depressingly early, you gathered around the fire with your family and whoever else was staying the night, and you made the best of it. Late February weather in New England has always been unpredictable, a meteorological coin flip between maybe spring is coming and, surprise, here's more winter. Colonists watched the sky with the intensity of people whose lives depended on weather prediction, which they did. A storm could mean being trapped indoors for days, unable to work, unable to travel, and possibly running dangerously low on supplies. The barns and outbuildings were stocked with hay for the animals, though by late February those supplies were running low, and the hay that remained was probably not the highest quality. Cows, horses, oxen, pigs and chickens all depended on human care to survive the winter, and all complained about their circumstances in their own ways. The chickens probably had the most to complain about, actually, since they'd stopped laying eggs weeks ago and were just eating resources while providing nothing but the occasional egg that felt like winning the lottery. Your root cellar would be carefully organised with the remaining stores of preserved food, apples getting softer by the day, root vegetables beginning to sprout, barrels of salted meat, crocks of butter preserved under salt, and whatever else you'd managed to preserve from last year's harvest. Every meal required a calculation. Is this worth using now, or should we save it for later? How much later? What if spring doesn't come for another 6 weeks? The social fabric of colonial New England was tight-knit by necessity. Your nearest neighbour might be a quarter-mile away, but you knew their business almost as well as your own, because survival often depended on cooperation. If someone's barn caught fire, everyone came to help. If a family ran short of food, neighbours shared what they could. If someone got sick or injured, the community rallied around them, because there was no other option. Religious life provided structure and community in ways that modern people might find either comforting or suffocating, depending on their perspective. Sunday meeting at the church was mandatory, both legally and socially. You sat in an unheated building for hours listening to sermons that were theologically complex and often focused on sin and redemption, with an intensity that made Game of Thrones seem light-hearted. But church was also where you saw everyone, heard news from other towns, and felt part of something larger than your individual struggle to stay alive through winter. Children in 1717 had childhoods that would seem impossibly harsh by modern standards. They worked from the time they could walk, learned to read using the Bible and whatever few books the family owned, and had responsibilities that included genuinely dangerous tasks like managing fires and handling large animals. But they were still children. They played when they could, created games from nothing, and found joy in simple pleasures like a successful sled ride or the discovery of icicles in interesting shapes. The elderly held a respected position in colonial society, partly because surviving to old age was an achievement in itself. If you made it to 60 or 70, you'd survive diseases, accidents, harsh weather, and periodic conflicts with indigenous peoples or other colonial powers. Your experience and knowledge were valuable resources, and you were often consulted on everything from weather prediction to medical treatment, whether or not you actually knew what you were talking about. As February 1717 progressed toward its end, New Englanders had no idea they were standing at the edge of one of the most remarkable weather events in American history. They went about their routines, complained about the cold with the dedication of people who took complaining seriously, and looked forward to March with the hope that it might bring slightly less terrible weather. The sky that late February showed no particular warning signs that we know of. Colonial weather prediction was based on folklore, careful observation of animal behaviour, and a general sense of what the sky looked like before trouble arrived. If your bones ached more than usual, rain or snow was probably coming. If the chickens acted strange, though defining strange for chickens is admittedly difficult, weather might be changing. If the sunset looked particularly vivid, make sure you had extra firewood handy. But nothing in anyone's experience prepared them for what was about to happen. New Englanders were tough and resourceful, and had survived plenty of harsh winters. They'd seen big snowstorms before. They thought they knew what winter could throw at them. They were about to discover they'd been underestimating winter's ambitions. Picture yourself in your colonial home on February 27th, 1717. You wake before dawn, as usual, to coax the fire back to life. The house is cold enough that you can see your breath, which is so normal you barely notice anymore. You pull on your warmest clothes, and in colonial times this meant layers of wool, linen and leather that made you look like a medieval knight made of fabric, and begin the day's endless round of chores. But something feels different this morning. The air has that peculiar weight it gets before a significant storm, a pressure that makes your ears feel slightly odd and gives the world a muted quality. The wind, which has been a constant companion all winter, has gone still in a way that feels less peaceful and more like nature holding its breath. By midday, the first flakes begin to fall. Nothing dramatic initially, just a gentle dusting that looks almost pretty against the grey sky. You've seen this hundreds of times before. Snow in February is about as surprising as finding out water is wet. You note it, make sure you have enough firewood close to the house, and continue with your day. But the snow doesn't stop. Hour after hour, it continues with a steadiness that begins to seem almost purposeful. By evening, you've got several inches of fresh accumulation, and the snow is still falling with no sign of letting up. You bank the fire carefully before bed, make sure everyone is under enough blankets, and think that tomorrow you'll need to do some shoveling. When you wake the next morning, your first clue that something unusual is happening comes from the quality of light in the house. It's too bright for dawn, a strange diffused glow that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. When you finally manage to open your door, and this takes effort pushing against resistance that shouldn't be there, you discover why. The snow has piled against your door in drifts that reach past your knees. The world outside has been transformed into an alien landscape of white, where familiar shapes have become strange, rounded lumps, and the horizon has disappeared into a curtain of falling snow. The storm that started yesterday hasn't stopped. If anything, it's intensified. This is the beginning of what contemporary accounts would call the Great Snow of 1717, though people living through it probably had other, less polite names for it. What New Englanders couldn't have known was that they were experiencing something meteorologically extraordinary, a series of 4 massive storms that would arrive in waves over the next 3 weeks, each adding to accumulations that were already unprecedented. The snow fell with a relentlessness that began to feel almost personal. Not in violent gusts and dramatic blizzard conditions, though there were certainly periods of that, but with a steady, implacable determination. It was as if the sky had decided that New England needed a really thorough covering and wasn't going to stop until the job was done properly. You can imagine the progression of reactions among colonial families. Day 1. Well, this is a significant snowfall. Day 2. This is quite unusual. Day 3. This is becoming concerning. Day 4. This is absolutely unprecedented and possibly the end of the world. Day 5. If I have to spend one more day trapped in this house with these people, I'm going to lose my mind. The practical challenges began immediately. Your daily routine, which was already demanding, suddenly required 3 times as much effort. Every trip to the barn to feed animals meant wading through snow that reached your thighs, then higher, then eventually to your chest. Paths that you shoveled one day were filled in by the next morning. The livestock, trapped in their shelters, needed constant attention to prevent them from panicking or worse, freezing. Firewood, which you'd carefully stacked within easy reach of the house, became buried under drifts. Digging it out was exhausting work in the best of times. Doing it while snow continued to fall and wind created drifts that seemed to appear out of nowhere was like some kind of very cold, very tiring meditation on futility. Yet it had to be done, because without fire your family would freeze. The mathematics of survival became starkly simple: dig or die. The psychological impact of being trapped indoors during an endless snowstorm is something modern people with heated homes, electricity and streaming services can barely imagine. You're confined to a space roughly the size of a modern living room and kitchen combined, with your entire family, with no entertainment beyond conversation, handwork and staring at the fire. The walls seem to close in. Small irritations become major grievances. That thing your spouse does when they chew, which you've tolerated for years, suddenly becomes unbearable. Children, bless them, handled confinement with all the grace and patience that children have possessed throughout human history, which is to say, none at all. They were restless, bored, fighting with siblings, and asking approximately every 10 minutes when they could go outside. Parents responded with the timeless patience of people who were also losing their minds, but had to pretend they weren't because civilization depended on maintaining standards. The storms came in waves, each separated by just enough time for people to think maybe it was over, only to watch the sky darken again and the snow resume. Contemporary accounts describe the snow as coming in 4 great storms over the course of about 3 weeks, but the distinction between separate storms probably felt academic when you were living through what seemed like one continuous siege by winter. Between storms the sun might break through, illuminating a transformed landscape. Everything familiar had been reshaped by snow into strange flowing forms. Fences disappeared entirely under drifts. Trees bent under the weight of snow until their branches touched the ground, creating natural tunnels. Houses all but vanished, with only their chimneys protruding above the white expanse like stone fingers reaching for the sky. The drifts were what made this snowfall truly extraordinary. Wind had sculpted the snow into formations that defied logic, 10 feet deep in some places, bare ground in others, and waves and curves that looked like a frozen ocean. You could walk across the top of some drifts while sinking to your armpits in others just a few feet away. The surface would sometimes support your weight and sometimes not, and there was no reliable way to tell which would happen until you tested it. Animals suffered terribly during these storms. Cows trapped in barns needed constant care to prevent them from overheating in their confined space, while simultaneously ensuring they didn't freeze. Chickens stopped laying entirely and seemed personally affronted by the weather, as if someone had promised them spring and then welched on the deal. Horses and oxen, usually stoic about weather, showed clear signs of distress at being confined for days on end. Wild animals fared even worse. Deer, trapped by snow too deep to navigate, either starved or became easy prey for wolves and other predators that could travel on top of the crusted snow. Birds that hadn't migrated found food scarce and shelter hard to come by. The forest went silent in a way that was eerie. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals, just the whisper of falling snow and the occasional crack of a branch breaking under accumulated weight. The harbour in Boston froze solid, something that happened occasionally but always felt ominous. Ships were trapped in ice, their masts visible above the white expanse like a bare forest. The ice was thick enough to walk on, though only the foolhardy or desperate tried it. The ocean, that vast presence that defined so much of New England life, temporarily became just another snowfield. Food stores that had seemed adequate in January began to look alarmingly insufficient by mid-March. You were burning through firewood faster than planned because you needed to keep the fire going constantly. Animals were eating hay at their normal rate, but the hay was getting harder to reach. Every meal required careful calculation, and families began to worry about what would happen if the snow didn't stop soon. Yet there was also a strange beauty to it all. On clear nights between storms, the moonlight on endless snow created a luminescence that turned the world into something magical. The silence was profound. No wagon wheels on roads, no church bells carrying from distant towns, just a hush so complete it almost rang in your ears. The stars seemed brighter somehow, as if the snow reflected light back to the sky. Some people found the experience almost meditative, forced as they were to slow down and exist in the immediate moment. There were no trips to town, no visits with neighbours, and no church meetings. Life contracted to the essentials: keep the fire burning, feed your family, care for your animals, and wait. In a world normally filled with constant labour and social obligations, this enforced pause had an odd appeal, at least for the first week or so. But as the snow continued, as drifts grew higher and supplies grew lower, as the novelty wore off and the reality of the situation set in, that initial sense of wonder gave way to something closer to anxiety. This wasn't just a big snowstorm anymore. This was something different, something that was rewriting what New Englanders thought possible. The snow had been falling for over 2 weeks. The drifts in some places were measuring 15, 18, or even 20 feet deep. Houses were buried to their second stories, and the snow was still falling. By the time March arrived, New England had been transformed into an alien landscape that bore little resemblance to the world colonists had known. Imagine stepping out your door, assuming you could open it, and finding yourself standing on top of what used to be your roof. This wasn't an exaggeration for many families. The snow had piled so high that second-story windows were at ground level, and chimneys required constant attention to prevent them from being completely buried. Daily life had become a series of adaptations to absurd circumstances. You didn't walk anywhere, you tunnelled. Families created networks of passages through the snow connecting their houses to barns, wells and wood piles. These tunnels were engineering projects worthy of miners, requiring constant maintenance as snow shifted and settled. Some colonists described their tunnels collapsing while they were in them, leading to panicked digging and a newfound appreciation for open spaces. The tunnels created a strange new architecture of necessity. You descend from your door into a passage whose walls were compressed snow, dimly lit by whatever sunlight penetrated from above. The tunnel would branch, one direction to the barn, another to the well, and a third to the woodpile. Walking through these passages felt like being a very cold mole, and the disorientation of being surrounded by snow on all sides took some getting used to. Feeding animals became an expedition. You'd suit up in every piece of warm clothing you owned, grab whatever tools you needed, light a lantern, and descend into your tunnel system. The trip to the barn that normally took 30 seconds now took 15 minutes. Once there, you'd need to deal with animals that were restless from confinement, nervous from the strange muffled quality of sound through snow, and generally unhappy about their circumstances. Getting water was perhaps the most challenging daily task. Wells that weren't buried had to be accessed through tunnels, and hauling water back through narrow passages while trying not to spill was an exercise in patience and balance. Some families resorted to melting snow, which sounds simple until you realise how much snow you need to melt to get a usable amount of water, and how much firewood that requires, and how your firewood supplies are already stretched thin. Food preparation became creative out of necessity. Your variety had been limited before the storms. Now it was approaching monotonous. Root vegetables, salted meat, dried beans, and perhaps some preserved fruit if you were lucky. Every meal was a variation on the theme of things that can be boiled or roasted near the fire. The bright spot was that at least you didn't have to worry about food spoiling. You could just stick it in a snowbank, which was basically a giant natural freezer that covered everything you owned. Children's education, such as it was, continued sporadically. Parents who could read would work with their children on basic literacy and arithmetic, using the Bible, almanacs, and whatever other books the family owned. But concentration was difficult when everyone was cold, irritable, and worried about their increasingly precarious situation. Lessons often devolved into storytelling, which at least passed the time and didn't require anyone to sit still and focus. The psychological strain of prolonged confinement manifested in various ways. Some people became withdrawn and quiet, staring into the fire for hours. Others became manic in their activity, finding endless small tasks to occupy themselves. Family dynamics that had been stable for years suddenly became fraught. The colonial period didn't have therapists or self-help books, so people just had to cope using prayer, alcohol, or sheer stubbornness. Interestingly, the forced isolation seemed to reduce religious attendance anxieties. Getting to church was physically impossible for most families, which meant missing services without any guilt. The Puritan ministers, who usually took a dim view of absence, were presumably too busy dealing with their own snow-related problems to worry much about who wasn't showing up. It was possibly the first time in colonial New England history that you could skip church without social consequences. Neighbours who could see each other's chimneys through the snow, often the only indication that other humans were nearby, developed signalling systems. Smoke patterns could convey basic information. We're okay, we need help, and does anyone have any spare candles because we're running out, and staring into darkness for 12 hours a night is making us strange. These smoke signals were probably not terribly sophisticated, but they provided reassurance that you weren't completely alone in the white wilderness. The mail, such as it existed in 1717, completely stopped. There were no postal workers brave or foolish enough to attempt delivery through 20-foot snowdrifts. This meant that communities became isolated not just physically, but also informationally. You had no idea what was happening in the next town, let alone in Boston or other major settlements. For all you knew, you were the only people left alive, and the rest of New England had been consumed by snow. Animals developed their own coping strategies. Chickens trapped in coops established new pecking orders based on who could commandeer the warmest spots. Cows adapted to their confinement with bovine stoicism, though their milk production dropped significantly. Horses seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and became unusually cooperative, perhaps sensing that everyone needed to work together to survive. The few people who attempted travel during this period left accounts that sound like expeditions to the Arctic. One man described walking to his neighbour's house, a journey of perhaps a quarter mile that took him 3 hours. He had to navigate drifts, break through crusted snow, backtrack when he encountered impassable barriers, and generally experience an adventure worthy of a polar explorer. His neighbour, apparently surprised to see anyone, greeted him like he'd returned from a voyage to the moon. Some enterprising colonists discovered that the hard-packed surface of the drifts could support considerable weight if approached correctly. You could walk on top of snow that in other spots would swallow you completely. This led to a strange new form of travel where you'd move cautiously across the surface, testing each step, moving like someone walking on thin ice because, in essence, you were. The technique required practice, patience, and acceptance that you'd occasionally fall through and need to be pulled out. The soundscape of life under the drifts was distinctive. Normal outdoor sounds were muffled by the snow, creating an eerie quiet broken only by the occasional crack of breaking branches, the muffled lowing of cattle, or the scrape of shovels as people fought to maintain their tunnel systems. Inside homes, every sound seemed amplified, the pop of the fire, the creak of floorboards, and the breathing of family members. Some people found the quiet soothing, others found it oppressive. Lighting became a precious commodity. Candles, which were already expensive and time-consuming to make, burned down steadily while the snow showed no signs of stopping. Families rationed light carefully, often going to bed shortly after sunset to conserve candles for when they were truly necessary. Evenings were spent in semi-darkness, with perhaps one candle or the firelight to see by, creating shadows that danced on walls and made familiar rooms seem strange. The creativity of desperate people manifested in unexpected ways. Some families organised indoor festivals to maintain morale, singing, storytelling, crafts, anything to break the monotony. Children created elaborate games using household objects. Adults told stories from memory, embellishing with each retelling until they became local legends. One family reportedly performed an entire week's worth of evening entertainments using nothing but shadow puppets and ingenuity. Health concerns added another layer of anxiety. If someone got sick or injured during the snowstorm, there was no way to fetch a doctor, no way to get help from neighbours, and no options except to deal with it yourself using whatever folk remedies and herbal knowledge you possessed. Every cough made parents nervous. Every complaint of feeling unwell triggered calculations about supplies of medicinal herbs and whether the situation might become serious. Surprisingly, the death rate during the Great Snow, at least among humans, was relatively low. New Englanders were tough, resourceful, and experienced in dealing with harsh conditions. They knew how to ration food, maintain heat efficiently, and keep themselves occupied during long periods of confinement. The bigger casualties were livestock, particularly those in less sturdy shelters or with inadequate food stores. As March progressed and the snow finally stopped falling, colonists began to reckon with the full extent of what had happened. The accumulation in most places measured between 10 and 20 feet, with drifts in exposed areas reaching 25 feet or more. Houses were buried. Roads had ceased to exist as recognisable features. The landscape looked like someone had taken a giant white blanket and just dropped it over everything. smoothing out all the familiar contours into alien curves and slopes. The silence when the snow stopped was somehow more profound than the silence during the storms. For weeks there had been at least the soft whisper of falling flakes and the occasional gust of wind. Now there was nothing. The world held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Birds that had survived began to tentatively explore, their calls sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. The sun emerged from behind clouds, making the snow surface sparkle so brightly it hurt to look at directly. When the snow finally stopped falling in mid-March, New Englanders faced a new problem. They were living under approximately 20 feet of frozen water that showed no immediate interest in going anywhere. Spring in New England typically involves a gradual thaw, with melting during the day and refreezing at night, a slow transition from winter to mud season. But the Great Snow wasn't interested in following typical patterns. The sheer volume of snow created its own microclimate. Even as temperatures rose above freezing during the day, the vast mass of snow stayed cold, reflecting sunlight and keeping air temperatures lower than they might otherwise be. It was like living inside a massive ice cube that was very slowly warming from the outside in. The process of melting this much snow would take weeks, possibly months, and would create its own set of challenges. Initial attempts at clearing paths were almost comically futile. You'd shovel for hours, creating a narrow passage that represented significant effort and exhaustion, only to realise you'd made a barely visible dent in drifts that stretched in every direction. It was like trying to empty a lake with a teacup. Some colonists gave up on clearing entirely and just focused on maintaining their tunnel systems, figuring the snow would melt eventually and there was no point in fighting it. But isolation was becoming a serious problem. Communities had been cut off from each other for over 3 weeks. Food supplies were running critically low. Firewood that had seemed adequate in February was nearly exhausted. People needed to reconnect, needed to trade goods, and needed to know if the rest of the world still existed. This necessity drove remarkable efforts to create pathways through the snow. The solution that emerged was essentially a combination of tunnelling and tramping. Groups of men would work together to create packed-down trails, walking the same path repeatedly until it was compressed enough to support regular traffic. It was exhausting work. Imagine hiking through deep snow for hours while carrying tools. But gradually, slowly, paths began to connect neighbouring farms and eventually link to main roads. These early pathways were more like trenches than roads. You'd walk along the bottom of a corridor whose walls were snow, sometimes 15 feet high on either side, unable to see anything but the sky above and the path ahead. It was disorienting and slightly claustrophobic, but it was better than complete isolation. Travellers met in these trenches with the relief of survivors finding other humans after a disaster, exchanging news and supplies and reassurances that they weren't alone. Boston, being a port city with more resources and manpower, organised more systematic clearing efforts. Teams of workers attacked the snow with a determination born of economic necessity. The city's commerce depended on ship traffic, and ships couldn't move while the harbour was frozen and streets were impassable. The work was brutal, shoveling snow all day in conditions that ranged from barely tolerable to actively hostile. But wages were good by colonial standards, and desperation made many willing to take on the task. The clearing efforts in Boston created mountains of snow that had to go somewhere. Without modern snow removal equipment, the only option was to pile it up. These artificial hills of ploughed snow grew taller than buildings, creating a strange new cityscape where snow mountains loomed over streets. Children found these mountains irresistible for sledding, despite parental warnings about the dangers. Some of these snow piles would remain visible well into summer, slowly shrinking but stubbornly refusing to disappear entirely. Rural areas relied more on nature to do the work. As temperatures gradually warmed, the snow began to settle and compress under its own weight. Paths that had been impassable slowly became navigable as the surface hardened and lowered. It was still difficult travel. You'd sink to your knees or thighs with regularity, but it was at least possible to move around your property and reach nearby neighbours. The livestock situation was becoming critical. animals that had survived this long-needed fresh air, exercise and grazing as soon as possible. But releasing them into deep snow risked losing them in drifts or having them injure themselves trying to navigate impossible terrain. Farmers had to create enclosed areas near barns, where snow was compressed enough for animals to move safely. Horses and oxen were particularly valuable and received the most careful attention, while chickens were basically left to fend for themselves, which they did with their usual combination of luck and spite. As communication resumed, people discovered that the Great Snow had affected all of New England with varying degrees of severity. Some coastal areas had received less accumulation, while inland regions and higher elevations were buried even deeper than most places. Stories began to circulate, tales of whole houses being lost until spring, of travellers who perished attempting to cross impossible distances, of creative solutions to unprecedented problems. One story that made the rounds involved a family whose chimney became so packed with snow that smoke couldn't escape. Rather than suffocate, they carefully extinguished their fire and spent several days in bitter cold while working to clear the chimney from inside. When they finally succeeded and relit the fire, the sudden draft nearly blew the roof off. The family survived, the house survived, and they became local celebrities for their ordeal. Another account described a man who'd been visiting neighbours when the worst of the storms hit. Unable to return home, he was trapped for nearly 3 weeks. His wife, assuming he'd taken shelter somewhere, wasn't particularly worried until he finally made it back, half-starved and with a beard that had grown wild. She reportedly greeted him with relief, then immediately put him to work on clearing their paths, because priorities. The gradual reconnection of communities brought news both good and troubling. The death toll, while lower than might be expected given the severity of the storms, was still significant. Mostly elderly people who couldn't handle the cold, a few travellers caught between destinations, and some children who wandered from safety. Livestock losses were substantial. Estimates suggested that hundreds of cattle, sheep, and other animals had died from cold, starvation, or injuries sustained in panicked attempts to escape their shelters. But there was also remarkable news of resilience and survival. Families who had been certain they wouldn't make it through had found ways to endure. Communities that had seemed on the brink of crisis discovered they had more resources and creativity than they'd realised. The shared experience of surviving something unprecedented created bonds between neighbours that would last for generations. Religious leaders interpreted the Great Snow according to their theological frameworks. Some saw it as divine punishment for colonial sins, though there was considerable debate about which specific sins had angered God enough to warrant 20 feet of snow. Others viewed it as a test of faith, a trial that would strengthen the community's relationship with the divine. A few practical-minded ministers suggested it was simply weather, and perhaps they should focus on helping each other rather than debating its spiritual significance. As March gave way to April, the pace of melting accelerated. Warmer temperatures and longer days finally began to make a visible dent in the snow accumulation. Roofs emerged from under their white burden. Fences reappeared. Trees that had been bent double slowly straightened as their load of snow melted. The landscape began to remember its original shape, though it would be weeks before it fully returned to normal. The melting created its own set of problems. All that snow had to go somewhere, and where it went was everywhere. Rivers and streams swelled to flood stage. Roads turned into muddy rivers. Basements flooded. The spring runoff, typically a manageable annual event, became a deluge that overwhelmed normal drainage and created temporary lakes in low-lying areas. It was like watching winter turn directly into a very wet, very muddy version of spring, skipping all the pleasant parts. But with the melting came hope. Every day the world looked a little more familiar. Every day travel became a little easier. Every day brought them closer to the farming season, when they could begin to recover from winter's assault. Gardens could be planned, animals could graze, and normal life could resume. The first flowers to emerge, crocuses and snowdrops ironically, became objects of celebration disproportionate to their size or beauty. After months of nothing but white and grey and brown, the sight of actual colour in the landscape felt like a miracle. Children brought handfuls of early flowers to their mothers, who placed them in whatever containers could hold water, treating them like precious treasures. Birds returned in force, and their song seemed louder and more enthusiastic than anyone remembered. Or perhaps it was just that after weeks of muffled silence under snow, any sound felt remarkable. The geese flying overhead in their V formations, the robins hunting for worms in newly exposed soil, the hawks circling above looking for prey, all of it signalled that the world was returning to its normal rhythms. As spring truly arrived, and life returned to something approaching normal, New Englanders began to reckon with what the great snow had done to their world. The physical impacts were obvious: damaged buildings, lost livestock, and depleted supplies. But the psychological and social impacts would resonate for much longer. The Great Snow became the defining event against which all other weather was measured for generations. Grandparents would tell their grandchildren about the winter when the snow reached the second-story windows, and the children would roll their eyes the way children always do when elderly relatives start talking about how much harder things were in their day. Except in this case, the elderly relatives were actually telling the truth, even if they embellished the details with each retelling. Diaries and letters from 1717 provide glimpses into how people processed their experience. Cotton Mather, the famous Puritan minister, wrote extensively about the storms, interpreting them through a religious lens while also providing detailed meteorological observations. His accounts describe snow depths, drift patterns, and the challenges of daily life with the precision of someone who understood this was historically significant. Other written records are more personal and immediate. One woman wrote about the strange intimacy of being confined with her family for weeks, how they learned things about each other that years of normal life had never revealed. Another described the terror of hearing the roof creak under the weight of snow, wondering if each creak might be the one that preceded collapse. A farmer catalogued his livestock losses with the resignation of someone who understood that survival sometimes meant accepting things you couldn't control. The economic impact of the Great Snow rippled through New England for months. Spring planting was delayed, which meant smaller harvests in the fall. Lost livestock had to be replaced, a significant expense for families whose margins were already thin. Buildings needed repairs. Gardens that had been carefully established over years were damaged or destroyed and needed to be started from scratch. The snow had essentially reset progress for many families, forcing them to rebuild what had been lost. But there were unexpected benefits as well. The deep snowpack meant exceptional water availability through the summer. Wells that sometimes ran low stayed full. Streams that occasionally dried up kept flowing. The moisture in the soil produced crops that, despite the late start, grew with unusual vigour. Nature, having delivered an unprecedented winter, apparently decided to compensate with an uncommonly productive growing season. The shared experience of surviving the Great Snow created social bonds that transcended previous divisions. Disputes between neighbours seemed petty in light of what everyone had endured together. Communities that had been fractious found new unity. People who had survived the same ordeal developed a kinship that came from understanding what it meant to face nature at its most imposing and come through the other side. Children who lived through the Great Snow would carry its memory for the rest of their lives. For them, it became the dividing line between before and after, the event that marked their transition from childhood innocence to an understanding that the world could be both beautiful and dangerous. Some would develop a lifelong wariness of winter, always preparing more than necessary, always worried that another such storm might arrive. Others would remember it with a strange nostalgia, recalling the adventure and excitement of living through something extraordinary. The physical evidence of the Great Snow lasted surprisingly long. Those massive piles of ploughed snow in Boston melted slowly through the summer, creating muddy pools that became unofficial swimming holes for children and nuisances for everyone else. Some snow remained in deep, shaded valleys well into June, stubborn patches of winter refusing to admit that spring had won. Trees that had been damaged by the weight of snow bore scars visible for years afterward. Bent trunks, missing branches, and growth patterns that marked where they'd been broken and healed. Architecture changed subtly in response to the great snow. New buildings were constructed with steeper roofs to shed snow more effectively. Barns were reinforced with additional supports. Storage buildings were designed with better access during high snow conditions. These weren't dramatic changes, but they reflected a recalibration of what New Englanders understood winter could do. They'd been reminded that nature could exceed their expectations, and they adjusted their plans accordingly. The great snow entered folklore almost immediately. Stories began to circulate that probably had some basis in truth, but grew more elaborate with each telling. Tales of people walking over houses without realizing they were there. Accounts of deer being found frozen in standing positions, preserved in ice like statues. Stories of tunnels collapsing and miraculous rescues. Of supplies running out just as a thaw allowed resupply. Of providential interventions that saved families from disaster. Some stories focused on human ingenuity and creativity under pressure. The man who fashioned snowshoes from barrel staves and managed to walk across drifts that swallowed everyone else. The family that rationed their food so carefully they ended the ordeal with supplies to spare. The woman who kept her family's spirits up through the darkest days with nothing but stories and songs. These tales celebrated the resilience and resourcefulness that had allowed the community to survive. Other stories had a darker tone, acknowledging the losses and the moments of despair. The traveller was found frozen halfway between settlements, his final thoughts unknown. The elderly couple who simply didn't have the strength to endure another month of cold and hardship. The animals that died despite their owners' best efforts. These stories served as reminders that survival had come at a cost, and that luck played as much a role as preparation or strength. The Great Snow also entered religious discourse in ways that reflected the theological debates of the era. Some ministers used it as evidence of divine displeasure, pointing to specific sins they believed had triggered God's judgment. Others saw it as a test that the community had passed, evidence of their faith and righteousness. Still others argued it was simply weather, remarkable but natural, and that attributing moral significance to meteorology was perhaps missing the point. These debates probably mattered less to the average colonist than the practical question of whether their chickens would start laying again. Scientific observation in the early 18th century was informal and often mixed with folklore, but the Great Snow prompted some genuine attempts to understand what had happened. People compared experiences, trying to establish patterns in snowfall and drift formation. They noticed that certain areas consistently received more or less snow, that wind patterns created predictable drift locations, and that temperature fluctuations influenced snow quality. This informal meteorology wouldn't impress modern scientists, but it represented colonists trying to make sense of their world through observation and reason. The Great Snow's legacy extended beyond New England. News of the extraordinary winter spread to other colonies, and eventually to England, where it was received with a mixture of sympathy and scepticism. English readers, accustomed to milder winters, struggled to imagine 20 feet of snow. Some assumed the accounts were exaggerated. Surely the colonists were embellishing for effect. This scepticism frustrated New Englanders, who knew exactly how extraordinary their experience had been and resented having it questioned by people who'd never seen snow that deep. In the decades that followed, the Great Snow became a benchmark. Other harsh winters were compared to it and found wanting. Bad, but not 1717 bad, became a common refrain. The event established a ceiling for what winter could do, a worst-case scenario that seemed unlikely to be repeated. And indeed, while New England has experienced many harsh winters since 1717, none have quite matched that remarkable season when the sky opened and didn't close for nearly a month. As you sit here in your climate-controlled comfort, perhaps with a warm drink and a soft blanket, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Snow can teach us about resilience, community, and the human relationship with nature. we're separated from those colonial New Englanders by over 3 centuries, countless technological advances, and such dramatic changes in daily life that they'd barely recognise our world. Yet their experience speaks to something timeless about how people cope with circumstances beyond their control. The colonists of 1717 didn't have weather forecasting, climate control, instant communication, or any of the technologies we consider essential for dealing with harsh weather. What they had was knowledge passed down through generations, strong community bonds, a remarkable tolerance for discomfort, and an understanding that survival sometimes meant simply enduring. When faced with unprecedented circumstances, they adapted, improvised, and supported each other through the crisis. There's something almost enviable about the simplicity of their challenges. Not enviable in the sense that we'd want to experience what they did, spending weeks trapped in a cold house with inadequate food, while buried under 20 feet of snow sounds terrible no matter how you frame it, but enviable in its directness. The problems were clear: stay warm, stay fed, keep animals alive, and wait for spring. The solutions, while difficult, were equally clear. There was no ambiguity about what needed doing. Modern life rarely offers such clarity. Our challenges are often abstract, long-term, and difficult to define precisely. Climate change, economic uncertainty, social division, these are the storms we face now, and they don't have the simple directness of too much snow. We can't tunnel through them or wait for them to melt. The colonists who survived the Great Snow had the advantage of knowing their ordeal had a definite endpoint. Eventually spring would arrive and the snow would melt. They just had to last until then, but perhaps we can learn something from how they approached their crisis. They didn't waste energy complaining about the injustice of their situation, or debating whether the snow was really that deep, or speculating about whether better leadership could have prevented it. They accepted the reality they faced and focused on what they could control: their own actions, their family's welfare, and their neighbours' needs. There's wisdom in that acceptance, in choosing to work with reality rather than arguing with it. The community bonds strengthened by the Great Snow offer another lesson. Modern society often prioritises individual achievement and self-sufficiency in ways that colonial New Englanders would find both bizarre and dangerous. They understood that survival depended on community, on neighbours helping each other, and on sharing resources and knowledge and labour. The Great Snow reinforced these bonds by making their importance undeniable. You survived not just through your own efforts, but through the web of relationships that connected you to others. We've built a world where such interdependence is less visible. Your heat comes from distant power plants or gas lines. Your food comes from industrial farms hundreds or thousands of miles away. Your water arrives through underground pipes from treatment facilities you've never seen. This system is remarkably efficient, but it obscures the reality that we're just as dependent on others as those colonial families were. We've just outsourced that dependence to systems so large and complex that we forget they're there until they fail. The Great Snow also reminds us of nature's power and indifference. The storms didn't care about human plans or needs or survival. They weren't punishment or tests or lessons. They were weather, operating according to atmospheric physics that has no concern for whether humans find the results convenient. Colonial New Englanders understood this at a visceral level that modern people often don't. They lived much closer to nature's raw power, and had fewer buffers between themselves and its effects. Our technology has given us unprecedented ability to predict, prepare for, and protect ourselves from natural events. We have weather satellites, climate models, building codes, emergency services, and infrastructure designed to handle extreme conditions. These are real advantages that save countless lives. But they can also create an illusion of control that doesn't match reality. Nature retains the ability to overwhelm our preparations as hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and yes, occasionally severe winter storms continue to demonstrate. There's also something to be said about the pace of life the Great Snow enforced. For weeks, colonists had nothing to do but exist with their families, maintain basic necessities, and wait. No rushing to appointments, no checking devices, no consuming media, no busy work that creates the illusion of productivity, just being in the most fundamental sense. Many people who've experienced similar forced slowing, whether through illness, isolation, or circumstance, report that while difficult, it provided unexpected insights and a recalibration of priorities. The stories that emerge from the Great Snow highlight humanity's need to make meaning from experience. People didn't just survive the storms, they needed to understand them, to fit them into narratives that made sense of their world. Some narratives were religious, others practical, and still others focused on human heroism or failure. What matters isn't which interpretation was correct, but that creating these stories helped people process their experience and pass its lessons to future generations. In our own era of rapid change and uncertainty, we're creating similar stories to make sense of our experiences. We argue about their meaning, their implications, and their lessons. Like those colonial New Englanders, we're trying to understand events that exceed our previous frameworks for comprehension. Their arguments about whether the Great Snow was divine judgment or natural weather mirror are debates about current challenges. We're all just trying to make sense of things that don't fit comfortably into our existing understanding. The Great Snow's eventual end offers perhaps the most important lesson. Hard times do end. Spring did arrive. The snow did melt. Life did return to normal, or at least to a new normal shaped by the experience. For people in the midst of crisis, this can be hard to believe. When you're trapped under 20 feet of snow with dwindling supplies and no certain end date, it's difficult to maintain faith that better days are coming. But they came anyway, as they generally do. This isn't empty optimism or toxic positivity. It's simply an observation based on history. Humans are remarkably good at surviving difficult circumstances, adapting to new realities, and rebuilding after disasters. We've done it countless times, in countless places, facing challenges that seemed insurmountable until they were surmounted. The colonists who survived the Great Snow didn't have any special abilities we lack. They were ordinary people who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances and did what needed doing until the circumstances changed. As we come to the end of our journey through that remarkable winter, it's time to settle deeper into your comfortable spot and let the story find its resting place in your mind. The Great Snow of 1717 happened over 3 centuries ago, but its lessons remain as relevant as fresh snowfall. Those colonial families, living through week after week of isolation and uncertainty, probably didn't feel particularly heroic. They felt cold, tired, worried, and thoroughly sick of being trapped indoors with the same people eating the same food and having the same conversations. Heroism, like most important human qualities, is usually just ordinary people doing what needs doing without much thought about how it looks to others or history. The physical evidence of the Great Snow has long since melted away. The drifts that seemed permanent proved as temporary as all snow eventually must be. The damage was repaired, the losses mourned and moved past, and the extraordinary slowly absorbed into ordinary life's continuing flow. What remains are the stories, passed down and reshaped with each generation, and the quiet knowledge that humans can endure remarkably difficult circumstances when necessary. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep in your warm bed, you might spare a thought for those colonial families huddled around their fires, waiting for a winter that seemed endless to finally release its grip. They made it through, spring arrived, life continued. The snow, despite its overwhelming presence, was ultimately just weather, and weather always changes eventually. There's comfort in that persistence, in the knowledge that difficult times pass and seasons change, and life finds ways to continue. The Great Snow was exceptional, but what's truly remarkable is how people lived through it, not through any special magic or supernatural intervention, but through the ordinary magic of human resilience, community support, and simple, stubborn refusal to give up. Sleep well, knowing that whatever storms we face in our own lives, spring does eventually arrive. The snow does melt. The world does return to green and growth and warmth. and the stories we tell about how we survived become part of the continuous human narrative that stretches from those colonial families to us, and from us to whoever will listen to these tales in centuries to come. The great snow of 1717 is waiting for you in dreams, if you want to visit. All that white silence, all that forced stillness, all those small human moments of survival and community and endurance. But you're experiencing it from the warm side of history, which is exactly where you should be. Rest easy. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, bringing whatever weather it brings. And if you wake to find snow outside your own window, you can smile knowing it probably won't reach the second story. Probably. Close your eyes and imagine the night sky over ancient China, sometime around the 7th century. There are no streetlights, no neon signs, and no glow from smartphones or television screens filtering through curtains. The darkness here is complete in a way that most of us have never experienced, broken only by oil lamps flickering in windows and the vast sweep of stars overhead. So many stars that the Milky Way looks like spilled rice across black silk. In this world, night meant something different than it does for you now. When the sun set over the tiled roofs and winding rivers, most people simply stopped their work. Farmers returned to their homes, markets closed. The rhythm of life followed the sun because working after dark was difficult, expensive, and frankly exhausting when your only light source required constant feeding with oil or tallow. But in certain workshops scattered throughout the empire, lights still burned long after sunset. These were the spaces of alchemists, not the magical wizards you might picture from fantasy novels, but something closer to the chemists and pharmacists of their time, though they would have been puzzled by those modern terms. These practitioners mixed substances, heated materials, ground minerals into powders, and recorded their observations with the kind of meticulous care that would make a modern scientist nod in approval. The alchemists worked by lamplight, their faces illuminated by small flames that cast dancing shadows on walls covered with shelves. These shelves held ceramic jars and bamboo containers, each carefully labelled in elegant characters that described their contents. Sulphur from volcanic regions, saltpeter gathered from cave walls, and charcoal ground from specific types of wood. The air in these workshops carried a distinctive smell, earthy, mineral, slightly acrid, with occasional sweet notes from various plant materials. You need to understand that these people weren't trying to invent fireworks. That thought hadn't occurred to anyone because fireworks didn't exist yet. The alchemists were pursuing something that seemed far more practical and infinitely more important: immortality. Or at least they were seeking elixirs that might extend life, cure diseases, or grant various forms of spiritual enlightenment. The idea that their experiments might instead produce spectacular entertainment would have struck them as a curious and probably disappointing outcome. Chinese alchemical tradition by this period had developed over centuries, building on texts and teachings passed from master to student in an unbroken chain of knowledge. These practitioners combined what we might call proto-chemistry with philosophical concepts drawn from Taoism and Buddhism. They believed that by understanding and manipulating the fundamental substances of the material world, they could achieve transformations that extended beyond the merely physical. The night sky above these workshops held profound meaning in Chinese cosmology. Astronomers had been mapping the heavens for thousands of years, recording the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses and weaving celestial observations into both calendar keeping and philosophical understanding. The idea that humans might one day add their own lights to the night sky, colourful, brilliant, temporary flashes that existed purely for beauty, would have seemed like a peculiar form of hubris. And yet, that's exactly what was about to happen. In the quiet hours after midnight, when even the city's dogs had finished their evening chorus and settled into sleep, alchemists continued their patient work. They heated substances in ceramic vessels, watching how materials change colour and texture under flame. They mixed powders in careful proportions, grinding components together with pestles that had been smoothed by generations of use. They wrote down their observations in characters that flowed like water across paper or silk, creating records that would be studied by students decades or centuries later. The temperature in these workshops varied with the season. In winter, the furnaces provided welcome warmth, and alchemists might work through the night in relative comfort, their hands steady as they measured and mixed. In summer, the heat from flames and furnaces made the work almost unbearable, and practitioners often chose the cooler night hours for their more delicate experiments, working with windows open to catch whatever breeze might pass through the humid air. What none of these night workers realised was that they stood at the edge of a discovery that would transform human celebration and self-expression in ways that would echo through the next 1,000 years. The substances sitting in their jars, sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal, were waiting to teach humanity something new about light, sound, and the surprising beauty that can emerge from controlled combustion. But discovery requires more than just the right materials. It requires patience, careful observation, and often a willingness to recognise that you've found something interesting, even when it's not what you were looking for. The alchemists of Tang Dynasty China possessed all these qualities in abundance, along with something else crucial. They kept detailed records of their work, allowing knowledge to accumulate across generations. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the sound of a pestle grinding against stone, the soft scratch of a brush recording observations, and the gentle crackle of a small furnace maintaining steady heat. These were the sounds of inquiry, of human curiosity pursuing understanding through direct investigation of the material world. In their quiet way, these sounds were the prelude to the spectacular explosions of colour that would one day mark festivals and celebrations around the world. Let's slow down and really observe what these alchemists were doing, because their daily practice was far more interesting than any dramatic explosion. In fact, the first steps toward fireworks were probably quite boring in the moment, which makes them perfect for our bedtime story. Picture yourself as an apprentice in one of these workshops, learning the craft from a master who has spent decades studying the properties of materials. Your mornings begin with grinding. Sulphur must be reduced to a fine powder. Charcoal needs to be crushed to a consistency that looks almost like soot. And saltpeter requires patient pulverizing until it feels like silk between your fingers. This grinding work is meditative in its repetition, the kind of task that allows your mind to wander while your hands maintain their steady rhythm. Sulphur arrived at the workshop in lumpy yellow chunks that looked like strange cheese, harvested from volcanic regions where the earth itself seemed to breathe out this mineral. When you ground it, the smell was unmistakable. That distinctive sharp odour that makes you think of hot springs and volcanic vents. A scent that told your nose something about the earth's inner chemistry, even if you couldn't articulate what that something was. Saltpeter, known to the Chinese as Chinese snow or fire drug, came from a more prosaic source. It crystallized on the walls of caves, in certain types of soil, and particularly around places where organic material had decomposed over long periods. Collectors knew where to find the best deposits, often in caves that had sheltered bats or other animals whose waste had contributed to the formation of these white crystalline formations. When purified and dried, saltpeter looked innocent enough. White crystals that you might mistake for salt if you didn't know better. Charcoal was perhaps the most familiar of the three ingredients, produced by the controlled burning of wood in low oxygen conditions. But not just any charcoal would do. Alchemists learned through patient trial and error that charcoal from different woods had different properties. Willow charcoal burned differently than pine charcoal. The temperature at which the wood had been charred made a difference. These subtle variations mattered in ways that wouldn't become fully clear until much later. The master alchemist would teach you to test materials before using them in important experiments. A small bit of sulphur placed on a hot surface should melt smoothly and burn with a particular colour of flame. Saltpeter should dissolve cleanly in water without leaving excessive residue. Charcoal should be light, pure, and free from unburned wood. These quality checks were part of the daily rhythm, small acts of verification that ensured you were working with known substances rather than impure mixtures. The alchemical texts that guided this work were sometimes frustratingly vague by modern standards. Instructions might read something like, "Take the essence of fire," or "Combine the earthly and heavenly elements in balance," leaving considerable room for interpretation. Apprentices learned that these poetic descriptions often encoded specific procedures that made more sense once you understood the underlying principles through direct experience. When alchemists began experimenting with combinations of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal, they were following a logical path in their search for transformative substances. Sulphur was associated with fire and transformation. Saltpeter had remarkable properties. It could preserve food, it affected the way things burned, and it seemed to possess a kind of inherent power that alchemists found fascinating. Charcoal represented the transformation of wood through fire, a substance that had already undergone a kind of alchemical change. The first mixtures were probably quite simple, perhaps equal parts of each ingredient, ground together and heated gently to see what would happen. The results would have been interesting but not spectacular. The mixture burned more readily than any single component alone, producing flames and heat in unexpected ways. This would have been noted, recorded, and investigated further. You have to imagine the patience involved here. Modern chemistry students can look up exact formulas and expected results. These alchemists were exploring completely unknown territory, with no periodic table to guide them, no understanding of oxidation or combustion at the molecular level, just careful observation and systematic experimentation. When a mixture behaved in unexpected ways, they would vary the proportions slightly, a bit more sulphur, a bit less charcoal, or different grades of saltpeter. At some point, and we don't know exactly when or where because the discovery wasn't initially seen as particularly important, someone created a mixture with roughly the right proportions to produce what we now call black powder or gunpowder. This mixture, when ignited in an enclosed space, didn't just burn steadily. It deflagrated rapidly, producing gas and heat so quickly that it created pressure, force, and a distinctive sharp report that probably startled everyone in the workshop. The first reaction to this discovery was likely not excitement, but concern. Alchemists were trying to create elixirs of life, not explosive substances. An experiment that resulted in loud noises, acrid smoke, and potential danger was, from their perspective, a failure. Some early texts warned against certain combinations of materials, describing them as dangerous and unsuitable for their intended purposes. These warnings, preserved in alchemical manuscripts, are some of our earliest evidence of black powder's discovery. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially among people dedicated to understanding how materials behave. Even if explosive mixtures weren't useful for creating immortality elixirs, they were certainly interesting. Some alchemists began experimenting with these energetic combinations, probably moving their work outdoors or to more isolated locations where sudden noises and bursts of flame wouldn't disturb neighbours or risk damaging their workshops. They discovered that the mixture's behaviour changed dramatically based on several factors. The fineness of the grinding mattered. Finer powders reacted more quickly. The proportions were crucial. Too much sulphur and the mixture burned sluggishly. Too much saltpeter and it barely burned at all. The right balance created that rapid deflagration. The moisture content affected stability and performance. These were the kinds of details that could only be learned through repeated experimentation. Someone, and again, we don't know who, because these weren't the kinds of experiments that seemed worthy of recording prominent discoveries, had the idea of putting the mixture in a bamboo tube. Bamboo was ubiquitous in China, used for everything from scaffolding to musical instruments to water pipes. It grew hollow naturally, creating ready-made tubes that were light, fairly strong, and easily cut to size. When black powder was placed in a bamboo tube with one end sealed and then ignited, something remarkable happened. The rapid production of gas had nowhere to go but out the open end, creating thrust. The tube jumped, moved, or if held down, roared and shot flame from the opening. The noise was considerable, a sharp crack or bang that echoed across courtyards and probably provoked complaints from neighbours trying to sleep. If the bamboo tube was closed at both ends with just a small hole in the sealed portions, the pressure would build until the bamboo split or ruptured with an even louder report. This created something new in human experience, an intentional loud noise not produced by hitting things together, not created by voice or horn, but generated by chemical reaction. The sound was sharp, distinctive, and attention-getting in a way that must have seemed almost magical. And here's where the story takes its turn towards celebration rather than alchemy. Because someone, watching these bamboo tubes split and rupture with their sharp bangs, had a thought that changed everything. What if that's actually useful? Not for making medicine or pursuing immortality, but for something else entirely. For driving away evil spirits, for marking important moments, and for adding drama and excitement to celebrations. Now we reach one of those moments in history where practical use diverges from original intent, and something created for one purpose finds its true calling in something entirely different. The journey from alchemist's mishap to festival entertainment required a shift in perspective. Someone had to look at a loud, smoky, sometimes dangerous chemical reaction and think, let's do that on purpose, for fun. Chinese culture had a long tradition of using noise to drive away evil spirits and negative forces. During New Year celebrations, people would bang drums, clang cymbals, and create as much commotion as possible to scare away any malevolent entities that might want to linger into the new year. The louder the better, because evil spirits were apparently quite timid and easily startled. So when someone observed that bamboo tubes filled with black powder produced remarkably loud bangs, it wasn't a huge leap to think, we could use this for New Year. The first firecrackers, and they were literally crackers of fire, bamboo crackling from internal pressure, were probably used this way, as noisemakers for festivals and celebrations. Imagine the first New Year festival where these devices were used. Families would light traditional firecrackers made from regular bamboo. These produced pops and cracks as air pockets in the bamboo exploded from heat. But then someone would bring out the special bamboo tubes, the ones filled with the alchemist's powder, and the resulting bangs would be so much louder, so much more impressive, that everyone would jump and laugh and feel certain that no evil spirit would dare linger after that kind of announcement. The transition from medicinal research to entertainment might seem strange, but it follows a pattern you can observe throughout history. Plenty of substances and technologies discovered for serious purposes found their calling in pleasure and celebration. The ancient Chinese weren't unique in repurposing their discoveries, they were just particularly creative about it. Once black powder moved from alchemical workshops into the realm of celebration and entertainment, different kinds of experimentation began. Entertainers and festival organisers weren't trying to achieve spiritual transformation, they were trying to create impressive displays. This changed what questions people asked and what kinds of innovations they pursued. Someone discovered that if you pack the powder less tightly in a bamboo tube with a small opening, it would shoot sparks and flames rather than just explode. This created a fountain effect, streams of fire and bright sparks shooting upward in a display that was beautiful in addition to being loud. For the first time, black powder was producing light effects, not just sound. The discovery that different materials added to the black powder mixture could produce different colours came gradually. Copper compounds created blue-green tints. Iron filings added golden sparks. Different types of charcoal burned with subtly different hues. These discoveries were probably accidental at first. Someone used charcoal from a particular wood or powder that had been stored in a copper container and noticed that the flames looked different. These early fireworks, if we can call them that, though they were still quite primitive, were probably used at important occasions beyond just New Year celebrations. weddings might feature special bamboo crackers to bless the union and frighten away any spirits that might bring bad luck. Religious festivals could include fire displays as offerings or ceremonies. Important visitors might be greeted with impressive noises and flames as a sign of honour and celebration. The aesthetic that developed around these early displays was distinctly Chinese, emphasising certain qualities over others. Loud noises were good. They fulfilled the practical purpose of spirit scaring, and also demonstrated the power and effectiveness of the display. Bright sparks and flames were desirable, creating visual interest and beauty. But the displays remained relatively close to the ground, shooting up from tubes planted in the earth or held by brave individuals who understood the timing. The social aspects of these celebrations mattered as much as the pyrotechnics themselves. Festivals were communal events where families gathered, special foods were prepared, and the normal routines of daily life were set aside for collective celebration. The fire displays became one element in a rich tapestry of activities, but an increasingly important element because they offered something unique that couldn't be replicated through any other means. As these practices spread from one region to another, local variations developed. Different areas had access to different materials, leading to regional styles of firecracker construction and firing. Some regions became known for particularly loud crackers, others for especially bright sparks, and still others for innovative designs and effects. This diversity meant that the art of fire displays was constantly evolving, with techniques and innovations spreading through networks of merchants, travellers and festival organisers. The manufacture of these devices began to shift from alchemists to specialised craftspeople who focused specifically on creating items for celebration rather than pursuing any medicinal or spiritual goals. These early pyrotechnicians learned through apprenticeship, mastering the art of grinding powders to the right consistency, mixing proportions that would burn correctly, and packing bamboo tubes in ways that produced desired effects without being too dangerous. Safety was, of course, a concern, though perhaps not emphasised as much as modern safety. Professionals might prefer. Accidents happened, bamboo tubes exploded prematurely, sparks ignited nearby materials, and enthusiastic celebrations sometimes resulted in burns or injuries. But the benefits, the joy, the spectacle, the sense of driving away evil and welcoming good fortune, seemed to outweigh these risks in the minds of most participants. The timing of displays became ritualised. Certain moments in festivals would be marked by particularly impressive crackers or fire fountains. The New Year transition, for instance, might feature sustained sequences of explosions, creating a wall of sound that marked the boundary between the old year and the new. Wedding ceremonies might include specific patterns of crackers that symbolised good wishes for the couple. These rituals gave structure and meaning to what might otherwise be just random explosions. Children, of course, were fascinated by these fire devices, though probably not allowed to handle them directly given the obvious dangers. Part of growing up in a community that used black powder for celebrations meant learning the appropriate respect for these powerful substances, understanding that they were wonderful but needed to be treated with care, that the loud noises and bright sparks came with real risks that required adult supervision and expertise. The psychology of these displays is worth considering as you settle deeper into relaxation. Why do humans enjoy loud noises and bright lights, especially in celebration? There's something primal about our attraction to fire, to light in darkness, and to sounds that command attention and announce importance. The Chinese pyrotechnicians had tapped into something fundamental about human perception and emotion, creating experiences that engaged multiple senses simultaneously and marked moments as special and significant. As we move forward through Chinese history into the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, and especially the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE, the use of fireworks in festivals became increasingly sophisticated and culturally important. These were periods of remarkable artistic flourishing in China: poetry, painting, ceramics, and yes, the art of fire displays all reached new heights of refinement. The Tang dynasty was a time when China's capital cities grew into cosmopolitan centres where merchants from across Asia met, traded goods, and exchanged ideas. Chang'an, the Tang capital, became one of the largest cities in the world, home to over 1 million people who came from dozens of different ethnic groups and cultural backgrounds. In this environment, festivals became showcases for imperial grandeur and cultural sophistication. Imperial festivals during the Tang period were spectacular affairs that lasted for days and featured every form of entertainment imaginable. There were musical performances with orchestras of dozens of instruments, dance troupes performing elaborate choreographed pieces, acrobats and jugglers demonstrating impossible feats of balance and coordination, and yes, increasingly impressive fire displays that had evolved far beyond the simple bamboo crackers of earlier generations. The fireworks of the Tang period began to include what we might call special effects. Craftspeople learned to create devices that would shoot sparks in particular patterns, or that would burn through sequences of different colours, or that would create shapes and images in flame. These innovations required careful engineering, designing tubes with multiple chambers, arranging different powder mixtures in specific orders, and timing sequences so that one effect would lead naturally into another. Lantern festivals became particularly associated with fire displays. These events, traditionally held on the 15th day of the first lunar month, featured elaborate paper lanterns lit by candles and carried through streets in processions. The combination of soft lantern light and the sudden brilliance of fireworks created an aesthetic contrast that festival organisers found compelling. The gentle glow of paper and silk, punctuated by sharp bursts of sparks and flame. During the Song dynasty, the sophistication of fireworks reached new levels. This was partly because Song China was remarkably prosperous and urbanised, creating demand for elaborate entertainment, and partly because the technical knowledge of black powder and its applications had matured through centuries of experimentation. Song fireworks catalogues. Yes, they had catalogues. Described dozens of different types of devices with specialised names and functions. There were ground rats that would scurry across the earth shooting sparks, water rats designed to skim across the surface of ponds while burning, and flying fish that would leap and arc through the air. Each of these devices required careful design to produce the desired motion and effects. The craftspeople who made them were combining practical knowledge of physics, thrust, balance, trajectory, with chemistry and artistry. Skyrockets appeared during this period, representing a major advance in fireworks technology. By carefully designing the tube and powder load, pyrotechnicians could create devices that would shoot high into the air before exploding or releasing sparks. These weren't yet the elaborate aerial displays of modern fireworks, but they were moving in that direction, taking fire effects up into the night sky rather than keeping them bound to the earth. The social organisation of fireworks displays also became more sophisticated. Imperial workshops employed teams of specialists who did nothing but create fire devices for court celebrations. Master craftspeople commanded high prices for their services, and successful pyrotechnicians might travel from city to city, hired by wealthy merchants and officials to create impressive displays for important occasions. Competition between different workshops and craftspeople drove innovation. When one festival featured a new type of device or effect, others would try to replicate and improve upon it. This competitive dynamic, combined with the resources available in prosperous Song cities, meant that fireworks technology advanced more rapidly during this period than it had in previous centuries. The aesthetic principles that guided these displays were becoming more clearly articulated. Song festival organisers valued surprise, effects that would delight audiences by exceeding expectations. They appreciated variety. A good display should include many different types of devices producing different sounds and visual effects. They sought crescendo, building from smaller displays to larger, more impressive climaxes that would leave audiences marvelling. Integration with other art forms became increasingly important. Fireworks might accompany musical performances, with effects timed to key moments in the music. They might be combined with theatrical presentations, adding drama and spectacle to stories being enacted. The best displays were seen as complete artistic experiences that engaged multiple senses and emotions simultaneously. The symbolism embedded in these displays grew more complex. Different colours could represent different concepts: red for good fortune, white for purity, and golden sparks for wealth and prosperity. Certain patterns might suggest specific images: dragons, phoenixes, flowers, or celestial phenomena. Audiences learned to read these visual languages, understanding the meanings and wishes encoded in the fire and smoke. Religious and philosophical dimensions added depth to what might otherwise be mere entertainment. Buddhist temples used fireworks in ceremonies, seeing in the temporary brilliance of sparks a metaphor for the transient nature of existence. Taoist celebrations might incorporate fire displays as representations of transformation and the interplay of fundamental elements. These meanings coexisted with more straightforward enjoyment of beauty and spectacle. The scale of some Song Dynasty displays was remarkable. Major festivals might burn through thousands of individual devices over the course of several nights. The preparation required months of work by teams of craftspeople, the coordination of materials from across the empire, and careful planning of sequences and effects. These were productions that rivaled modern events in their complexity and ambition. Descriptions from song poetry and prose give us glimpses of what these displays looked like to contemporary observers. Writers described nights when the sky seemed to bloom with flowers of fire, when artificial stars competed with natural ones, and when the boundaries between earthly celebration and heavenly phenomena seemed to blur in clouds of coloured sparks and thunderous reports. But alongside these poetic descriptions, we also have more practical documents, manuals that describe how to make specific types of fireworks, safety warnings about proper handling procedures, regulations governing when and where displays could be held, and records of accidents that occurred when things went wrong. This combination of artistic appreciation and practical documentation gives us a remarkably complete picture of how fireworks were integrated into Song Dynasty life. The experience of attending one of these major festivals would have been overwhelming in the best possible way. Too much to fully process, an abundance of sensory input that would leave you dazed and delighted. The smell of black powder smoke mixed with incense and cooking food. The sounds ranged from whisper-quiet crackles to reports that shook your chest. The visual experience shifted from darkness to brilliant illumination and back again, leaving after images floating across your vision. And through it all, there was the social experience of being part of a crowd, sharing amazement and delight with thousands of other people, and feeling connected to tradition and community through participation in these ancient yet ever-new celebrations. The fireworks weren't just entertainment, they were threads in the fabric of social life, markers of time and season, and expressions of hope and joy. Now we follow the knowledge of black powder and fireworks as it spreads beyond China's borders, carried by merchants, travellers and invaders, along the trade routes that connected ancient civilizations. This dispersal took centuries and happened through many different channels, each adding their own cultural interpretations to the basic technology. The Silk Road, actually a network of routes rather than a single road, served as the primary conduit for many Chinese innovations travelling westward. Merchants carrying silk, porcelain and tea also carried knowledge, sometimes intentionally and sometimes accidentally. The formula for black powder, initially treated as a valuable secret, gradually leaked out through these commercial networks. Arab traders were among the first non-Chinese peoples to encounter fireworks, probably sometime during the late Tang or early Song period. These merchants, who maintained extensive trading networks stretching from China to the Mediterranean, recognized the commercial and military potential of black powder technology. Arab alchemists and craftspeople began experimenting with their own versions of Chinese formulas, adapting them to local materials and purposes. The transmission of knowledge wasn't always straightforward. Recipes might be partially understood or incompletely recorded. Materials available in the Middle East weren't identical to those in China, requiring adaptation and experimentation. What emerged were regional variations on the basic technology, each influenced by local conditions and cultural preferences. In the Islamic world, black powder found applications in both warfare and celebration, though the celebratory uses took longer to develop. Initially, the focus was on the powder's potential as a military tool, for mining operations, for weapons, for demolition. But as the technology matured, Middle Eastern craftspeople began creating their own versions of festival displays, influenced by Chinese models but adapted to Islamic aesthetic principles and religious contexts. Mongol conquests in the 13th century dramatically accelerated the spread of Chinese technologies, including fireworks. The Mongol Empire at its height stretched from China to Europe, creating unprecedented opportunities for cultural exchange and technology transfer. Mongol armies employed Chinese engineers and craftspeople who brought their knowledge of pyrotechnics to new regions. European encounters with fireworks probably began through contact with the Islamic world during the Crusades and through Mongol presence in Eastern Europe. The first European descriptions of black powder and fire devices date from the 13th century and show a mixture of fascination and fear regarding these strange Eastern inventions that produce such dramatic effects. Marco Polo's accounts of his travels in China, written in the late 13th century, included descriptions of fire displays that must have seemed almost incredible to European readers. His writing about festivals with fire that flew through the air and devices that made thunderous sounds contributed to European understanding of Chinese pyrotechnics, though actual technology transfer happened through more direct channels. European craftspeople and alchemists began experimenting with black powder in the 14th century, initially focusing on military applications but gradually recognizing its potential for celebration and display. Italian city-states were particularly innovative in developing European styles of fireworks, creating devices and displays that combined Chinese technical knowledge with European artistic sensibilities. The Italian development of fireworks as a performing art reached sophisticated levels by the 15th and 16th centuries. Pyrotechnicians in Florence, Rome, and Venice created elaborate displays for religious festivals, civic celebrations, and private events. These weren't simple copies of Chinese models, but represented genuine innovation, developing new types of devices and new approaches to choreographing displays. Italian pyrotechnicians introduced several important innovations. They developed more reliable ignition systems that allowed better timing of effects. They created shells, containers that could be launched into the air and would burst at altitude, releasing stars or other effects. They experimented with more complex chemical compositions that produced brighter colours and longer-lasting effects than earlier Chinese formulas. The aesthetic that emerged in European fireworks differed from Chinese traditions in interesting ways. European displays often emphasized geometric patterns and symmetrical designs, reflecting Renaissance artistic principles. They integrated fireworks into broader theatrical productions, using them as elements in allegorical pageants and narrative spectacles. The symbolic vocabulary drew from classical mythology and Christian iconography rather than Chinese cultural references. From Italy, fireworks technology spread to other European centres. France developed its own pyrotechnic traditions, with displays becoming important elements of royal celebrations and civic festivals. England imported Italian experts to create displays for coronations and other state occasions. Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands all developed regional specialties and techniques. In India, Mughal emperors incorporated fireworks into court celebrations, creating a distinctive Indo-Persian style that combined Islamic and Hindu aesthetic elements. Japanese adoption of fireworks, influenced by Chinese technology but developing its own unique characteristics, led to the sophisticated Hanabi traditions that continue today. Each culture that encountered fireworks technology adapted it to local materials, aesthetics, and ceremonial needs. The global dispersal of fireworks technology over several centuries created a fascinating pattern of cultural adaptation and innovation. A technology invented by Chinese alchemists pursuing immortality became a global language of celebration, but one that was pronounced differently in each cultural context. The basic chemistry remained similar, but the ways people use fireworks to express joy, mark important moments, and create shared experiences varied enormously. By the 17th and 18th centuries, fireworks had become established in most major cultures across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Each region had developed its own traditions, its own master craftspeople, and its own festival occasions when fire displays were expected and anticipated. The original Chinese innovations had sparked, if you'll pardon the expression, a worldwide tradition that continued to evolve and diversify. This global spread meant that fireworks became one of those rare technologies that transcended cultural boundaries while being adapted to countless local contexts. A celebration in Beijing, Baghdad, and Barcelona might all feature fireworks, but the specific forms those displays took, the occasions they marked, and the meanings they carried would differ significantly based on local culture and tradition. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge also created networks of practitioners who shared techniques and innovations across cultural boundaries. Master fireworks makers might travel to learn new methods or share discoveries through correspondence and published texts. Despite political conflicts and cultural differences, the community of people who understood how to create controlled explosions of light and sound maintained a kind of professional kinship based on shared expertise. Let's slow down now and really explore what it meant to be a master pyrotechnician, someone who had devoted their life to understanding how to paint with fire and speak with thunder. This isn't glamorous work, despite the spectacular results. It's patient, detailed, sometimes dangerous, and requires the kind of accumulated wisdom that can only come from years of careful practice. A master fireworks maker's workshop would be a carefully organised space, because organisation might mean the difference between beautiful displays and tragic accidents. Raw materials would be stored separately, kept dry and cool, each substance in its designated location. The workshop would likely be set apart from other buildings, a safety precaution that also provided the quiet needed for concentration during delicate work. The grinding of powder was an art in itself. Too coarse, and the mixture wouldn't burn properly, producing disappointing effects or failing to ignite at all. Too fine, and it became dangerously sensitive, prone to accidental ignition from friction or static. The right consistency felt specific in your hands, not quite like flour, not quite like sand, but something in between that could only be learned through touch and experience. Mixing required attention that bordered on meditation. The proportions had to be exact, but exact by feel and appearance rather than by precise measurement with calibrated instruments. A master could look at a mixture and know whether it needed more saltpeter or less sulphur. They could feel the texture between their fingers and sense whether the grinding had been sufficient. This knowledge wasn't written down in formulas, it lived in the hands and senses of practitioners. Creating effects required understanding the relationship between form and function. A tightly packed tube produced different results than a loosely packed one. The diameter of the opening determined how sparks would disperse. The length of the tube affected how long effects would last. The placement of different powder mixtures in layers or compartments created sequences of changing effects. All of these variables had to be considered and controlled. Colour effects, which had begun with simple observations about how different materials affected flames, gradually became more sophisticated. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European and Asian pyrotechnicians had developed extensive palettes of colours through experimentation with various mineral compounds. Strontium produced brilliant reds, barium gave greens, copper created blues, sodium generated intense yellows. The challenge was creating compounds that would burn at the right temperature, produce the desired colour, and remain stable during storage and handling. The timing of effects was perhaps the most challenging aspect of complex displays. Fuses had to be cut to specific lengths to create delays between different elements. Sequences needed to build logically from one effect to another. Simultaneous effects required careful synchronization. Master pyrotechnicians developed various techniques for controlling timing. Slow-burning fuses, quick match that would propagate flame rapidly, and elaborate firing systems that allowed complex sequences to unfold reliably. Safety awareness was crucial, but had to be balanced against the nature of the work. You were, after all, deliberately creating controlled explosions. Accidents happened even to the most experienced practitioners, premature ignitions, unexpected reactions, and devices that behaved differently than anticipated. Successful pyrotechnicians learned to respect the materials without being paralysed by fear, developed safe working procedures, and maintained constant vigilance during both preparation and performance. The meaning embedded in fireworks displays went far beyond simple entertainment. In Chinese culture, the loud noises continued to serve their original purpose of driving away negative spirits and forces, but they also came to symbolise the power of transformation itself. The way ordinary materials could become extraordinary through proper combination and treatment. Each burst of sparks represented possibility, the potential for sudden, brilliant change. In European contexts, fireworks became associated with power and authority. Royal displays demonstrated the wealth and sophistication of monarchs, who could afford to literally burn money in spectacular fashion. The ability to command such displays showed control over powerful forces, suggesting by extension the power of the ruler over their realm. But they also represented something more democratic, moments when spectacular beauty was available to everyone present, regardless of social status. Japanese culture developed particularly rich symbolic associations with fireworks, or hanabi, which literally translates as fire flowers. The transient beauty of fireworks, brilliant for a moment, then gone, resonated with Buddhist concepts of impermanence and the Japanese aesthetic principle of mono no aware, the pathos of things that are beautiful precisely because they don't last. Watching fireworks became a form of meditation on the nature of existence itself. The craftsmanship involved in creating these displays was respected across cultures. A master pyrotechnician occupied a unique social position, part artisan, part artist, and part dangerous magician, who handled forces that could destroy as easily as delight. Their knowledge was valuable, sometimes carefully guarded, and passed down through apprenticeship relationships that might last decades before a student was considered ready to work independently. The physical toll of the craft shouldn't be ignored. Working with black powder and its various chemical relatives meant constant exposure to substances that weren't particularly good for human health. The loud noises could damage hearing over time. Burns were occupational hazards. The stress of knowing that mistakes could be catastrophic probably affected practitioners' mental health in ways that wouldn't have been discussed or addressed in earlier centuries. Yet people continued choosing this profession, drawn by the satisfaction of creating beauty, the prestige that came with mastery, and perhaps something deeper, the appeal of working with forces that existed at the boundary between control and chaos. There's something fundamentally human about the desire to take dangerous materials and transform them into sources of joy and wonder. The seasonal rhythm of a pyrotechnician's life varied by culture, but generally followed patterns of festivals and celebrations. Preparations might begin months before major events, with the quieter seasons devoted to experimenting with new effects, replenishing supplies, and training apprentices. As festivals approached, the pace would intensify. Long hours in the workshop, careful testing of devices, and coordination with festival organisers about timing and placement. The actual performance of a display required intense concentration. Once ignition began, there was little room for error or correction. Effects had to unfold as planned, timed sequences had to proceed correctly, and the pyrotechnician had to monitor everything while standing near substances that could, if mishandled, produce unfortunate results. The combination of careful preparation and real-time awareness needed for successful displays demanded a particular temperament. Patient yet confident, detail-oriented yet able to improvise when necessary. After a display ended, there was always clean-up, gathering spent devices, checking for anything that failed to ignite properly, and making notes about what worked well and what could be improved. This unglamorous aftermath was actually crucial to the craft, because systematic observation of results allowed continuous refinement of techniques. The greatest pyrotechnicians were those who learned from every display, filing away mental notes about how different weather conditions affected performance, which designs proved most reliable, and what audiences responded to most enthusiastically. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge involved both explicit teaching and tacit understanding. Apprentices could be taught formulas, proportions, and basic techniques, but the deeper expertise, the ability to sense when a mixture was right, to anticipate how a device would perform, and to solve problems that arose during preparation, could only be acquired through years of practice under skilled guidance. This made master craftspeople invaluable, their accumulated experience representing knowledge that couldn't be replaced simply by reading written instructions. Different cultures developed different training methods. Chinese workshops often kept knowledge within family lines, with skills passed from parent to child across generations. European guilds created more formal apprenticeship structures with defined periods of training and examinations before certification. Japanese traditions emphasized the spiritual dimensions of craftsmanship alongside technical proficiency, treating fireworks creation as a discipline that refined character as well as skill. The economics of the fireworks trade varied enormously. In some contexts, pyrotechnicians were well-compensated craftspeople who earned comfortable livings from their expertise. In others, they struggled financially, their income depending on irregular festival work and the patronage of wealthy sponsors. The materials themselves represented a significant expense. High-quality chemicals and supplies weren't cheap, and the investment required to set up a proper workshop could be substantial. Innovation in the craft came from multiple sources. Sometimes technical advances emerge from systematic experimentation by master craftspeople exploring new possibilities. Other times, accidents or mistakes led to unexpected effects that, once understood, could be deliberately reproduced. Cross-cultural exchanges introduced techniques from different traditions, spurring hybrid innovations that combined elements from various approaches, and occasionally advances in related fields, chemistry, metallurgy, and papermaking, provided new materials or methods that pyrotechnicians could adapt for their purposes. As you sink deeper into relaxation, you're breathing slow and steady. Let's trace the final threads of our story. How those ancient Chinese alchemists, grinding powders by lamplight in pursuit of immortality, inadvertently gave humanity a new language for expressing joy, marking transitions and creating shared moments of wonder. The legacy of those first fireworks extends far beyond the spectacular displays we see today. Every time someone celebrates the new year with sparklers and rockets, they're participating in a tradition that stretches back over 1,000 years to those Tang Dynasty workshops, where alchemists mix sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal in search of something entirely different. The connection between those early experiments and modern celebrations represents one of the longest continuous cultural practices in human history. Modern fireworks, of course, have been transformed by centuries of innovation and by scientific understanding that ancient alchemists couldn't have imagined. We now comprehend the molecular basis of combustion, can predict how different chemical compounds will behave at various temperatures, and design effects with computer precision. Yet the fundamental materials, sulphur, potassium nitrate, and charcoal, remain essentially the same as those used in ancient China. The sophistication lies in how we combine and deploy them, not in replacing them with something entirely new. The scale of contemporary displays would astound those early pyrotechnicians. Major celebrations in modern cities might burn through tens of thousands of individual effects in a single evening, choreographed to music with split-second timing, launched from multiple locations simultaneously, and designed to be visible to audiences numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The logistics of such events require teams of specialists, months of planning, sophisticated electronic firing systems, and coordination that would have seemed like sorcery to ancient practitioners. Yet something essential remains unchanged. When you watch fireworks burst across the night sky, you're experiencing the same fundamental wonder that audiences felt 1,000 years ago. The surprise of light blooming in darkness, the visceral impact of sudden loud sounds, and the shared gasp of a crowd witnessing something that exceeds everyday experience. The technology may have advanced, but human psychology hasn't changed. We're still creatures who respond to fire and light with deep primal fascination. The safety standards surrounding modern fireworks represent dramatic improvements over historical practices. Contemporary pyrotechnicians undergo extensive training and certification, follow strict regulations about storage and handling, and employ safety equipment and procedures that minimize risks. The materials themselves have been refined to be more stable and predictable. Accidents still occur, but they're far less common than they were when fireworks creation was a more intuitive, less regulated craft. Environmental concerns about fireworks have emerged in recent decades as we've become more aware of pollution and its effects. The smoke from black powder and various chemical compositions contains substances that aren't particularly beneficial to air quality. Debris from spent shells and casings creates cleanup challenges. The noise disturbs wildlife and can be traumatic for people and animals with sound sensitivities. These concerns have spurred innovation in developing cleaner pyrotechnics, quieter displays, and alternative celebration methods, though traditional fireworks remain popular despite these issues. The democratic nature of fireworks, the way they create shared experiences available to everyone present, gives them a unique cultural role. Unlike many art forms that require education or cultural knowledge to fully appreciate, fireworks communicate immediately and viscerally. You don't need training to understand that brilliant colours bursting across the sky are beautiful and exciting. This accessibility helps explain why fireworks have been adopted by virtually every culture they've encountered. Different occasions around the world have become associated with fireworks displays, each culture mapping the technology onto their own calendar of significant moments. Chinese New Year remains perhaps the most extensive use of fireworks anywhere, with celebrations that can last for days and consume staggering quantities of pyrotechnics. American Independence Day has become synonymous with fireworks in the United States. Diwali in India features spectacular fire displays. Guy Fawkes Night in Britain, Bastille Day in France, and countless local festivals worldwide all mark themselves with artificial lights in the sky. The personal experience of watching fireworks varies, but certain elements seem universal. There's the anticipation as you wait in darkness, knowing something is about to happen. The first burst always draws exclamations. Even when you know it's coming, the sudden transition from darkness to brilliant light captures attention completely. As displays progress, you find yourself looking for patterns, comparing different effects, and perhaps developing favourites. The grand finale, with its overwhelming density of effects and sound, creates a kind of sensory saturation that borders on overwhelming. And then comes the silence after, with smoke drifting across your vision and the smell of powder hanging in the air. Children experiencing fireworks for the first time go through a fascinating progression. Initial fear of the loud noises often gives way to excitement once they realise the sounds won't hurt them. The visual spectacle captivates even very young children, who often try to reach up toward the lights as if they could somehow grab them from the sky. The association between fireworks and special occasions gets established early, creating memories that many people carry throughout their lives. Particular displays watched with family, that one time the weather was perfect, and the year when everything seemed especially magical. For adults, fireworks often carry nostalgic weight, connecting present moments to past celebrations. Watching displays might trigger memories of childhood festivals or of significant personal moments that happen to coincide with fireworks, proposals, celebrations of achievements, and farewell gatherings. The recurring nature of fireworks on specific occasions creates markers in personal chronology, allowing people to measure the passage of time through remembered displays. The craft of creating fireworks continues to evolve. Professional pyrotechnicians today combine traditional expertise with modern technology, using computer software to choreograph displays, electronic firing systems for precise timing, and new chemical formulations for novel effects. Yet they still draw on knowledge accumulated over centuries, still must understand how weather conditions affect performance, and still need the judgment that comes only from experience. It remains a craft where human expertise matters enormously, even as technology provides new tools. Amateur and hobbyist fireworks communities exist in many countries, though they are subject to varying legal restrictions and safety regulations. These enthusiasts carry on traditions of experimentation and innovation, discovering new effects and techniques, and sharing knowledge through online forums and in-person gatherings. The democratization of information through the internet has made pyrotechnic knowledge more accessible than ever before, though this comes with concerns about safety and proper training. The question of what fireworks mean continues to evolve. For some, they remain primarily celebratory, pure expressions of joy without deeper significance beyond marking happy occasions. Others see in them metaphors for life itself, brilliant, brief, and beautiful, precisely because they cannot be held or preserved, only experienced in the moment. Still others appreciate them as technical achievements, marvelling at the engineering and chemistry required to produce specific effects. The future of fireworks likely involves continued innovation in several directions. Environmentally friendlier formulations that reduce pollution and noise are already being developed and deployed. Drone light shows offer alternatives that create spectacular aerial displays without combustion or debris. Augmented reality might eventually allow people to experience virtual fireworks customized to their preferences. Yet traditional pyrotechnics will likely endure because they offer something that technological alternatives cannot quite replicate. The real physical presence of fire and light, the authentic boom that you feel in your chest, and the shared experience of witnessing something that is genuinely happening in the moment, rather than being mediated through screens. The alchemists who first mixed sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal would probably be bemused to know their failed experiments at creating immortality elixirs instead created something that has brought joy to billions of people across countless generations. They were looking for a way to extend life indefinitely, but they inadvertently discovered something else. A way to mark life's important moments, to create shared experiences of wonder, and to add beauty and excitement to human celebration. In that sense, perhaps they succeeded after all, just not in the way they intended. They didn't create immortality for individuals, but they created something that has persisted across centuries and will likely continue for many more, a tradition that connects ancient Chinese workshops to modern celebrations worldwide, that links those first primitive bamboo crackers to the most sophisticated contemporary displays, and that transforms simple chemical reactions into experiences of beauty and joy. As we bring this journey to a close, imagine yourself standing under a night sky similar to the one that ancient alchemists saw from their workshops, back when they first noticed that certain mixtures of powder would burn with unexpected brilliance. The same stars look down, arranged in patterns that humans have been reading for thousands of years, finding meanings and stories in their arrangements. The darkness that surrounds you is comfortable now, not threatening or empty, but full of potential. The same potential that those early experimenters sensed when they worked through quiet hours, grinding powders and mixing substances, not knowing they were creating something that would outlast empires and span continents. You can almost smell that distinctive scent of black powder smoke, sharp and acrid but associated with joy and celebration. You can imagine the sound of the first bamboo cracker splitting from internal pressure, the surprised laughter that must have followed, and the realization that here was something new, a way to make darkness suddenly bright, to mark important moments with light and sound, and to share wonder with everyone within sight and earshot. The journey from medicinal research to global celebration is a reminder that human creativity often works in unexpected ways. We set out to achieve one goal and discovered something entirely different. We tried to solve one problem and create solutions to problems we hadn't even recognized. Those alchemists failed at their original purpose, but succeeded in creating something arguably more valuable. Not immortality for individuals, but a tradition that has brought joy across generations, a shared human language of light that requires no translation. As your breathing slows and your body settles into complete relaxation, let yourself feel connected to that long chain of human experience. From those first experimenters in Tang Dynasty workshops to modern pyrotechnicians preparing tomorrow's displays, from ancient festival goers gathering in Chinese courtyards to contemporary audiences watching synchronized displays set to music in cities around the world. You are part of this story every time you've watched fireworks burst across the sky, every time you've felt that visceral thrill of sudden light blooming in darkness, and every time you've shared that collective intake of breath when something particularly spectacular unfolds overhead. The tradition that began with alchemists seeking immortality continues through your experiences, your memories, and your participation in celebrations marked by fire and light. The beauty of fireworks, like the beauty of this story, lies partly in its impermanence. Each burst exists for only a moment, brilliant and then gone, leaving only smoke and memory. But those moments accumulate, building a tradition that has endured for over 1,000 years and will likely continue as long as humans gather to celebrate, to mark important transitions, and to create beauty together in the darkness. The ancient Chinese alchemists couldn't have predicted any of this. They were just trying to extend life, mixing substances according to theories that combined philosophy, medicine, and early chemistry. They would probably be surprised to learn that their experiments live on not in extended lifespans, but in the joyful explosions of colour that mark celebrations worldwide. Yet there's a certain poetry in this outcome. Their quest for permanence created something that is beautiful precisely because it doesn't last. As you drift towards sleep, carried by the gentle rhythm of this story and your own quiet breathing, let the images of ancient workshops and modern festivals blend and soften. The specific details don't matter so much now. What matters is the connection, the continuity, the way human creativity and curiosity have threaded through centuries, transforming accidents into traditions, turning failed experiments into sources of joy. The night sky above you holds all the same potential it held for those ancient observers. The darkness is simply waiting for light, for colour, for the sudden brilliant bloom of fireflowers that fade even as they're being born. And somewhere, right now, someone is preparing tomorrow's display, measuring powder, packing tubes, and timing fuses, continuing work that began in quiet workshops more than a millennium ago, when alchemists first noticed that certain combinations of earth and mineral could transform into something extraordinary. Sleep now with the knowledge that human curiosity and creativity continue their patient work, that beautiful accidents still happen, that the search for one thing often leads to discovering something else entirely, and that sometimes our failures turn out to be gifts we never expected to give. The story of fireworks is the story of transformation, of materials transformed by fire, of accidental discoveries transformed into intentional art, of individual experiences transformed into shared traditions. It's a story that continues every time someone looks up at a night sky and sees it suddenly painted with impossible colours, every time a crowd gasps together at spectacular beauty, and every time a celebration is marked with light blooming in darkness, rest easy in this knowledge, and let the gentle images of distant workshops and festival nights fade into the comfortable darkness behind your closed eyes. The alchemists are still at work somewhere in your imagination, grinding their powders by lamplight, not knowing what they're about to discover, and that's perfectly fine. Discovery doesn't require knowing the destination. It only requires curiosity, patience, and the willingness to notice when something unexpected happens. The ancient stars continue their slow wheel overhead. The night holds its secrets and its possibilities. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, you understand that some of humanity's greatest gifts came from people looking for something else entirely, and that this too is beautiful. This stumbling into wonder, this accidental creation of joy. Sleep well under the same sky that has watched over Chinese workshops and Roman festivals, over Tang Dynasty celebrations and modern displays, over every human who ever looked up at darkness and imagined it bright with flowers of fire. The tradition continues, the craft endures, and the simple chemistry of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal still transforms into moments of beauty that connect us across centuries. Let these thoughts dissolve now into the peaceful darkness of sleep, carrying with them the warm glow of distant lamps in ancient workshops, the brilliant flash of festival fireworks, and the quiet satisfaction of understanding how accidents and experiments and patient craftsmanship can combine to create traditions that outlast empires and cross every border. The story is complete, the night is quiet and sleep is calling. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own possibilities for discovery, its own chances to transform ordinary materials into extraordinary experiences, and its own opportunities to create beauty that, like the best fireworks, exists brilliantly for a moment before fading into memory. Eleanor Roosevelt's name evokes images of a dignified First Lady, championing human rights and redefining the role of women in politics. Yet her story begins in an era marked by hushed assumptions about what women could and should do, and her journey from shy orphan to global influencer was no predictable progression. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11th, 1884, she entered a family steeped in prestige, but also riddled with private heartbreak. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was renowned for beauty and social graces, while her father, Elliot Roosevelt, was the charismatic but troubled younger brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt. Some narratives cast her parents in stark contrasts, her mother's aloof manner, her father's erratic behaviour, yet Eleanor recalled them both with a child's longing, craving acceptance. Her mother's criticisms of her looks haunted her, and her father's struggles with alcohol often overshadowed his tender devotion. These paradoxes shaped Eleanor's earliest perceptions of self-worth. By age 10, she had lost both parents. Her mother died of diphtheria, and her father, long embroiled in personal turmoil, passed away 2 years later. Left without their protective presence, Eleanor moved in with relatives who maintained the typical decorum of New York high society. She was a timid child, overshadowed by cousins who found her seriousness perplexing. She found some solace in reading, stories of daring heroines and moral dilemmas. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, insisted on conventional decorum, with the hope that Eleanor would bloom into a proper debutante. Instead, the girl quietly internalized a sense of duty and self-consciousness. She learned how to host teas and navigate social niceties, but she also developed an inner resolve. The gulf between the confident girls around her and her insecurities never fully disappeared, but she forged a methodical approach to self-improvement. At age 15, she was shipped to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school outside London. There, under the guidance of Marie Souvestre, an educator known for fostering independent thought, Eleanor found a nurturing environment for the first time since her parents' deaths. Souvestre saw potential in her seriousness and urged her to speak her mind. Gone were the constraints of superficial society gatherings. Instead, classes focused on world affairs, literature, and critical thinking. Eleanor travelled across Europe, absorbing cultural differences, forging friendships, and learning to question assumptions. The timid girl from New York high society was awakening to the world's complexity. Returning to the United States at age 18, she struggled to reacclimate to the rigid expectations of debutante life. Gowns, balls, and polite suitors filled her schedule, yet she yearned for deeper substance. Family members urged her to embrace tradition, marry well, produce heirs, and carry on the Roosevelt name with appropriate decorum. Internally, she felt her convictions hardening. There was a broader realm where she might be of use. She began volunteering in settlement houses, encountering immigrants grappling with poverty and discrimination. It was her first intimate brush with social injustice. Around this time, she reconnected with her distant cousin Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a dashing young man set on a political career. Their shared family name and ties to Theodore Roosevelt added a certain inevitability to their courtship. Yet their bond was more complex than a convenient match. Franklin admired her seriousness and warmth. She found in him a lively optimism that promised adventure. Despite concerns from his domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, they married in 1905. Theodore Roosevelt, then president, gave away the bride, an event that overshadowed the couple's day with national headlines. Early married life plunged Eleanor into the complexities of the extended Roosevelt clan, dominated by Sarah's strict ideas about household and social status. As she bore children, eventually 6, one dying in infancy, Eleanor struggled to maintain her identity. She discovered that her new role often felt like a performance. The shy orphan recast as the society hostess and dutiful political wife. Yet beneath the formalities, she was observing, learning, and quietly resolving to find her voice. Her childhood taught her to survive loss and isolation. Marriage would teach her to navigate duty and compromise. By her mid-20s, Eleanor Roosevelt stood at a crossroads, respectable wife in a prominent family, yet privately aware of how little she truly belonged to herself. She'd endured tragedy and internalized criticism, and now balanced motherhood with a sense that she was meant for more. As her husband's political ambitions gathered momentum, she would face new tests of resilience and discover just how profound her influence could become. In her first years of married life, Eleanor Roosevelt found her space and autonomy overshadowed by the imposing figure of her mother-in-law, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah managed the household finances and even designed adjoining living quarters so she could oversee Eleanor's management of the children. This arrangement stifled Eleanor's independence, leaving her feeling perpetually monitored. Franklin seemed comfortable with his mother's involvement, and this tacit acceptance further isolated Eleanor. Nevertheless, she made the best of her circumstances. She immersed herself in child-rearing, determined that her children would experience a warmth she had too often lacked. Simultaneously, she sought outlets for her curiosity about social issues. Volunteering for the Junior League, she assisted in settlement work on Manhattan's Lower East Side, coming face to face with poverty and labor injustices. Observing the hardships of immigrant families, Eleanor recognized the stark gap between her privileged circle and those struggling at America's margins. Around 1910, Franklin's political career began. Elected to the New York State Senate, he moved the family to Albany. Though still reluctant to step into the public spotlight, Eleanor gleaned insights into legislative processes and networking. She watched as lawmakers engaged in negotiations, formed alliances, and faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. At social gatherings, she was the dutiful wife, exchanging pleasantries while quietly absorbing the undercurrents of power. Her vantage point revealed a system in dire need of empathetic leadership. Tragedy soon intervened. In 1912, Eleanor's world was rocked when her eldest daughter, Anna, nearly died of illness. Shortly thereafter, she endured her health scares and a complicated birth. The precariousness of life, combined with the relentless swirl of political obligations, frayed her nerves. Sarah's hovering presence exacerbated tensions, yet adversity stirred in Eleanor a growing resolve. She ventured beyond polite tea-room talk, forging links with progressive women seeking to address glaring social inequities. She admired activists who battled for child labour laws and workplace safety reforms. By 1913, Franklin was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy by President Woodrow Wilson, prompting a move to Washington, D.C. The capital's elite social scene revolved around formal receptions and ranking protocols, neither of which thrilled Eleanor. Still, she recognized the city as a crucible of national decision-making. She developed friendships with progressive-minded officials and activists, exchanging ideas about wages, education, and women's suffrage. World War I broke out in 1914, drawing America in by 1917. Washington became a hive of wartime mobilization. Hospitals overflowed, and soldiers returned with devastating injuries. Eleanor volunteered at the Red Cross canteens and naval hospitals, an experience that brought her face to face with war's human toll. She found it impossible to return to trivial chatter at lavish parties after seeing wounded veterans struggle to rebuild their lives. Even as she navigated demands for appearances by Franklin's side, she yearned to channel her growing empathy into concrete action. Meanwhile, her personal life took a shocking turn. In 1918, she discovered Franklin's romantic letters to Lucy Mercer, her social secretary. A betrayal rocked Eleanor's foundations. She confronted her husband, and while divorce was considered, Sarah Roosevelt threatened to cut off financial support. The scandal never fully reached the public ear, but it jolted Eleanor into rethinking her marriage. Although she remained married, the emotional bond between them changed. She began cultivating her identity separate from him, forging alliances and friendships that didn't revolve solely around Franklin's ambitions. As the war ended, Washington shifted back to peacetime routines. The Roosevelts returned to New York, where Franklin resumed his political climb. However, Eleanor's worldview had expanded. No longer content to linger in the background, she immersed herself in political clubs, particularly the League of Women Voters and the new Women's Trade Union League. She devoured reports on social conditions, labour rights, and civil liberties. She overcame her shyness when speaking in public, fueled by the conviction that she had something to contribute. This evolution coincided with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. Energised by this milestone, Eleanor campaigned for Franklin when he ran as the Democratic vice presidential candidate that same year. Though they lost, the experience broadened her political network. She saw how campaigns were orchestrated, how messages were spun, and most importantly, how public opinion could be swayed toward progressive ideals if approached with authenticity. By the early 1920s, Eleanor Roosevelt had traversed heartbreak, war volunteerism, and political initiation. She had begun forging her path, shaped by the direct encounters with suffering and by her growing circle of reform-minded peers. Her marriage, once the axis of her existence, now became just one facet of a broader calling. As she discovered, adversity often planted the seeds of purpose. The once quiet, shy girl, now determined to stand on her own terms, guided by a conscience that refused to stay silent, was emerging. The 1920s brought both hardship and opportunity to Eleanor Roosevelt. Franklin's political career stalled when he lost the vice presidential race in 1920, but his future seemed boundless until polio struck him in 1921. That summer, during a vacation in Campobello, he suddenly found himself paralysed from the waist down. Doctors offered little hope for complete recovery. The family rallied, yet the crisis triggered another shift in Eleanor's life. Overnight, she transformed into Franklin's indispensable ally, juggling therapy regimens, household logistics, and public relations. Many within the Roosevelt clan believed Franklin's political days were over. Sarah Delano Roosevelt pressed him to retire quietly, but Eleanor discerned that relinquishing his ambitions would crush his spirit. She supported his determination to regain mobility, helping him navigate new routines. She also shouldered tasks Franklin previously handled, from correspondence to scheduling. Suddenly, she was more than a supportive spouse. She was a gatekeeper, an intermediary, and an architect of her husband's comeback. Her own organisational skills flourished. She managed Franklin's affairs and dedicated time to committees that advanced her interests. She joined the Women's Division of the New York State Democratic Committee, recruiting women voters and championing issues that aligned with social reforms. This dual role, family caretaker and political operator, displayed an emerging confidence. She shed the last vestiges of social timidity, speaking at rallies and forging alliances with party leaders. While some ridiculed her for lacking classic oratory flair, others appreciated her sincerity. In 1924, Franklin ventured back into politics by supporting Al Smith for the position of governor of New York. Behind the scenes, Eleanor arranged events, wrote letters, and networked on his behalf. She began to see how her initiatives merged with broader political machinery. The Women's City Club and the League of Women Voters offered her platforms to discuss labour issues and child welfare. Her voice carried an authenticity rooted in hands-on experience, and she found an audience eager for that perspective. Yet her personal journey wasn't all smooth. Living under the same roof as Sarah, she faced constant friction about how to manage Franklin's care. Moreover, echoes of the Lucy Mercer affair lingered, complicating the emotional bond with her husband. Their marriage, though stable in outward appearance, evolved into more of a partnership than a traditional romance. Trusted friends, such as journalist Lorena Hickok, entered her life, providing emotional support. Speculation about the nature of these friendships arose later, but at the time they served as lifelines, anchoring Eleanor's sense of self-worth. As Franklin's mobility improved incrementally, supported by crutches, braces, and daily exercises, his political aspirations reignited. He ran for governor of New York in 1928 and won. Suddenly, Eleanor had to navigate her new role as the governor's wife. She disliked the ceremonials of the executive mansion in Albany, but she saw an avenue to shape policy from within. She was no longer content with simply greeting dignitaries at receptions. Instead, she turned the governor's residence into a meeting point for activists and policymakers. Under her watch, progressive agendas on labour laws and social welfare found an informal forum. Meanwhile, she continued building her own reputation. She wrote articles for women's magazines, pushing readers to engage in civic matters. In one piece, she insisted that the success of democracy depended on informed citizens, especially newly enfranchised women. Her writing style was direct and personal, resonating with readers tired of lofty rhetoric. Critically, she believed that compassion and practical solutions, not empty slogans, made politics meaningful. By the close of the 1920s, the Roosevelts had become a formidable team. Franklin's charismatic optimism drew public admiration, while Eleanor's growing expertise on social issues injected substance into his political image. The 1929 stock market crash sent the nation reeling, intensifying scrutiny of leaders' efforts to alleviate economic despair. As governor, Franklin grappled with relief measures for the unemployed. Eleanor, for her part, travelled the state, visiting factories, tenements, and rural communities to assess problems firsthand. Her dispatches back to Albany shaped policy debates, ensuring that the voices of ordinary citizens didn't get lost in the shuffle of bureaucracy. It was during this period that Eleanor solidified her belief in the potential of government to uplift the vulnerable. While critics accused her of meddling in affairs beyond a spouse's domain, she brushed off the barbs. If democracy was to thrive, she reasoned, it needed more than figureheads. It needed informed advocates willing to engage directly with citizens' struggles. As the 1932 presidential election approached, Franklin emerged as the Democratic frontrunner. With the Great Depression tightening its grip, Americans craved leadership that promised hope and decisive action. Eleanor steeled herself for the next stage. Little did she know, the White House would offer an even broader platform, yet also test her capacity to balance public influence with private conviction. When Franklin D. Roosevelt won the 1932 presidential election, America was in the throes of the Great Depression. Lines for bread and soup stretched across city blocks, farms were foreclosed, and unemployment soared. Millions looked to the incoming president for salvation. Amid the frenzied national attention, Eleanor Roosevelt stepped into the role of First Lady with an approach that defied convention. Rather than focusing on high society receptions, she resolved to become the eyes and ears of the administration, travelling extensively to gauge people's realities. From the onset, she carved out an unprecedented public profile. She held weekly press conferences for female reporters, ensuring that women in journalism retained access to the political heart of the nation. This move sparked controversy. No First Lady had ever done something so openly proactive. Critics labelled her a meddler, but Eleanor persisted, explaining that women's voices deserved inclusion in national discourse. She believed that an administration ignoring half the population's perspective was doomed to fail. She also launched a syndicated newspaper column, My Day. In it, she chronicled her observations on policy, social conditions, and even personal reflections. While some columns offered daily glimpses into her travels or family life, others pushed readers to consider labour issues, civil rights, and youth programs. The column garnered a massive following. Americans, especially women, found an advocate in the White House who spoke plainly about societal injustices. Detractors howled about an overstepping spouse, but she refused to cede the platform. Her pen became a conduit for the unheard. Meanwhile, the Roosevelt administration rolled out the New Deal, an array of programs aimed at relief, recovery, and reform. While Franklin handled the sweeping political maneuvers, Eleanor visited factories, slums, and rural backwaters, reporting her findings back to him and other officials. Her input influenced initiatives like the National Youth Administration, which provided jobs and education for young people. Eleanor believed that social welfare wasn't about handouts, but about giving people the tools to regain dignity. She pressed agencies to ensure these programs reached women, minorities, and rural families often sidelined in bureaucratic distribution. Her activism caught attention outside Washington. Labour leaders praised her empathy, while some conservatives accused her of championing socialism. Unions, especially the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, saw her as an ally willing to bring workers' grievances to her husband's ear. Civil rights groups, led by African-American leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune, found in Eleanor a rare White House ally who would openly address racial injustice. She famously defied segregation norms in 1938 by sitting in the middle aisle between black and white delegates at a Southern conference. Critics deemed it a publicity stunt, but for many African Americans, it was a symbolic stand by someone in power. In private, though, she battled frustration and loneliness. Franklin's polio limited his mobility, and the relentless demands of the presidency deepened the emotional gulf between them. The White House brimmed with staff and visitors, leaving little time for introspection. She relied on friendships with women like Lorena Hickok, who provided an emotional outlet she rarely found in her marriage. Historians later scrutinized these relationships, but at the time they served as islands of understanding and affection in a sea of political chaos. Despite the strain, Eleanor recognized her unique influence. She championed the arts through projects under the Works Progress Administration. Believing creativity spurred hope. She publicly supported progressive women in office, including Secretary of Labour Frances Perkins, the first woman to hold a US cabinet position. In doing so, she advanced the notion that women could excel in governance. Skeptics sneered at the idea of female leadership, but Eleanor's calm assurance, backed by real accomplishments, countered their doubts. She also found herself entangled in controversies around housing reforms, rural electrification, and migrant labour camps. In each case, her approach was consistent: travel to the sites, talk to affected families, and push her husband's advisors to craft solutions. If she couldn't persuade through formal channels, she sometimes appealed directly to the public through her column or radio addresses. She skillfully balanced between being a supportive First Lady and being an independent political actor. By the late 1930s, the Roosevelt administration confronted new challenges: fascism rising in Europe and a still wobbly economy at home. Through it all, Eleanor's schedule remained relentless. She believed in direct engagement, convinced that a leader unaware of suffering had no moral right to shape policy. Though she never held official office, her council influenced decisions that altered millions of lives. With war clouds gathering overseas, she would soon discover that her role required not just empathy, but a steely resolve to face a global crisis poised to test America's ideals. As the 1930s ended and World War II loomed, Eleanor Roosevelt sensed a shifting global landscape. She saw fascism trampling human rights in Europe and Asia, while America debated isolation versus intervention. Though Franklin initially focused on domestic recovery by 1940, it was clear the nation couldn't ignore international turmoil. Eleanor, never shy about voicing her stance, argued that America's moral responsibility extended beyond its borders. She wrote passionately in My Day, warning readers that democratic values needed defending, lest they perish in the onslaught of tyranny. When Franklin won an unprecedented third term in 1940, the Roosevelts steeled themselves for a tumultuous period. Eleanor accelerated her advocacy for civil rights and women's involvement in war preparedness. With men joining the military, she championed female workers to fill industrial roles. Touring factories, she highlighted the contributions of Rosie the Riveter types, urging Americans to shed old prejudices about a woman's place. Her stance was pragmatic. The nation required every capable hand to beat looming threats. Yet Pearl Harbor's bombing in December 1941 brought war to US soil, igniting frantic mobilization. Eleanor plunged into morale-building efforts, visiting troops, meeting with families of servicemen, and pushing for improved conditions in military camps. Eleanor believed that even small actions, like providing decent food, medical care, and pay, could demonstrate the country's commitment to those who served. Despite the War Department having its structures, her personal visits frequently revealed areas of concern, such as segregated facilities, limited mental health services, or insufficient resources in remote training sites. She penned frank memos to generals and even her husband, demanding improvements. On the home front, war fever sometimes fueled racism. Japanese Americans were forced into internment camps, a policy Eleanor struggled to reconcile with her belief in democratic principles. She quietly lobbied behind the scenes, but her opposition to the policy never gained enough traction to reverse it. Critics later labelled her sentence on internment as one of her greatest moral failures. Still, she strove to mitigate conditions by visiting camps and advocating for educational programs inside them, mindful that these efforts fell short of outright justice. Meanwhile, civil rights leaders urged the administration to address discrimination in defense industries. Eleanor became their conduit in the White House. Franklin issued Executive Order 880-2, banning racial discrimination in defense contracts, partly due to her persistent urging. Though enforcement was patchy, it set a precedent. She continued her bold stands, like publicly supporting the Tuskegee Airmen and ensuring African American nurses were integrated into the Army Nurse Corps. Each symbolic action fanned controversy among segregationists, but to her, equality was non-negotiable, especially in a war purportedly fought for freedom. Abroad, Eleanor's reach extended through her goodwill tours. She travelled to Britain and the South Pacific, meeting soldiers and Allied leaders. Her presence was more than ceremonial. She asked probing questions about troop morale, supply lines and local tensions. Often, she cabled back suggestions for improvements. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised her empathy, even if some in his entourage found her activism unorthodox for a First Lady. She reassured war-weary civilians that American aid wasn't just strategic, it was driven by a genuine commitment to liberty. At home, she confronted a personal heartbreak. Her brother, Hall Roosevelt, struggled with alcoholism, echoing the family's tragic legacy. She tried to arrange support and discreet care, balancing private loyalties with public responsibilities. Her circle of intimate friends provided emotional ballast. Lorena Hickok remained a confidant, though war logistics limited their time together. Through letters, Eleanor confided her exhaustion, admitting that the public's expectations often felt insurmountable. As the conflict raged on, Franklin's health waned. His blood pressure rose and stress weighed heavily. Eleanor stepped in more assertively, bridging gaps in his schedule. She delivered radio addresses championing war bonds, visited hospitals treating wounded veterans, and comforted grieving families. Some cynics dismissed her as Madame Do-Good, but many others found solace in a leader unafraid to see suffering firsthand. By 1944, the Allied forces were making significant progress, yet victory seemed a complicated prospect. The war's devastation would require not just triumph over Axis powers, but a blueprint for peace. Eleanor's mind buzzed with questions about refugees, post-war reconstruction, and a reimagined global framework that might prevent future catastrophes. She saw glimpses of a potential role for the United States as a moral leader, though she worried domestic politics might hamper that vision. In the final year of the war, she began hinting that the world needed a robust international body to maintain peace, foreshadowing her eventual pivotal role in the United Nations. Franklin D. Roosevelt died in April 1945, mere weeks before Germany's surrender. The nation mourned a four-term president whose New Deal and wartime leadership had reshaped America. For Eleanor Roosevelt, the loss was both intimate and public. While she and Franklin had forged a practical partnership over the years, she grieved the passing of a companion who, despite all their marital complexities, had walked beside her through monumental transformations. When Harry Truman succeeded to the presidency, he recognized Eleanor's unique standing. At first, many assumed she would retreat from public life. Instead, she showed no sign of disappearing into widowhood. She considered her husband's death a passing of the baton, a moment demanding continued engagement. The war with Japan still raged, and global politics were in flux. She quietly rebuffed suggestions to retire, stating famously, "The story is over, but not the journey." In May 1945, VE Day, Victory in Europe, arrived, overshadowed by the looming final battles against Japan. Eleanor immersed herself in relief efforts, focusing on wounded veterans returning from both theatres. She visited hospitals, consoled families, and championed bills aimed at their rehabilitation. While Truman's administration tackled the complexities of forming a post-war order, she used her platform to advocate for a strong, cooperative international community. One of Truman's defining acts was to appoint Eleanor to the first American delegation to the United Nations in 1945. Many in Washington questioned the choice. Could a former First Lady, albeit well-travelled, effectively navigate high-stakes diplomacy? Truman saw something others overlooked, her blend of empathy and pragmatism. The appointment signalled a fresh chapter for both the UN and Eleanor. She approached the role with disciplined study, brushing up on parliamentary rules, international law, and economic recovery proposals, attending the UN's early sessions in London and then at Lake Success, New York. She immersed herself in the complexities of post-war negotiations. Nations wrestled with forming stable governments in war-ravaged regions, setting up structures to prevent future conflicts. While seasoned diplomats haggled over boundaries and reparations, Eleanor centred her efforts on human rights. She found common cause with delegates from smaller nations, forging alliances that transcended Cold War lines just beginning to emerge. In 1946, she chaired the newly formed UN Commission on Human Rights. Initially, some delegates saw her as an American figurehead, polite but lacking intellectual heft. They swiftly learned otherwise. She steered discussions with firmness, ensuring smaller nations had their say. She insisted the Commission draft not just broad statements, but actionable principles. This laborious process required reconciling different cultural values, economic realities, and political ideologies. Hours of debate tested her resolve. She found an ally in French philosopher René Cassin, among others, who appreciated her unwavering focus on practical outcomes. The Commission's most famous product, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, emerged as a collaborative masterpiece, though it bore Eleanor's imprint. She reminded delegates that lofty words meant little unless everyday people could understand them. She pushed for language that was clear, universal, and free from legalistic clutter. Late-night sessions often ended with her scribbling revisions by lamplight, fueled by an unshakable belief that each article mattered to someone's dignity. Her experience among the poor and marginalised during the Depression shaped her commitment to ensuring each clause addressed fundamental human needs. Throughout these intense negotiations, she maintained a public speaking schedule, travelling to universities and women's clubs to explain the UN's mission. Detractors at home accused her of naivete, suggesting the Soviet Union's looming power rendered human rights talk meaningless. She countered that precisely because of geopolitical tensions, a moral framework was indispensable. She refused to let cynicism overshadow the potential of collective action. By 1948, the Commission finalised the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN General Assembly's adoption of it marked a significant milestone. Though not legally binding, it set a moral standard. Eleanor delivered speeches describing it as a Magna Carta for all mankind, ensuring the public understood it as a tool to uplift the disenfranchised. International media credited her leadership, albeit sometimes grudgingly, as she had shattered prior assumptions about a First Lady's capabilities. In the aftermath, she found little time for rest. The world was shifting into the Cold War era. Economic reconstruction, decolonisation, and ideological battles now defined global relations. Even as she stepped away from the Commission, she continued to serve as a roving ambassador of sorts, championing human rights across continents. Eleanor saw her late husband's passing as an opportunity to forge her own unique legacy, rooted not in being a president's wife, but in shaping international norms at a pivotal moment in history. In the final decade of her life, Eleanor Roosevelt continued as an indefatigable voice for social justice, human rights, and democratic ideals. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, remained her crowning achievement. However, she refused to rest on her past achievements. With the onset of the Cold War, critics claimed the UN's ideals would crumble under superpower rivalry. Eleanor believed otherwise, maintaining that shared principles could mitigate conflict, even if progress unfolded slowly. She returned to private citizenship in 1953, but stayed active in public discourse. Writing, lecturing, and advocating, she championed civil rights at home. When African American students integrated previously all-white schools under court orders, she lent moral support, reminding Americans that equality was part of their national fabric. Her columns remained unflinching, calling out racism, poverty, and the complacency of those who benefited from the status quo. Some saw her as anachronistic, others discovered in her words a beacon for an America struggling to reconcile its ideals with its realities. Her personal network still included political heavyweights, enabling her to press for reforms behind the scenes. She served under President John F. Kennedy as chair of the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women, established in 1961. At an age when many retire, Eleanor dissected legal codes, employment practices, and educational barriers hindering women. She demanded data, case studies, and policy recommendations, aiming to transform rhetoric into tangible steps. That the Commission's final report spurred legislative changes underscored her ability to channel moral vision into legal frameworks. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, she travelled the globe. Invitations poured in from countries wanting to meet the woman behind the Declaration of Human Rights. In India, she walked through villages discussing rural development. In Israel, she marvelled at kibbutz communities. In Africa, she observed newly independent nations grappling with post-colonial reconstruction. Where American ambassadors might exude formality, Eleanor embraced dialogues with everyday people. She returned from each journey energized, writing extensive notes for policymakers, cautioning against condescending attitudes toward emerging nations. Her willingness to learn from other cultures became a hallmark of her diplomacy. Time and again, she confronted critics who branded her a busybody. She was neither a scholar nor a government official. Why should she meddle in foreign or domestic affairs? She answered that democracy was every citizen's business, and moral responsibility didn't vanish with the end of official appointments. Observers noted that her brand of activism hinged on practical empathy, nurtured from her earliest volunteer days. Whether lecturing at a university or chatting with a rural cooperative, she asked questions and listened. Her convictions were firm, yet she respected the complexity of local struggles. She also mentored rising figures, both men and women, urging them to wield compassion as a strength, not a weakness. From civil rights activists in the American South to young diplomats in the UN, she encouraged them to merge policy with humanity. People she mentored often recalled her direct manner, no idle flattery, just pointed questions that forced them to clarify their own beliefs. Rarely did she scold in public, but in private, she offered candid criticisms designed to sharpen strategies. As her health began to decline in the early 1960s, she scaled back her demanding itinerary, though not her convictions. President Kennedy valued her counsel on international relations and domestic policy. She remained a fixture in press interviews, her voice steady even if her physical stamina waned. She firmly believed in transferring the responsibility to the next generation. In one of her final interviews, she expressed hope that the seeds planted by the Universal Declaration would bear fruit, even if it took centuries for humanity to fully embrace the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality. Eleanor Roosevelt died on November 7th, 1962. Tributes poured in from heads of state and ordinary citizens alike. Many lauded her as the First Lady of the World, a title first coined in recognition of her global humanitarian work. Over the coming years, her legacy would be revisited by historians, feminists, diplomats, and human rights advocates. Unlike fleeting political personalities, she left a lasting moral imprint that transcended partisanship and geography. Today, her words still resonate. Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home. Her famous advocacy statement encapsulates the essence of her life. She believed real change took root in neighbourhoods, schools, and local governments, only then scaling up to national and international levels. Born into privilege, she grew into a figure who championed the powerless. Overcoming shyness and heartbreak, she constructed a role for herself that few imagined possible. And in that process, she altered the global dialogue on rights, dignity, and what it means to serve humanity.